Hello, everybody, and welcome to the very first recorded version of D&D on the Geek Peek YouTube channel. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations, everybody. Hooray! Yay!
Yay!
My name is Cody. I am joined here by these lovely people for our very first game. We will be going through a one-shot that I have written called The Tale of the Puzzled Man. We're going to try and get into this real quick, so we will introduce everybody's character and a brief description. We'll go over some of the backstory real quick, as this is a one-shot. We're not starting at level 1. Everybody's starting at level 3. And it just so happened it started as a joke, but that's the real thing now, is that it's Oops All Bards. And they will go through their character and what college they are from, and then we will get going. So everybody please give a round of applause for Benedict Thanamil.
My name is Benedict Thanamil. I am a College of Law Bard. Thank you. College of Law Bard from the great Thanamil family of Waterdeep. I am an esteemed philosopher. I seek to conquer the greatest problems of the universe. And also my parents would like me to leave the house. So I am venturing to unlock the widest secrets from the corners of the earth. I haven't the faintest clue why they want me out of the house. I am a wonderful person to be around, but...
Pleasure to meet you, Benedict. Next we have Valerian Silvercrest.
I am Valerian Silvercrest. I am from Neverwinter, the city of Never Nights and Winter. And I am one of the Neverwinter 9. I am a bard from the College of Eloquence. And I am on a mission, but this is just a step through.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, Valerian. Next we have Orca.
Hi, I'm Orca. My character is a warforged, completely comprised of all musical instruments. A walking instrument, in other words. He doesn't fully know exactly where he's from. He believes he was made in some factory of some sort. He loves to explore. He does not talk too much, as his mouth is made of a harmonica. But he always does like a minor illusion of like an automaton thing that speaks for him. His weapons are are literal instruments. He is a College of Swords bard. And he is excited to go on this adventure with everybody. But yeah, that's my character.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Orca. And last but certainly not least, we have Saturn. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Saturn. I am a Kenku Bard, College of Whispers. Kind of worked as a forger in the underworlds of Baldur's Gate, and then kind of lost it one day and just released information about people he made some forgery stuff for that he probably shouldn't have. They got caught. They all kind of knew who in the information line probably released it. So got the heck out of there and just booked it to wherever he could that was not Baldur's Gate. And from there, kind of ran into a few people who would give him a second chance. And he's trying to, live a better life. Not sure where that will go for himself, but hopefully it's better.
We love that for him.
It was lovely to meet you, Saturn. I'm glad you're coming around on the criminal coin back to the other side. Excited to see how that turns out for you. As I stated, this is a one-shot. Everybody's level 3. So just for a quick recap of the backstory on how they all met. There was a retired adventurer by the name of Namfoodle who has the D&D version of TED Talks, where they go to different cities and they display some of the artifacts and treasures they've collected during their adventuring time. It's kind of like also a mild recruitment for the Adventurers Guild in Waterdeep, where he comes and talks, says how great it was, how dangerous it can be, but then people do tend to sign up to the Adventurers Guild. During his talk in Waterdeep, one of their items was stolen, and the party noticed a little bit of information during the theft. Namfoodle came up to them afterwards, introduced them to each other. They kind of corroborated their stories, and he tasked them as their first assignment to find out who took his item and return it to them, which they were successful for doing. So you will see that they have acquired some items on the course of their journey already. He also sponsored them to join the Adventurers Guild, and this game is their first official mission for the Adventurers Guild, which, as I stated, is called The Tale of the Puzzled Man. The rumors have been spreading. There's a small village west of Highmoor named Verily on the edge of the Misty Forest. A nondescript farming village of no consequence. It's not a main thoroughfare. You wouldn't stop there if you were traveling anywhere. It doesn't produce enough resources to garner the attention of the local lords and lands of, hey, give me all your resources and I'll give you whatever. Just a small self-governed farming village. But they're reaching out for help as something is happening in town. They've noticed over the past several weeks that their local cemetery has been robbed. They went to do a service one day and they saw several graves had been overturned, and upon investigating they found that at least 6 bodies have been stolen from the cemetery, including one that was just interred less than 2 weeks ago. They are very simple-minded folk. They're very superstitious, and while they have prayed to their various deities for help and assistance, nothing has come up as of yet. So they have reached out to the Adventuring Guild. They have promised 100 gold pieces for the people or person that can help solve this mystery for them, and relieve them of this curse, as they're calling themselves. The Adventuring Guild said to report to Liam, who is the local tavern master at the Fallen Crow in Verily. They're offering room and board for whoever is going to help them assist with this issue while it is figured out, and then they also have the purse once it's solved to reward the people that solve it for them. In that effect, we're actually going to pick up on the road to Verily. The party has been traveling for a couple days. From Waterdeep, it's about a 4-day journey if you're not pushing it. They have a cart and a horse by the name of Thundersparkle. That was one of their rewards from Namfoodle for returning his item to him. You guys have already been traveling for a couple hours, so it's probably about midday at this point. You know that if you keep your current pace, you'll get to Verily by nightfall. You can try and pick up the pace to get there before that, but if you just keep your steady pace right now, it'll be nightfall by the time you get there. The journey thus far has been very standard. You've passed a couple other travelers and merchants here and there, but as you've gotten closer to Verily, those passings have lessened. You're now pretty far down south on the Sword Coast, and you've now started to head east back inland towards Verily. And we'll take it from there. Would anybody like to... Is there anything you guys want to ask me and you want to ask each other?
Do we know if there is any effect of arriving to our destination before nightfall?
There wouldn't be any, the tavern would still be open, at least for a few hours during the course of the night, because that's when everybody's done working. You're not sure what their operating hours are, but just getting there at nightfall, it wouldn't really have any negative effect. If you get there midnight, that could be a bigger issue, but just at nightfall, which is probably going to be about 7 in the evening, probably wouldn't have any negative effect on you getting to the tavern, being able to explore the town a little bit.
Okay.
Orca's playing music in the wagon the entire way there.
Nice.
Very cool.
Benedict?
I think Benedict is just sort of reading. He's got a massive tome that he has no business bringing on a journey like this. Says something to the effect of, on the topic of the history of ethical philosophy, something like that. And he's just pouring through it. He has not looked up for the last hour. This is riveting stuff.
I think in
Chapter 3006.
I think in a similar fashion, Valerian is sitting next to a window, and he is looking out, and he has his notebook, and he is writing.
Okay. Saturn?
Okay. Saturn's gonna get stir crazy sitting with all these and saying nothing. Benedict, is there not? You have such a big book. Is there nothing you could tell us about it?
Well, you see, I have studied for many years to understand this term. What's your background in philosophy?
Nothing.
Right, I see.
Okay.
In that case, no.
So much shade.
And he goes back to reading the book.
Riveting stuff.
Oh, quite.
Regardless of the tale of your family, I heard they are quite well known.
Valerian, being asked about his family, kind of like steers him from his writing trance, and he is looking a little bit triggered for being asked about his parents or about his family, which is currently just his parents, because he is an only child, and he is kind of like, he answers, they're okay, they're healthy, like they're fine.
Okay. The most talkative bards ever. Orca, play us away into the nights, if you will.
Bring, bring, bring.
Orca is just playing.
Look,
Orca is
I would
just
talk.
playing-
I would talk, but my book is extremely interesting.
Evidently not so interesting as to share.
Orca fully playing music. The automaton just resting on his shoulder.
Seeing as Saturn is trying to make conversation and like realizing that the question wasn't like to poke, but just to kind of like make conversation, I will raise my eyes from my journal, and I will like look at Saturn. What's your favorite food?
Well, peanuts.
Peanuts.
Just peanuts.
Just peanuts.
Saturn
They
is
sit-
Kenku. That makes sense.
They sit for a long time. They don't go bad very easily, and they stay tasty the whole time. And you can just keep them on your desk and just keep reverting, keep grabbing. No one really talks about it. It's great. Peanuts.
Can I interest you in the magical almonds?
Sounds bougie.
Too high class for Saturn.
Either almonds or try pistachios sometime. It's going to be very, very good.
It's too many syllables.
Benedict looks up from his book. Well, you see, the great warlock Descartes once spoke as if nothing, no sensory inputs can be perceived as real because all your senses can be decepted. So, do you like any of these foods, or do your tongue simply not work properly? And this to him is like casual conversation. So he's just like he just like looks up, said this, and then went back to his book completely without any break at all.
I think Saturn broke.
I think Saturn and I are looking at each other like and squinting.
It's like
Benedict is
peanuts.
completely oblivious.
The
He has
others
gone back to his
sound
book.
weird.
As you guys are making some idle conversations, Saturn's trying to reach out for friendship and is just getting swatted away by everybody because they're all absorbed in their own mind. You've all noticed that the cart has kind of pulled itself to a stop. Thundersparkle is smarter than your average horse, so nobody was up front like manning the reins. You can just kind of tell him where to go, and he will get to there as best as he can. But he has stopped his progress, but you all know also that it's like lunchtime. you definitely haven't got to Verily yet, but the cart and horse has stopped for some reason.
I think I'm looking out from the window. Am I seeing anything if I do this, like to look at the front of the carriage from the window?
Yeah, you see a large hulking hobgoblin standing in the middle of the road with a great sword on his back, and you see a few. Actually, give me a perception check. We'll get this started properly. Give me a perception check to see all that you see.
Okay.
First roll.
First roll.
Orca goes dun dun dun.
It's a 6.
Oh, not a great first roll. Okay.
We're gonna survive this journey.
What's the total on that then?
Let me see. 6 and perception plus 4, so 10.
10 is very average. You see, as I said, you see the giant hobgoblin in the middle of the road. You are able to also see 2 goblins probably about 10 feet behind him. They all have weapons. They are not currently drawn. The goblins have little short swords on their hips, and the hobgoblin has, like I said, a great sword over his back. Thunder Sparkle has stopped about 35 feet away from the hobgoblin, and as you peek your head out, he says, "Right, well, if you're gonna head your way to Verily, you gotta pay the toll. It's a 1 gold per person, and you can be on your way."
Okay, I think I will convey what I've just been told to the rest of the group, and then I will go out to meet the person outside the carriage.
Tell them they have to pay us the toll. It's 1 gold per person, and we can move on.
Orca's automaton is like
Ask them on what moral grounds they claim.
Orca's automaton.
On what moral grounds do they claim they can charge us such a toll?
Such a toll. Is a minor illusion. Orca's automaton is a minor illusion, so can't really like bump into the head of Orca to get him to be like, "Hey, stop playing your instrument right now." But is repeating what is being heard in the room and is like, "Toll, toll, toll."
Goss, your telephone is just a parrot.
Playing. Yes.
Yes, we
Okay.
get it, thank you.
Orca stops playing and is like, is looking confused. Like, why am I? Orca is not very smart. But yeah.
I think I go out, and then I will ask the nice hobgoblin. I will ask, what is the toll for, please? Can you explain the toll for the travelers? Who is collecting the fee?
We're collecting the fee because Verily ain't safe no more. People have been snatching bodies, the whole town's cursed. So we got to make sure we keep track of everybody that goes there, and we have to pay for those resources, ink, paper, that costs money. We got to pay somebody to keep track of everything. So that way, if you go to Verily and you don't come back, we can notify your next of kin, things like that.
Okay. So you're in luck because we're on our way to Verily as well. And we are on our way to investigate the same thing you are trying to protect us from. So would you please kindly let us help you, and we can be on our way to Verily.
The best way you can help me is by helping yourself. Like I said, it's 1 gold per person. We have operating costs we gotta take care of, things like that. But it's just you and your horse, so it's 1 for you, 10 for the horse.
10 for the horse.
Oh, I did say it was 1 per person. I mean, I like horses, but horses ain't people.
Do you think Thunder Sparkle is not a person?
Is that the name of your horse?
Yes. My horse is a person. He has a personality.
Give me a persuasion check.
Sure.
Could I sneak out of the cabin or the cart and just hide behind?
I just rolled a nat 20.
Hey!
Oh my god!
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Come strong. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
So that's 27.
So not only does the hobgoblin now think that Thunder Sparkle is a person, they know in their deepest of hearts that Thunder Sparkle isn't just a person. Thunder Sparkle might possibly be the person. This would be the like proto person that every other person has been built off of throughout the ages, and they just kind of stare at Thunder Sparkle and just start to weep. And okay, the horse can go for free. He's so beautiful. Saturn, you're doing something?
I wanted to just kind of sneak out of the cabin and prepare a crossbow in case this goes south.
Yeah, you can go ahead and give me a stealth check. I will give him a perception check at disadvantage because he's fascinated by the majesty that is Thunder Sparkle the person.
22.
Oh yeah, that's you. Like the door to the carriage barely opens as you just like slip out. Are you gonna try and make your way to like the tree line, or are you just gonna like hide under the carriage and just train ready in action in
Right
case something
underneath
goes
the
right?
carriage.
Okay.
Yeah, just ready
Okay.
across the bow.
So I will be like, so thank you for acknowledging Thunder Sparkle's personality. It's very kind of you. Now, please, I am one of the Neverwinter 9, and I'm on a secret mission, and I would like passage, please. And this is something that I can compensate you if you don't waste any more of our time.
Give me an insight check as you say Neverwinter.
Okay. I'm not a very insightful person, but that's fine.
I roll
That's a 10 on the die, plus 4, 14.
Saturn, you can also roll, yeah, since you're out there watching this happen.
It's 19 plus 6, 25.
Nine?
Yeah.
Wow.
Valerian, you notice with a 14, almost like a pallor of fear washes over his face real quick. As you mentioned, Neverwinter. Saturn, you see with a 20 whatever, good lord. When Valerian mentions being part of the Neverwinter 9, not the 9 part so much, just Neverwinter, it goes from like casual thieving on the side of the road to this is probably about to pop off. There's something this person really doesn't like about Neverwinter, and mentioning that to them kind of threw any sort of ambiguous pleasantry out the window. And you can see that his sword hand kind of starts to twitch, like he might draw steel soon. And he says to Valerian, so the best way you can compensate me is with the 1 gold fee. Thunder Sparkle is a person, I'll accept that. 2 gold. 1 for you, 1 for the horse.
Okay. Do we actually want to... I mean, I do have money. Doesn't really...
Yeah.
Do we want to save our strength for...
It's just a measly
Yeah.
1 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2
Okay,
gold.
so I'll pay the fee.
Okay. That'll be 2 gold.
Do I put that... do I change it anywhere on my character sheet, or is that something I just need to remember?
If you go to... Well, your character sheet
Inventory.
doesn't say you have any gold. Why don't you have any gold? Oh, we must not have added that. Because everybody got some gold to start as well.
30.
Yeah, so just
30
write down
gold
that you have
pieces.
28 for now.
Yeah, and I remember us having a conversation about me actually being the person who is sponsoring this entire trip. So,
Yes, so you do have some old family money as well. I don't remember what that amount was offhand, but it'll be fine. The room
Fix
and
the
board
boat.
is free. You guys have some basic gold for, like, you're going to a farming village. You can do some shopping, but, like, they're not going to have, you know, like, fancy weapons and things like that there.
We'll fix it in post.
Exactly, yeah. The hobgoblin reaches out a large hand for the 2 pieces of gold. You give them to them. He puts it into his pouch, says, right, well, pleasure doing business with you. Hopefully you make it to Verily and back safely, and we don't have to notify anybody. And he steps off the side of the road.
With my earlier insight, they are just going to let us through here, or do you want me to roll a new one?
Give me a new one.
Okay.
Can I roll too?
You can give me a perception check.
Okay.
It's a 16 plus 5, 21. Or
Jeez.
plus 6, 22.
Oh my god, I rolled another nat 20.
I call hacks.
Oh
I will
gosh.
show you. I will show you.
So with another nat 20 from Valerian within the first 30 seconds of playing this game. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, not again.
Valerian, you notice that the 2 goblins that were behind the hobgoblin have disappeared off into the brush. One has gone on either side of the trail, and with a natural 20, you see that there are an additional 2 goblins on the side of the trail as well, for a total of 4. The hobgoblin in front of you has put, like I said, he took the gold from you, put it in his pouch, and stepped off to the side, but you see that he has stepped to the side where the door to the cart is. What was your... You did insight?
22.
Insight?
22 insight, yeah.
You feel, with a 22 insight, the hobgoblin has allowed the cart to pass, but you've also seen that there's more than just the hobgoblin out here.
Okay.
But they have stepped out of the way, and once Valerian's back in the cart, Thundersparkle can continue on.
So are we being hacked right now? I feel like we're being
I think we're safe to pass here, assuming no one else gets seen from inside the cart. So everyone just has to lean back and not be.
Okay,
show
you
their
know
face.
what? I'll send a message to Citern, and I will be like, I'm going to go into the cart. Will you stay out here while we pass through? Like on the carriage, but hidden.
That sounds fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure you tell the other 2 to keep their heads down and not be seen.
Yeah, so I will convey that to Orca and Benedict
Hide.
as I go into the carriage.
Then he instantly looks up from his book. What? What's going on?
Okay.
Double message from me and or Valerian just.
Just hurried whispers. All right, so you're staying.
Well, oh, right, you don't have to
You're
shout.
staying under the cart as it starts to move.
I suppose I am. Yes.
Okay. Give
This
me
can't go badly.
a. What skill would be most appropriate to hold on the bottom of a cart?
Strength. Maybe.
Give me either strength, athletics, or acrobatics.
Let's see. I think I'm bad at all of those.
The one you're least bad at.
Yes.
Full bard party here.
Okay, so the choice is a 1 in athletics or a 2 in acrobatics. So,
Oh no!
so
You got
also I
this.
could just try and walk along with the cart, just
You're just
quiet.
gonna try to
Yeah,
like walk in the
yeah,
shadow
let's-
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's only going 30 feet, right? That's my move speed.
yeah.
I mean,
let's
it's walking slow enough that you can keep up with it, so like you don't have to dash after it. But I was assuming you were gonna try and like hold on to the bottom of the carriage.
I
don't
mean,
have that.
I don't want Citern to jeopardize his safety.
I wouldn't believe in my upper body strength for this.
Okay, then try and give me a stealth check to just like walk in like the shadows of the wheels underneath the carriage.
Fought hard, got that extra +1 for a +3. Ooh, that's a 13.
Let's give a perception check. It was 14 on the dice. So
Tell me you have a minus, please.
I don't believe so, but let me double check. +0.
Add a -1, please.
It still would be meets it, beats it.
Yeah, like you make it about 15 feet, and
Sure.
the hobgoblin says, "Hey, hey, hey! Is this somebody underneath your carriage?
No.
Then who just said no?
You?
Right. Well, I did just say no, but who just said no before I did?
I still think it's you.
You got a talking carriage?
Are you a talking person?
Yeah, I'm a person. I talk.
Doesn't seem that interesting, is it?
Oh, that hurt. I mean, most people talk. Sometimes people just don't listen.
That's profound.
Well, maybe most cards talk and you never listen.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. I've had so many carts in my day. Maybe they did talk, and I just wasn't listening. Give me a persuasion check. No, give me a deception check.
Can I? Actually, I'm not there, but I wanted to give the help action.
Yeah, you managed to sneak your way back in the cart, and Orca and Benedict have not been seen yet.
Okay, 17 plus 6. 23.
Wow.
So not only has this hobgoblin just had his mind
You're
blown about
shattering
Thunder
this guy's
Sparkle
sense of reality
being
today.
the original concept of a person, but now they fully believe that not just this cart talks and has some sort of sentience, but also maybe all carts, maybe every cart ever has also spoken. And just like you said, they just sometimes people talk and people don't listen, but maybe this cart talks. And just this is the first time somebody's actually listened to it. The hobgoblin starts walking next to the cart and just starts regaling the cart with its life and all these other carts that it had, and how, I mean, I broke a cart. Did it hurt the cart? Did it have feelings? And it just the whole worldview of this hobgoblin has changed in the last like 45 seconds, twice. And like it's now walking next to the cart and having this conversation with the cart / Saturn about how are there other things that, you know, have I just not been listening hard enough? Should I listen more?
Well, that would be a good place to start. It's always good to start somewhere, even if you never were before.
He runs off the path, grabs onto a tree, and just starts whispering to it with his ear pressed up against it.
He's gonna grow up and become a fine druid, learn to speak with plants.
Yes, I was just about to say he's gonna learn to speak with plants at some point.
The goblins that were lying in wait are completely flabbergasted by what is happening and are too confused to attack the cart. They just kind of look at their boss that is now literally a tree hugger, and as the cart rolls off into the distance, they just like, they have like bows and arrows out, just like and you are able to continue on your way,
To Ver.
unrobbed any more than Valerian's 2 gold pieces. Go ahead and mark down inspiration for that, Saturn. That was hilarious.
Oh my gosh,
That's amazing.
amazing!
The entire segment, like where you shatter his worldview, is totally going to be a segment from this entire one shot as a separate video. I can already see it.
Yes.
That was good.
Look, man, I'm meant to be the one shattering people's perceptions of reality. Okay, I got to step up my game.
Was that philosophy, Benedict?
Was it?
What exactly do you know of philosophy again? Remind me, Stern.
Still nothing. You refuse to teach.
Yes, that checks
Ooh.
out.
That was a little burn from Saturn.
Well, perhaps, Stern, you need to be proactive in your learning.
I did. I asked you. I don't know how to be more proactive than to ask the person themselves.
That's very true.
True.
All right. He okay. So Benedict shuts his book Actually, he like flips back to the very first page, which takes him like a solid minute or so, and then he hands it to Saturn and says, "All right, then go on." Yeah,
I'll start reading.
he's got a
Okay.
mage hand out, like flipping it all the way back. Yes, you do that.
What was the name of this particular philosophy book?
On the topic of the history of ethical philosophy.
On the topic of the history of ethical philosophy. Wow, that is so much pedantry in the title alone.
The that's just the title. There's like a subtitle, and then like a few like quotes of other authors who recommended it. The author's name has like 3 different letters in it before the actual
Nice.
name. And the actual text is so small that you sort of need to squint to start reading it.
That's why
When
they
you
all
bought it,
have
did
this,
it come with a magnifying glass?
Yeah, magnifying glass.
Yeah, Benedict reaches in. He's like, "Oh, you'll need this," and hands him like a little monocle. It's the same monocle as he's got.
Nice. All right. So Saturn starts reading their very first philosophy book, and Benedict immediately pulls out another philosophy book that's probably the same size and starts going through that one. You guys carry on your way the rest of the journey. You notice now that with that stop there, there's no more traffic. People have just stopped coming to Verily. Most likely turned away by the bandits there. But the rest of the journey to Verily is just you and the horse. And it starts to get darker, and you arrive shortly after nightfall to... And I will switch the map now.
Before we actually move into the map itself, I have a question.
Yes.
As we move past those hobgoblins and start moving closer to Verily, can I make a perception check? Or maybe is there anything we notice outside about like the environment, like what's changed? Is there anything that we can notice that changed around Verily itself before we even get to the village itself?
Yeah, everybody can go ahead and give me a perception check.
Cool. 14 plus 4, 18.
18.
That is a nat 1.
Oh, you are engrossed with your book.
4 plus 1 is a 5.
15 plus 3, 18.
Yeah.
Okay, so Saturn and Valerian.
Nat 1 plus 2 is a 3.
Orga's playing music and Benedict's just reading.
Yeah, it's like chill study beats right now. So like
Benedict looks
Benedict's
up
just
every
in
like
his
hour or
zone.
so.
Yeah, Benedict like looked out the window and then got back into his book.
I got bored 3 pages in.
Looks out the window.
Needed to look out the window.
3 o'clock, and then looks back.
The automaton was just bouncing on Orga's shoulder, just not paying attention. Just bouncing to the music.
Valerian and Saturn, you both had very good rolls. There isn't anything odd that you've noticed outside of outside of the lack of any other travelers on this road. There's not a lot to begin with, and the road does get a little more unkempt, and it's a little more rocky and off-roady. It's not like a road that's maintained by like the big cities of the Sword Coast or anything like that. So it slows you down a little bit, but not enough to actually like hinder your progress. There's no like the weather. It's a nice like crisp autumn day, so there's like a nice breeze coming through, and like this as the sun is setting, it is starting to like get that nice orange and red hues as a nice like almost like a burning sky sunset effect going on. But you don't notice anything off outside of the lack of travelers.
Okay. I notice Saturn also looking out the window as we continue, and I'll ask Saturn, what do you think happened in Verily?
Well,
Dun dun dun.
you know, look, I spent the whole life in big city, small villages. weird. I hear nothing but tales. So, steal bodies? I don't know. Necromancer?
So when he says necromancer, I'm like it looks like there is a shade of like old memories on Valerian's face, and he will be like, it's kind of like I'm reserved a little bit, and then I will say, I think in big cities there are a lot of other terrifying things than a lone necromancer. In a village, yeah, you're right.
What's your best theory?
Not sure yet. What I do want to do is see the people left in Verily, and if we can glean some information from them.
Agreed.
Valerian and Saturn, as you're having this conversation, both of you give me history checks, please.
Okay. 18 on the die, plus
Jeez.
2, 20.
Nice.
Dirty 20.
16 total.
Does Cesar get any bonus from my amazing history book?
You
because
could
it's about
offer your help.
it's about the history of philosophy. In this context, no.
You rolled a natural 1 on perception. You hear this conversation.
Oh, no, he was asking if his philosophy book helped you out at all.
I said I got 3 pages in and got bored.
Valerian and Saturn,
Didn't even get to the interesting part.
you know that every major city has a history of grave robbing, but as far as like the actual theft of a body, that's a big no-no, like across the board. Even like Valerian, you're from a more wealthy family, so like you haven't really dabbled with like bad people, thieves, crooks, things like that. Saturn, you would know a little bit more about this, and like a few people that have done grave robbing, but like they take the valuables but leave the body. It's just like it's almost like an unspoken rule of, regardless of who you are as a person or what you believe in, a dead body is something that's still sacred to somebody. So like I said, they've taken the valuables but they've left the body. In Verily, the whole body has been taken. So this is something that you don't really have a frame of reference for, since it's usually been, like I said, just like the grave robbing, not the actual taking of the body. You don't really have an idea on what or who could be behind something like this, but you're both very intrigued by what the reasoning might be.
So in terms of like the term grave robbing, we mean like opening up a grave and seeing like valuables inside, and that's what the robber takes, but leaves the body, right?
Yeah, they'll crack open the coffin, and like, oh, there's some fancy rings or jewelry, maybe even like nicer clothes. They'll take that, but they'll leave the body.
Cool.
From what the notice said to the Adventurers Guild, it was like the whole body was taken.
Okay.
So it could be something.
The whole body and the valuables, or
The notice just
the
said
body?
the whole body.
And I will look towards Benedict, who now joined our conversation, and I will say, remember that this is a village of poor people. There aren't any valuables.
poor people?
Yeah.
What is poor people?
Oh.
So just silver, maybe. low grade sapphires.
They're
perhaps,
the
that
people
sort?
that you don't make eye contact with. That's what poor people are.
I mean, I will try to like. Valerian is the kind of person who is always like connected to people, even though he is a noble in Neverwinter. He never passes on a chance to talk to someone, a complete stranger, and seeing Benedict say that kind of like makes him like look at you, Benedict, kind of weird in a way that like I don't understand what this means. Essentially, that's the kind of look you get from me. Like what?
Benedict has spent a lot of his life in his personal library, so
Doesn't really
these
interact with people.
these peasants are not the sorts he has experienced mingling with.
Okay. You guys have that conversation about, social hierarchies and like monetary restrictions that people get set upon them. Benedict is in his like glory about how social constructs are things that are put onto us by different philosophies, and philosophies put onto us by things that are different social constructs. And I think you all learn a little bit about something, as how life is viewed differently from different ways of life. Orca being not quite a person, but like some sort of sentient being, has a vastly different outlook than the rest of you. Orca doesn't have to eat, sleep, doesn't get tired.
Wow.
And you all kind of realize that
I could read so many books if I didn't have to sleep.
Orca has like a +0 to wisdom and intelligence. So Orca is just like, he's just making music and doesn't know about anything that's going on, but looks curious about it, but he has no idea.
While we're talking, do we still have Orca play music in the background?
Yes, Orca is definitely playing music in the background constantly. I am just not going to play it over everybody talking, but he is definitely playing it in the background.
Do you tune your music to our
Benedict's lo-fi study beats
to
are
our
still going.
emotions? Like, do you tune your
Yes.
like?
Yeah,
when
you guys start talking about like less well-off people. Orca kind of drops it down to like more somber tones, like, oh, some people don't have money for food all the time. And just like, Benedict, go ahead and mark down inspiration for your "I would read so many books if I didn't have to sleep" line. That was fantastic.
The telephone is like, poor people sad. Poor people sad. Sad poor people.
Well, have they considered simply not being poor?
That's a whole different conversation, Benedict.
Listen, this isn't Dimension 20. Capitalism's not the bad guy.
Oh no.
It's always the bad guy.
Always the bad guy.
Always the bad guy.
Not
You
yet.
tried to tax us, just trying to go into town. It's already the bad guy.
It's already the bad guy.
Yep.
You guys have this conversation while Thunder Sparkle continues on their journey. At this point, it's now dark, and the road kind of smooths out a little bit more as you actually make it to like the actual like town parameter of Verily, and we will switch maps so you guys can see what Verily looks like.
Ooh.
Fancy map.
Well, thank you. This is the town of Verily.
Ooh.
You are coming in from this southern path here. The town, like I said, it's a very simple farming town. Thatched roofs, like clay and stone buildings. Very simple way of life out here. Excuse me. You see a sign rather, for the Fallen Crow, which is this building here, which is where you're supposed to go to meet your contact. The rest of these look like very standard houses, and it now being dark, you can't really see outside of like the the town borders. There are several torches burning, but you don't see a lot of people out on the street at night. And you go to the Fallen Crow, and are you guys just going to go to the Fallen Crow, or is there anything else you want to check out in town before you get to the Fallen Crow?
As we enter town, do we see anything that gets catches our eye as we?
We can go ahead and give me more perception checks. Cool. I believe Valerian and Benedict are humans, so you don't have dark vision. There are torches burning, so I'll say you just go ahead and roll straight.
Okay,
Perception,
so
right?
Perception.
I rolled 18 on the die, so that's
I also rolled 18 on the die.
yes, 22.
22. Okay.
19.
19.
I roll a 7 plus 2 is 9.
Benedict is so engrossed in his book.
So engrossed.
I rolled a 6, and the book put me to sleep.
I think he looked up like a minute or so after the cart stopped. Benedict looked up like a minute or so after the cart stopped.
Everybody's already
like,
out.
Oh, we're here.
I rolled a 6, and Benedict's book put me to sleep. Like, I just tried to read more, fell asleep.
Where did Brew
go? Does anybody have dark vision?
I do not. Let's see. We have 2 humans.
2 humans. So I know you. I've never played with a Warforged before, so I'm looking at your character sheet right now. I don't believe so. Wow.
I don't think so.
This is gonna be great for you guys.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Did I add torches to my inventory?
This is a very simple, rustic town.
I'm on 9.
It is still a little odd that even after dark, you don't see anybody on the streets. With a 19 and over 20, you pull the cart up to the Fallen Crow, and even from outside, you hear the lack of... there's no sounds. You hear some sounds coming from the Fallen Crow, but for the only tavern in a small town, you don't hear the level, the volume you would expect. You hear a single chair scrape in the couple minutes it takes you to tie up the horse and start to go inside.
The lack of civilization.
What's that?
The lack of civilization, people around life.
Basically, yeah. You can the city is still lived in. There's tracks and footprints, all over the roads and things like that. But it seems like once darkness hit, instead of going out and doing your normal nighttime activities, going to, I don't know, flirt with the blacksmith, go to the tavern for a drink, what have you, the town just shut down.
Cool.
You guys, yeah.
So outside of that,
Do the poor people not have night lives?
Did you?
So outside of that, we don't really see anything else.
I will have you know, I spent many amazing nights reading books.
What a life.
Yeah, you see several houses, small businesses and things like that, but there aren't any people within your immediate vicinity as you approach the Fallen Crow.
Okay, so for me, the first priority as part of our part of our mission, I will look for people. So I will head into, I will look at you guys, and I will go into the tavern, marking that I'm going in.
Orca is playing creepy music right now.
You start to head into the Fallen Crow. The door swings open easily, and it's a very standard setup tavern. Several wooden tables and chairs, a decent length of bar, and behind the bar you see a human man. He has deep red, almost auburn hair that comes down to about shoulder length, very wavy, and he has a very tight shaved goatee. his very tight-shaved goatee, and he's just kind of sitting at the bar. You see that he's writing something. It's almost like he's taking inventory. He writes down something, looks underneath the bar, writes down something else. He hears the door swing open and looks up. He's like, "Ah, welcome to the Fallen Crow. Are you from out of town or just traveling through? What's going on? How's it going?"
Yeah, we're coming to visit. And then I will gesture to the door behind me and like let all of you go in.
I'll stay with the cart, but yeah.
Yeah,
Or
whoever came with me, like I will. Like,
I came with you.
There you go.
Quaint little building you have here.
My automaton is like, no people? Why? No people?
Right. Well, about that. So, our town's been kind of cursed lately, and it's kind of scared most of the locals to hiding after dark. I keep my bar open just in case anybody would like to come in and have a drink, but past couple of weeks, you've just seen less and less people coming in. So I've just been kind of hanging out here taking inventory every night, and the inventory doesn't really change. Sorry, my name's Liam. I run the Fallen Crow. This is my establishment. Welcome. Can I get any of you anything to drink?
I will walk up to Liam, like to the bar area where Liam is. I will pull a chair, sit down, and then I will toss one whole gold coin to Liam, and say, "Give me a drink while you tell me how I can help you."
He, like, you can see that he almost instinctively like goes to like snatch it, but like holds himself back for a moment and just like casually picks it up. Right, well, I can give you the finest of our ales or our meads. Which would you prefer?
Ale.
I'll get you an ale. And he grabs a mug from underneath the counter, starts to fill it up. So, I don't want to scare you off immediately, but a lot of people think that our town is cursed now, because there have been some thefts. And I use the term thefts very generously, as the thefts have involved bodies coming from the graveyard. We've sent a notice to Waterdeep to have somebody from the Adventurers Guild come and help us out, but as of yet, nobody has responded to my letter. I don't know if we didn't put a big enough purse on it. We're a small town, but we were able to scrape together 100 gold for whoever could help us out. And if that is you and your friend, and then also, I'm sorry, I don't know what you are, so I'll just call you a friend, looking at Orca.
Friend!
If you're able to help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. A lot of the villagers have said that they're looking to move away, which... like I said, we're in a very small town. We don't really have much in the way of income. Just a few farmers moving away will probably ruin the whole town. So we're kind of at our wit's end. If you could help us out, we'd appreciate it. Things kind of escalated the last couple of nights. This was after I sent my notice. Up until a few nights ago, there haven't been any deaths. But somebody had volunteered themselves for night watch duty. And they saw something at the cemetery, and it spooked them out so much that they came running back to town, having lost their torch somewhere along the way, and it looks like they tripped and fell, and then broke their neck as they fell and died. So the town itself hasn't really been like attacked by raiders or bandits or anything like that.
Ghosts!
But honestly, it could be a ghost. I have no idea what they saw in the cemetery. But, like I said, he was keeping night watch. Unfortunately, something spooked him. He came running to town, and we are set to inter him tomorrow morning in the same cemetery, which some people think is kind of bad taste, but we have nowhere else to put bodies.
When he says that the person fell and broke his neck, can I roll an insight check?
Absolutely, you can go for it.
I feel like he's lying. Okay, that's a 19 on the die.
Jeez.
And plus 4, 23.
You are certain that Liam is telling the truth.
Okay. Cool.
At least as far as what they know to be the truth. Like, obviously, if there was like some secret thing, this is the information that Liam is giving you is true to the best of their ability.
It's true. I don't want to like. It's true to this person.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. To the best of their ability, they are telling you the truth of the situation.
Okay. I will, as Liam explains, like goes into the details that we don't really care about, like the intern, interning the person tomorrow. I will put a hand on his shoulder and say, "It's okay. We are the people from the Adventurers Guild, and we're here to help you."
Right. I thought you had that look about you. You seem to be a little more prepared for things of this sort than some of the people that I've seen in town. So I thank you for coming all this way to Verily. As the notice said, I've got rooms for you, and he puts the gold coin back on the counter and slides it back in your direction. The room also includes free board, so you're free to drink here as well while you're helping us solve this problem.
Thank you very much. I will look at Orca, and I will like kind of give you a little look of like maybe play something nice because it's pretty empty here.
Starts to play a more light-hearted tune instead of the creepy one. Orca just nods.
A nice lively tune fills the tap room of the Fallen Crow for the first time in quite some time. One of the first things to stop here was like the local musicians packed it up and went home. And it feels nice, and you can see Liam just starts like kind of swaying along to the music a little bit. And he asks Benedict, "Would you care for a drink too, my friend? And do you," looking to Orca, "do you drink? Do you?"
Oh, I do not dull my mind with alcohol.
I've got fresh milk too, if you'd like some milk.
Milk will do.
Milk will do.
Get you some milk.
Milk will do. The automaton looks at the.
Sits down with a glass of milk.
I'm imagining that as you lower the glass, you have like this.
The mustache, the milk mustache.
It's all over like the moustache.
I feel like Benedict. So back in Victorian times, they had mustache guards for teacups. I feel like Benedict has that just always on him to put over any glass that he has to protect his mustache. So it's not no milk mustache.
Milk.
Absolutely.
Clean whistle.
Pulls it out of his jacket.
That's actually better.
Actually perfect. The automaton will look at the person offering the drink and the automaton says oil.
Oil. Okay.
Oil.
Well, right. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. You're kind of a machine type of thing. I don't have any oil with me tonight, but I can get some from the blacksmith tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow you can have a drink. Is that okay? I'm sorry, I don't know what you are, and I don't know how to serve you properly. I apologize.
Ghosts.
I don't have any ghosts to serve you either.
Ghosts. No people, ghosts.
Right.
Do you also have perhaps some hay for our person horse?
I don't quite know what that means, but yes, we can. We'll stable the horse for the night. That won't be an issue either.
Yeah. The horse's name is
the person horse.
Perhaps
not a person horse. The person horse.
Person horse.
The person horse.
Thunder Sparkle. And
that's truly the name of the king of all horses, Thunder Sparkle. That's a fantastic name. I will go tend to the horse. You enjoy your drinks, and I'll be right back. And he will head off outside to like decouple the horse from the cart.
Greetings.
I guess I suppose I shouldn't. I should have suspected a talking cart because you have some sort of machine in there. I'm just here to tie up the horse. I don't know what the cart eats or drinks. I can splash some water on the side of your carriage if you'd like.
If you'll have peanuts.
He reaches into a pocket and just has a handful of peanuts and just throws them at the side of the cart.
That would be great, thank you.
It's not a problem, cart. I shall call you cart. And he like warily, like keeping an eye on the cart the whole time, ties up Thundersparkle because I'm assuming you didn't get out.
No.
Okay, so you just start talking. He ties up Thundersparkle, gives him a quick brush, and there's like a trough of water and there's some hay, some oat for the horse as well.
Yay.
And then he goes to head back inside. Saturn, would you like to do anything else while you're still outside?
Oh, after he goes back inside, I'll climb out and get up on top of the cart and just keep an eye out, talk to the horse maybe, but that's about it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check. I will say the DC is 15, but you want a 20.
Okay. And with no dark vision, is there enough torchlight, or?
There's enough torchlight that it's not a disadvantage, but you also don't get any sort of advantage either.
Okay. Well, there's the bad roll of the game. So that's a 6 plus a 3. It's a 9.
It's a strange town you've never been in before. I mean, you've been to a couple different cities, so you know how cities work. There's buildings, people live in those buildings. It's just eerily quiet. Even for like a small off-the-grid farming town, you hear like the slightest of murmurs from your allies in the tavern. But in every other direction, it's just like you hear like cicadas and like nighttime birds, maybe a bat flies by or something like that. But it's, even with only a 9, it's very odd, the complete lack of like, I'm going to say this word incorrectly because I don't know if it's actually a word. The complete lack of like ambiotic noise. Like there's a couple of nature sounds, but even that it's like what you would like. It's a lot less than what you would expect. Being like this far out in the country, you know, the nature noises take over the city noises. But out here in this town, it's like everything's dropped off.
It's an illusion.
Could I spend my inspiration to re-roll that then?
You can, yeah.
Alright, I'm spending my inspiration to re-roll that. There we go. 13 plus 3, 16.
16 is much better. As you are noticing this lack of sounds, you do see that at the far north side of town, coming towards you, one of the torchlights is slowly getting bigger, and as it kind of breaks into the main section of town, you do see an armed, basically like a guard, like somebody doing like a night watch type of thing. They have a torch in hand, and they're just like walking down this main thoroughfare here, and just like heading towards, not like towards you specifically, just in your direction. Just keeping an eye out, making sure that everything is okay at night. Are you going to interact with them as they approach, or are you just going to hang out on the carriage?
If they get close enough, I don't want to shout at them from like far away, but if they do get close enough, I'll greetings, hello.
Yeah, it looks like their path is just they're going down like the main thoroughfare, so if you don't stop them, they'll probably just keep going to that entrance road you came in at. But yeah, as they get close, you say greetings, and they're like, oh, I've heard it. You're one of those bird guy things, right?
Yes, we call ourselves the Kenku.
Okay. I call myself Max.
I am Sitarn.
Max the Night Watch, champion of Verily. At your
Oh.
service, Max the Kenku of sitting on a cart.
Ooh. What feat of strength did you perform to earn such a lofty title?
I made my own sword. And
Oh,
he like pulls his sword out. Give me a perception check real quick.
18 plus 321.
This sword is the most generous way to describe this hunk of metal that he pulls out. It's like, so you know that there are certain weapons that are designed to be like curved and have like certain edges. This thing is curved not as an intentional design, just because they made their own weapon. They ain't great at it. So it's like they pull out this like, it's almost like a scimitar in like the bend of it, but it's folded like a regular longsword would be. It looks like somebody took a longsword and just went and then attached it to the hilt. This is definitely a self-appointed position. This person thinks that eventually it could become like maybe like a paid position by the town, and also that nobody else would take it, especially after the person died a couple nights ago. But Max is very proud of himself, and he's very proud of his like sword. That's just it's a very depressing sword, but they did make it themselves, so he's happy with it. And what brings you to Verily this fine evening?
Well, we heard something about some corpses being taken, and there was money involved, so we said, why not? And showed up.
That's the
We want to
perfect
help.
way to explain what we're doing here.
Perfect way.
So you hear about the grave thefts. Okay, I can see.
That's long and short of it.
Yeah, there haven't been any since I've been keeping watch, so I've been doing my job. You guys probably don't even need to be here.
Impressive.
I've taken over the investigation. So if you guys want to help me, I suppose you could help out a little bit. But I think we're well on our way to solving this mystery.
What leads do you have on where the bodies have gone?
They have gone somewhere.
Somewhere.
Interesting.
Broke the case. Case closed. Let's go home.
Well,
I mean, he's got this
He
handled
got this in
clearly.
the bag.
Saturn, with your passive insight, this is a very simple-minded, bored farmer that saw an opportunity to try and do something that sounded cool on paper. And like I said, they've self-appointed themselves the champion of Verily, because it gives them an excuse to not work the farm. If they're up all night keeping watch of the town, then they don't have to work the farm during the day. As far as doing any actual investigation, you feel like Max probably hasn't actually set foot in this graveyard since this whole thing started because he's too scared. With a passive insight of 16, it's all a front. They're acting big and brave, but like, it's like, don't ask me about the corpses, don't ask me about the corpses, don't ask me about the corpses. I don't know anything. I haven't done any actual investigation. I just walk around with this sword I made, telling people. If I tell enough people I am a thing, people will believe it. That's Max's whole thing right now.
Interesting. Well, I'll tell you what, if we discover anything, we will bring it your way. Perhaps compare notes, figure out more together than alone.
As the saying goes, more than one head makes work easier.
I'm not sure who says that, but that sounds good.
I mean, I said that.
Oh, the champion of Verily. I'll be sure to pass it along.
Well, I appreciate that, Saturn. It was very nice meeting you. I'm going to continue my rounds.
Yep.
And you see he walks up towards like the main entrance of Verily, doubles back a little bit, and then starts like going around houses and things like that. Back inside, unless there's anything else you'd like to do while you're outside, Saturn.
No, I'll keep an eye on his torchlight, just following it around what his route is, but other than that, no.
Okay. Back inside, is there anything you guys want to talk to Liam? Is there anything you guys want to do tonight? Or do you just want to like get some beds and take a rest for the evening.
So I will ask Liam, how was it in Verily before the entire thing happened? Like, what was the vibe of this town before?
Overall, I'd say the vibe of the town was just a pretty simple town. We had some travelers that would come through maybe twice a week, but we weren't really. There was really nothing of interest here for people to make it their way to stop here. It's usually like, oh, our cart broke down a few miles west. This is the closest town, so people do tend to end up here. We don't really see traders come through that often, maybe once a month. We do ship out some standard farm crops. We grow peaches and wheat, and we do sell that to some of the local lords around here. Um, Most of our business is sending stuff to Daggerford, which is a few days travel west of here. Uh, but we don't really have like a lord over us that could be giving us protection for something like this. But the whole vibe of the town is just, I mean, there's about 70 people here, so it's not a big town, but it's not like a small town. And we just, everybody knows everybody. It was super sad when Reese died a few nights ago, and it's going to be even sadder when we go to bury him tomorrow. But the town's a pretty standard town. We were built a couple hundred years ago or so, something like that. Founded by Lord Verily, but there hasn't been a Verily, like an actual Verily in town for, as far as I know, for at least 70 or 80 years. I'm not sure what happened to the last one. That was, I mean, I'm only 32, so that was before my time.
So Liam said the words that kind of like sparked a fire in my eyes, which were "everyone knows everyone." And once he says that, my mind starts turning, and I ask him, so before the problems with the graveyard started happening, were there any new people coming to town? Any new characters around that weren't there and kind of like maybe looked a little bit different, an outsider coming in? What can you tell me about the changes in the community before the graveyard thing happened?
I don't quite recall any real changes in the town before the grave robbing started. No, there weren't any new people. Um, yeah, there was nobody new came to town. There were some people that had some younger kids that talked about moving out of town, but I think they're still here. Um, but yeah, there really weren't any major changes beforehand. I guess the one big change uh, was the groundskeeper retired uh, about this wasn't, but this was probably about 3 months ago. Uh, he came into my tavern here, said he was retiring, and left. We still haven't properly replaced him, anybody, as the groundskeeper for the cemetery. Some of the farmers just kind of take it upon themselves to maintain the grass and things like that. But the last couple of weeks, nobody's really been in there due to everybody being too scared of the robberies.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions for people we should probably talk to tomorrow after we sleep in town?
Uh, I would say maybe head to. So the groundskeeper's name's George Staples. He had a small house on the edge of the cemetery. Maybe check out his place. See why he retired, I guess. He didn't really give us much information. He said he had he had a windfall of some money and was retiring. but I don't know of anybody else that you could really speak to that would have more information. The church, we aren't a really, we're not really a religious community, so we don't really use the church much. So there's no pastor there to speak to about the cemetery. We all just kind of, it's like a community property. We all kind of chip in and maintain it as best we can. We take turns on if somebody passed away. This person will dig the grave, this person will make a stone, things like that. But yeah, I say maybe check out the groundskeeper, check out George's house, and maybe take a look in the cemetery. You could go tonight, but all the robberies have happened that night, so you might want to wait until the day if you're concerned for your safety. I would prefer you guys wait until the morning, but obviously that's up to you guys. As the noble adventurers that are here to help us, I won't tell you what to do.
Okay, so I think before I will say what I want to say next, I will look at Benedict and Orca and say to both of you, do you have any questions that you want to ask Liam?
I'm curious if there are any patterns with those who have gone missing. Anything in common between them all?
Well, I suppose the one big thing that's in common between them all is that they're all dead. Some of them have been dead for quite some time. They've all been dead for several years. There weren't any fresh graves that were dug up. We didn't really spend a lot of time looking at names and ages, but they were all closer to the church, so we know that they were older bodies that were taken. Some of the stones are so old they were probably from the founding of Verily. It's hard, you can't really make out the inscription anymore.
I'm gonna do I want to do some kind of, just because my character has a minus, or not a minus, there's a +0 to wisdom and intelligence. So I'm just gonna roll a dice to see if my character would want to ask anything to be like.
Okay, go for it.
My character gets an 8. So I don't think my character asks anything. The automaton would probably too busy with music. But I think the automaton that Orca has is kind of stuck on the name Reese of the person that died.
Yeah.
And if anyone wants to ask about Reese more, they could. But my automaton is like, Reese died. Reese died.
Liam leans over to Benedict and Valerian. Is there enough button for your friend here? Because it's kind of depressing that they just keep saying Reese died.
I've been trying to find one. I don't know.
Just I don't want to be rude, but there's no social grace with this thing right here, and it's just. I knew Reese. It is sad, and now I have to bury my friend tomorrow. So if they could just turn it, is there
Reese's
a volume? Can we turn them down a little bit, or
Reese's ghost?
Last chance for anything you want to do at night, or you guys just gonna go to bed?
I said I made a mental map of Max's route, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, you want to keep track? I know you said you wanted to keep an eye on him. Are you trying to recall that for later?
Yeah.
Give me an intelligence check then.
Okay. Just
plain
intelligence.
Let's see here. You have perfect recall. That's just for sounds, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take your recall.
Yeah.
Sounds.
The mimicry.
Yeah, that's only for sounds.
So how about recalling where the sound of his footsteps came from?
It's a really quiet village.
In a really quiet village.
Give me.
But Orca is playing right next to me.
That is true.
Give me an investigation check, actually, not just intelligence.
Ooh, my best check. How come? Okay, 10 plus 7, 17.
Oh, gee, excuse me. Yeah, you. There's really nothing else to catch your attention out here this late at night, and you see Max does a pretty standard circuit, like where you are here at the Fallen Crow. He heads down to like the main entrance, and then he heads east to this section of houses here. Comes back to the main entrance, gives you a little nod, and like he like almost like forming an E in town. He like walks up and down the main thoroughfare, branches off to check on houses, comes back to the main road, branches off, comes back.
When he passes by, I'm like, 2 heads, Max, 2 heads.
You got it. It's a turn.
I'm gonna give Max an inspiration die.
Okay.
I don't know. This will come up later, but who's to say?
That's a D6 for you guys.
Yes.
Okay. And that lasts until he uses it, right?
Let's see. I think it's for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Creature can add. Okay, yeah, 10 minutes. Okay.
But I get it back on a long rest.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
I'm about to do so.
But are we though? That's the question I want to ask.
I'm sleeping on top of this carriage. You can get in trouble.
As Max walks past you again, you're like, "Hey, 2 heads," and you give him his little bardic inspiration. He gives you the double finger crossbows. That was probably the dumbest thing I think I've said in my entire life. Honestly,
so guns don't exist in universe.
Guns don't exist in universe, so it can't be double finger guns. So the double finger crossbows. Oh god.
Good thing no one's an artificer.
And then he takes back off towards where you originally saw him come in. Give me a perception check now, please, Saturn.
Okay. Oof. That's an 11. But let me see if I can do something with that. Let's see. Do I have I am not proficient in perception. All right, that's an 11.
Okay. You think you hear a cry of panic coming from the far end of town.
Okay.
And I repeat, are we though?
Looks like I'm the one getting in trouble. I'm gonna poke my head in the tavern and be like, heard a cry, I need your help, and then like take off.
Okay.
I'll
you
go
poke
out.
your head in, Liam looks towards the door, sees a giant bird head appear in the doorway, goes, ah! And then ducks behind the counter.
Deal with that later. And need you 3 now, please. And...
Benedict looks up, takes off his moustache protector, carefully puts it back in his pocket, and leaves his half-drunk glass of milk. Carefully puts a bookmark on page 392, about half the way into his book. And
I leave.
gets up.
I'm done.
All right. So Saturn...
One moment.
Saturn jumps in, asks for help from everybody else, and then starts to take off north towards the sound of the shout, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Would that have been in the direction Max went, or?
Yes. You're with 11. You're not quite sure who it was, but it was a masculine voice. Being the only person you saw at this hour was Max, you could probably assume that it's him, but you don't know until you get to where the sound is.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm trying to catch up to Saturn.
Okay. We'll say that everybody can kind of just like run up together.
Yeah.
Unless Saturn, you're really trying to get there before everybody else.
I mean, I did just take off as soon as I said we need help. I didn't.
So you sprint down the main road. Everybody is like piling out of the tavern, and they're behind you, but they're not like far.
Benedict's
so it's like
definitely
one
trailing
person,
behind.
2 people, and then 1 person. Okay.
I will send a message to Saturn as I see him getting away from me because I don't want to shout, and I will be like, try to approach. How do you say it?
Stealthily?
Stealthily, yes. Try to approach stealthily.
Of course.
Okay.
And
Yeah. Automaton is like, ghosts, ghosts,
I message Orca.
ghosts.
Stealth Orca, if you could. I know it's hard, but if you could.
Orca just starts yelling, "I am quiet."
Ghosts.
I'm gonna give an inspiration die to Orca as well. Just
How many do you
doesn't-
have?
Orca, you're telling Orca to be quiet, but Orca literally has tambourines as feet.
yeah, I know what I'm asking Orca, but if you could just try. And,
Yeah, I think we can be. I think we can be like telling Orca, maybe ambient music, please.
You got it, boss.
That was
Cricket
like the
song.
sounds of like just crickets or like nature.
Yes.
Just playing the harp.
Saturn, you take off down the main road. Like I said, there's torch lights all over the place, so like you can still see your normal amount. As you get towards the end of the road branches off. You see like a small church that hasn't been used in quite some time, and you see a fairly large cemetery. Like I said, this town's been here for a while, and they just kind of keep adding on to the size of the cemetery as just due to time people die. And there's a small house on the edge of the cemetery that it was probably the groundskeeper's house that you don't know about since you weren't inside for that conversation. But there's a small house and the graveyard. As you enter the graveyard, coming like sprinting towards you, you see Max just white as a ghost, terrified, sword long gone, just sprints right past you. They did use the inspiration die that you gave them to pass their dex check, so they were able to navigate through the cemetery without tripping over any tombstones or bumping into anything. Torch gone, so they're running in the dark.
You probably saved his life.
The DC was 15. He rolled a 14.
I mean, the last guy that tripped
so
over.
with your +2 from the inspiration die, he was able to pass his check to not run into anything in the graveyard.
Wow.
So
Put
yes,
to
he
good
did
use.
save his life.
Put to good use.
For that, you can have your inspiration die back, because I know you've already used it. Also, I do that very freely, so don't like hoard your... This isn't a video game where you have to hoard everything for like the last fight. Use your inspiration dice that I give you, because I give it back pretty easily. But Saturn, as you enter the graveyard, like I said, Max doesn't even notice you're there. Sprints right past you, heading back into town to what he assumes is some sort of relative safety.
Do we
give
three
me
see him?
Once he clears back into like the main road, you start to see him sprinting towards you as well. But at this point, Saturn has vanished into the graveyard. Saturn, I need a perception check, please.
I would message the others like, Max incoming. He is friendly.
Max.
As Max is coming, running straight us, I will like hold my rapier, and then I get the message, and then okay.
We'll keep this here.
That is a 9.
That's fitting because
You know what? Inspiration. I'm going to use the inspiration.
okay, go ahead and use your inspiration.
Need something better than 9. There we go. 16. That's better.
16 is better. It is still very hard to see because as you step foot, like actually break the threshold of the graveyard, you're immediately surrounded by this thick, encompassing fog, and you can see about 3 to 5 feet in every direction at this point. Even like the torchlight from the town behind you just like drops off as you cross over into the cemetery. You see Max sprint past you, and the fog kind of swirls up around him. And you slow down a little bit as you're now like walking through, it's a cemetery, there's going to be gravestones. Give me a dexterity check, please.
Okay. Just a plain dexterity check?
Yeah. This is to make sure you're not like tripping over anything or bumping into anything.
That's a natural one.
You get completely disoriented by this fog, and you look back to see where Max is gone, and just a split second too late, you turn back, and you just smack right into a large like tombstone. That is going to be 2 bludgeoning damage as your beak just kind of pwangs off of the tombstone, and you fall prone, and you are quickly enveloped by this mist. Valerian and Orca also arrive into the cemetery. Both of you give me perception checks, please.
Do you do that at disadvantage because of the fog?
Not just as of yet.
Okay.
What was the check again?
Perception.
Perception.
So 17 on the die plus 4, 21.
Jeez, okay.
I tell you, they mentioned 20 die.
Not a sponsor, but like, let's get in touch.
Not a sponsor, but hey, Sam, get in touch with me.
You rolled a 17 and I rolled a 16.
That's
So
good.
wild.
So what was your total?
So with my +1 to perception, it is a 17.
Okay. That is still good enough. You both hear a heavy smacking and then like a sound as you're fairly certain that was Saturn running into something.
I'm gonna make the noise of Max with my mimicry. I'm the champion of Verily. Verily.
You cross the threshold into the graveyard. You're surrounded by this fog, and again, you guys don't have any sort of extra vision, especially nothing like magical. So you're just encompassed by. It's almost like a thick soup. And I need both of you guys to make me dexterity checks.
As Saturn bumps into that thing, Orga's like, "Be careful!" Like the automaton is like, "Be careful."
Valerian, you can make this at advantage because you rolled over a 20 on your perception.
Cool.
A late warning.
So the first roll is a 13 on the die, and the second one is a 15 on the die, and it was what the check was?
Dexterity.
So +2.
17.
So 17.
Okay. Orca?
Yeah, that's a nat 1 on my dexterity.
Yes, join me. Join me on the floor.
All right, so
With
Valerian,
a +2, it's a 3.
Valerian, you see a gravestone appear in front of you. You're able to just like dodge around it, and you look back to warn Orca about some of these are like taller, bigger stones. And before you can get a word out, you just hear like a sound of a trombone being like trod upon, and there's like a brap as Orca smacks into another tombstone and falls prone, taking 3 bludgeoning damage.
So as Orca's running and telling me to be careful.
Yes. Orca themselves crashes into they smack into it and fall down right next to you. So like you're both on your back and you're able to just like, you too? Your first time? Yeah.
Tone's like, ouch.
So I see them. I see them both.
Ow.
I see them both on the floor, and I will be like, let's take a moment here to settle ourselves.
Yeah, Benedict, you approach the graveyard last, and you just hear like this cacophonous sounds of people running into things. You hear like a loud, well, I said squawk, but Saturn corrected me too. You hear a smacking sound, and then I'm the champion of Verily, and then you hear another smacking sound, and like the worst musical noise you've ever heard. And you just cautiously you slow down a little bit. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you enter the graveyard.
And an automaton saying "ow" constantly without stopping. Ow, 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 ow. Just broken record.
That is a 11 on perception.
Same thing. It's this swirling mist around you. You're able to kind of follow the trail, almost like the wind stream behind a plane. You can see where your friends have entered, so you kind of follow that same path, and you're able to pull up short as you spot the back of Valerian and then Orca and Saturn on the ground. So you don't currently have to make a dex check to smack into something because there's a pile of bodies in front of you already.
I
saved his fall?
Do I see anything I can mend on
Benedict
Orcas
sort of...
to make him stop saying "ow, ow"?
Ow, ow.
Give me an emotional speaking to a child check.
An emotional check.
I know you guys are only level 3, so you don't have like a lot of hit points, but like they smacked into something. It didn't like it's not gonna break them in half or anything.
Ow, ow,
So
ow.
is that like? Do I add anything to that roll?
Give me an insight check. Or no, give me performance.
Performance. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I have +5 to performance. Oh, 17 plus 5, 22.
Okay. What do you say to Orca to soothe them? Like, yeah, you're not like healing them magically or anything like that, but like, what do you say to calm them down?
I will do the same thing when I'm giving an inspiration die, but I'm not. In this instance, it won't be the inspiration die. It'll be Orca. Keep your wits about you.
Automaton, stop saying ow. Thank you.
So Benedict just runs in to these two on the ground and Valerian trying to calm Orca down, and he's just like, "What happened?
What does your philosophy say about running into
Are we
things?
good? Do you need a
Automaton
moment?"
is like, I'm smart.
It says you shouldn't do it, generally
I have
speaking.
wits. I'm smart.
So, to answer Benedict's question, nothing has
Right,
happened.
congratulations on that.
You guys, Orca and Citron stand up. You guys are all now together. Are you guys going to start to explore the cemetery? What do you would like to do?
I think the first thing I want to do is make a perception check around the area we are in right now. Do we see anything out of the ordinary in this cemetery?
Okay. So with the reduced visibility, you're only able to see 5 feet around you. That I won't call for a perception check just yet, but you see this fog. You still know like what the direction is you came from, and it seems that the tombstones around you are all facing, like the wording on the tombstones are facing the town. So you can assume that if you follow the path of, like the reverse of that path, I should say, you'll be able to like get at least one cardinal direction, which would be north.
Keep the text facing behind us.
Yeah. You can go ahead and give me a perception check at disadvantage if you would like.
Cool. Okay, so that's an 8 on the die and a 19 on the die.
Ooh.
So disadvantage, that's 8. Perception plus 4, so it's 12.
Okay. 12 is still pretty good. You're not able to see anything outside of the ordinary. The fog is really limiting your vision. So you kind of like take a breath and you center yourself. You tune your ears up a little bit, and you hear like a of the sound of like
Someone
a shovel
is digging
into dirt and being piled off somewhere else. With a 12, you're not able to ascertain what direction
I think while
any more than further into the graveyard.
So I think with that, hearing that noise but not knowing where it comes from, I will turn to Saturn, and then I will be like, "Hey, do you hear digging?"
Do I?
You can give me a perception check as well. Anybody can give me a perception check. And Benedict, you wanted to do something?
Yeah, I think while Valerian and Saturn are looking around, Benedict's gonna pull out a very different tome to what you've usually seen him use. He pulls out a more mystical-looking book and starts flicking through his ritual book from his ritual caster feat to try and cast detect magic. So this is going to take a while, but he's looking around and something feels off here. So
Okay. Oh,
10
that's
minutes or so, detect magic.
Casting as a ritual?
10 minutes
Ritual,
and 6
yeah.
seconds.
Yeah. I can't cast anything from ritual caster as not a ritual, so it's going to take 10 minutes for this, but
Okay.
maybe there's something magical going on.
Do you guys want to like how do you explain that to the party that like this is going to take me some time but I can do this, or are you just going to like try and like do it as you guys are walking around just like ritually from your book? Or
I think he's sort of doing it as they walk, like sort of he's very used to reading as he walks, so he's sort of like flicking through everything. He's like, one moment, if anyone tries to talk to him, just going through all of like the arcane writings and casting a spell. He isn't a wizard, and this is like wizard spells, so he's trying to remember everything about how to cast wizard spells from this.
Okay. What was your guys' perception?
Question for the
Go ahead.
DM. I just noticed that I have fairy fire. Is that something that can help us get more visibility?
That is probably something that can help you get more visibility. Let me see here. 24 cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet. Creature is outlined in the fail a dexterity saving throw. Attack roll. And just check the dim light for 10 feet.
Yeah, that's
okay.
going.
So you can cast that. I don't believe you can move it once it's cast.
Yeah, I think we probably want to know what we're up against and who's the person or thing that is digging. And once we get there, if that creature has sort of like a invisibility or anything that we don't see him properly, that maybe that can help us later. Okay.
But yeah, you can definitely cast that. So it covers an area. So it's basically like throwing a net. Anything in that net gets caught. Objects get lit up with the light, and then if there are any creatures, they have to make a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, they're also lit up by it, and then you get benefits to attack them.
Can I want to roll another intelligence check for my own character to see if he would be smart enough to be like, I want to try to read the names on the gravestones or something.
Okay. Go ahead and make that, and then Saturn and Orca, you guys also made perception checks.
Okay.
Were they at disadvantage or?
The perception checks were disadvantage, yes.
Okay, so an 8.
Okay. Valerian points out the sound, so you're able to pick up on that, but you're not able to really gain any other information than just the sound of the shovels.
I hear something. Not sure what. Or who.
Then Orca, you made your intelligence check.
Yeah, I got a 19. I rolled a 19 on the die.
Okay.
So I think Orca is looking at the names on the gravestones to see if it will help anything. Of course, there would probably be another perception check at disadvantage, right? Because of fog.
You can look at the ones like right around you.
Okay.
And get the names off of them. They seem like standard human names. The ones like in your direction have been dead for quite some time. Are you like heading towards the sounds of the shovel and looking at more gravestones, or how do you want to look at the gravestones as you're like, you want to just like look directly in like the line that you're in, or do you want to head towards the sound and also look at more gravestones?
I think my character literally cannot be stealthy at all, no matter how much he tries. So he's probably going to be going towards the sound of the person digging and trying to look at more gravestones. I want to know if Reese is on any of them. He was killed yesterday, I know that, but I want to know if he's on any of the gravestones as well.
No, Reese is supposed to be interned tomorrow morning.
Gotcha.
So if there was a Reese, you would assume it would be like a father or some other sort of familial connection like that. It wouldn't be the Reese that just died.
Reese's father is also named Reese. And his father is also named
Reese Sr. and
Reese's
Jr.
mother is also named Reese. And then Reese's grandmother is named Reese. All Reese's Pieces all the way down.
Reese's Pieces all the way down.
Got the city name?
Yes.
Verily?
Verily? Or the Reese's?
If I was Reese, I'd be mad.
Are you guys heading towards the sound of the shoveling?
I think I will turn to my friends and I will say, this is why we came here for. Digging, like a grave robbing is probably happening right now. So we need to be stealthy, but we need to approach this. What do you...
We collided with a rock and make lots of noise. I don't think stealth is an option.
Orca's already gone. Orca's already... The tambourines are already hitting the ground.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't want to split the party just to could it be like, could we do something where presumably me and maybe Citern or Benedict, just two of us go to approach where we hear the sound a little bit better, and try to be stealthy, and then come back if we like after we kind of gain intel on what we see.
So you want to leave Orca like guarding Benedict while he finishes this ritual spell, and then you
Yeah.
and Saturn sneak off to do a little more recon, and then come back.
Is it too far away? Like, do we feel that this is very far from where we are? The digging sound?
Shoveling sounds don't, like, it's a shovel in dirt. It doesn't travel far, so it wouldn't, like, you're not gonna, like, you didn't hear this from like a mile away.
Okay.
The cemetery is fairly large, but with like the dampening of the fog and the nighttime air, you feel like the shoveling probably wasn't that far away, at most 100 feet.
Okay, and we do have a message if anything comes up.
Correct. So
Yeah, the message or the thunderclap.
you hear the thunderclap come running.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys
You
are
hear the
able
message,
to
come walking.
go ahead and give me stealth checks, Valerian and Saturn. And then Orca, you can give me another perception check to keep your eyes around you for people around you.
That's not good.
Oh no.
Let's see. Stealth, right? So
Yes.
my stealth is
Valerian.
+1, so 8.
Oof. Okay. Saturn.
No.
Okay, so before I say anything, you have Kenku Recall. You have proficiency in 2 skills of my choice. Moreover, I can give myself advantage on skill checks I'm proficient with before rolling the d20. Before rolling the d20. Never mind. I'm doomed.
I will
It's
let
fine.
you do that
No!
post roll if you would like to, because it's a new skill.
I can do this 2 times for long rest. That is Kenku Recall, racial trait. And so redoing that stealth roll.
Okay.
Give me something better. It's not much better. We upgraded by 4 and got a 9.
All right, so
Orca's
both rolls
footsteps.
were under 10. Okay. Valerian and
Orca's
Saturn
footsteps.
break off from Orca and Benedict, which is probably good for those two because they're not the ones making noise because they're just hanging out while Benedict casts the spell. Valerian and Saturn start to head towards the sound of shoveling, and they hit every broken branch in the cemetery. At one point, Valerian like puts a hand on a tombstone to look around, and it like crumbles behind.
Valerian, we are only making more noise. I don't think stealth was
It's
ever an
really
option.
something
You start to
when you're
get
making more noise than Orca.
you start to get towards the sound of the shoveling, and it doesn't stop. It keeps going, and you get
Orca
close
collapse.
enough that you hear, like, the shoveling's like right next to you, and the fog does kind of clear out a little bit. I need you both to give me.
Uh-oh.
Valerian, just know, I meant nothing by it when I asked your family. I only wanted to make small conversation.
I know.
This is me giving you an inspiration die before we die.
Okay,
Inspiration die.
Before we die.
So I will look at Saturn, and I will like put my hand under his beak and be like put it up a bit and say, "Hey, keep your wits about you." And that's my inspiration for you.
All right, so you've given each other an inspiration die. Good job. The fog kind of dissipates a little bit as you get to this small clearing, and you see the closest one being about 20 feet away from you. You see a skeleton digging into old dirt.
Skeleton.
You can tell that it's old because like the grass is overgrown, like the same amount everywhere around you. And then beyond that, you see 2 more skeletons with one's got a pickaxe in hand and one has like a large bag, and they're just kind of standing watching the first skeleton as it starts to dig.
As we see that happening, I will look at what I'm seeing, and then like I will send a message to Benedict. Hey, buddy, how's that detect
One moment.
Uh,
Carry the 4.
Yeah, I would say at this point it's probably been about 10
One
minutes. So your detect magic is fully activated. It's a range of 30 feet.
Kind of.
But you know that Saturn and Valerian did walk away from you to do their reconnaissance. Are you guys waiting for them to come back, or are you gonna follow them? Orca makes stealth checks a disadvantage, but it is still possible.
I think once the message hits, Benedict tells Orca and like gestures to follow the two.
Okay.
Orca already went.
So you've got your detect magic up. Go ahead and give me a stealth check. Orca, go ahead and make me one at disadvantage if you're trying to be sneaky.
No, if I'm rolling stealth, mine is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay.
Because there's also on the previous perception check you asked for, I got a 13.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm rolling all my stuff with disadvantage because tambourines are loud.
15 plus 4 is 19.
Nice.
I rolled a 5 on the die.
How are you looking, Orca?
Yeah, for stealth I rolled a 5 on the die, but I have a +3 to stealth, so it's an 8.
Okay. +3 is good. 8's not, but
+3 is good. 8's not, but yeah.
Saturn and Valerian hear Orca coming from a literal mile away.
Clang bang, clang bang, clang bang.
But Benedict just kind of appears next to you guys in just like a wisp of fog, and you're like, oh, okay. Having snuck up on you.
Do we get a
Benedict,
sense that them appearing has any effect on the skeletons doing their job?
They haven't they haven't changed their posture at all. You and Saturn have been looking at them for a minute or so, and other than like the tools that they have on them, they don't have any weapons. They have like moldy scraps of cloth and like a leather vest or something like that. But even with the literal band walking up on them, they haven't like made any sort of motion towards you at all. Benedict, as you approach and one of those skeletons gets within the range of your detect magic spell, I don't know if you've used this spell a lot, but you do know that things that are dead, you know enough of magic that when things die and come back, it's through some sort of magical ability. But as you get that skeleton within the range of your spell, you're not picking up any magic from it. You get some little pings of magic from your party because of like their like latent abilities and their ability to cast magic. So you know your spell is working, but the skeleton, the closest one to you, isn't giving off any of those pings of like reanimation magic or anything like that.
Right. I think Benedict sees this and feels that there's no magic here, and he just goes, The poor are certainly skinny, aren't they?
Ghosts.
Yes, these are just more of the pores.
Of the pores.
Ghosts.
A few minutes pass as you guys are kind of like on the outside ring of this. The skeleton's just diligently working. Probably about like the skeleton that's been digging is probably up to like about the bottom of their like rib cage now. And you hear like a thunk as they hit a wooden thing buried in the ground. They toss the shovel out and like they hunch down. You can hear like scratching against the wood as they're clearing out more of the dirt in the hole.
As they
What's the plane, guys?
Orca's playing spooky, scary skeletons as this happens.
As they start to dig up the coffin itself, I'll be asking my friends through message, should we let them succeed and then just follow them, or should we stop them? What do you think?
I appreciate the use of message when we've already blown our cover. I appreciate the hope here, but
Listen, Valerian has a vibe, and he's going to stick to it.
I'm talking in character, and this is my vibe.
No longer in message, but like I appreciate you using message.
Appreciate it.
Or are these skeletons are right in front of Orca, right? Like
The closest one is 20 feet away, and then there are two that are about 10 feet past that.
Orca is not smart, so Orca is going to go.
Orca.
Orca is going to go really close to the skeletons, like
Orca?
curious onto what they're doing and doesn't know any better, and is
Orca?
going to get close.
Orca? Like all of us, like Orca? What are you
Ghost.
doing?
No more message here, please.
Ghost.
Come back,
That's the message.
please.
Stop.
Yeah, that's not in message. I'm like Orca.
No, Orca. Bad Orca.
Bad Orca, bad. Skeleton. Skeleton.
Are you approaching, or are you three trying to physically stop Orca from approaching?
I would have reached out.
Yeah, I will
But-
reach out to Orca.
Okay.
Orca stops. If they
Yeah, same here.
message it to him, he'll stop. And then Automaton is like, I've been told to stop.
Okay.
I've been told to stop.
Yeah.
Stopping.
So Orca's like a dog on a leash that's about to get released, just ready to go. But you guys are able to hold him back.
And then when
Yeah.
he starts saying, "I've been told to stop," then I will be like, ambient music.
Ambient music.
Get like some woodwinds, like some flutes, maybe.
some
Great song.
flutes,
Yes.
some clarinet, some sax,
That's fine.
some ambient instrumental of spooky, scary skeletons.
Right, are you guys going to just wait and let them finish what they're doing and follow them, or are you going to try and do something while they're still
Is the one
in
with
the
the
process
sack?
of excavating?
Is it holding the sack?
What's that?
Is
Yeah,
Is the one
it
with
has
the
like a
sack?
very
Does it
large
like have a
sack.
sack
Just,
slung over its back?
it's currently empty. It's just holding it in its hands.
Do we see anything around them? Like, do they have any like things on their clothes that we might notice that kind of like give us another clue where they might be coming from or who they are?
The clothing that they have on is very old, but it's all very standard, like cloth. Pardon me. Looks like they were probably farmers of the town at some point, but they don't have any like seals or insignias or anything like that. There's no like name tags or anything that would indicate, oh, I'm from Waterdeep or whatever. Like Liam mentioned, the town is fairly standard. Not really, nobody was really rich here, so they weren't like they were buried in their best. Their best just really wasn't that great. Like boots and shoes have fallen off. Who knows how long ago? So like they're like barefoot, bare boned, I guess. But that's like very like threadbare clothing, whatever is still left on them.
I think it's pretty disrespectful to the body, but I think we should let them take it.
Yeah, I feel like we probably ought
Does your
to.
philosophy say about the bodies?
Well, dead
What
people
does your
don't have
philosophy say
feelings,
about the
so
bodies?
there's nothing really here to disrespect us there.
Oh,
Mm.
nice. I like that. Dead people don't have feelings. Benedict, I don't know, 1325.
See, if you'd read page
1325.
306 of my book, you know, death and the afterlife, you would have known such things.
I made it to page 6 of your book.
Page 6 is still the table of contents.
Well, that's your loss.
Someday I would like to see the forward.
Table 6 is the
Okay.
acknowledgements.
So you guys kind of just chill out on this like a few feet away from these skeletons. They have already reached the coffin inside. They finish clearing it off. The one with the pickaxe hops down, and you hear like you see it swing a few times in the cracking of wood. And then the two skeletons haul this body out. This one isn't a fresh body, but it looks like it was within the last 20 years maybe. So there's still quite a bit of meat on it. It is all like sunken in and it has started to decay. So you see patches of bone here and there, but comparatively between these 3 skeletons and the one in the ground, this one has probably about 60% of meat on it. The 2 pick it up and toss it. Well, they don't toss it, but they put it on the ground outside of the hole, and then as soon as that happens, the one with the bag starts to like put the body in the bag, and then throws it over its shoulder. The 2 come out, they pick up their pickaxe and shovel, and they start to walk north, away from town.
Okay, and I think we will follow.
Okay. You guys start to follow them through the cemetery. As the skeletons make their way out of the cemetery, the fog does start to lift. Everybody give me a nature check while we're still in the cemetery.
Nature. That's a 4 total.
It was a nat 20 for a second, but it's that's an 8 plus 6 is 14.
Oh,
That's a bummer.
dang. 13.
12.
14, 13, and 12, and then an 8.
It's so funny.
Okay. And especially with your detect magic, Benedict, the fog that was here wasn't magical, but it also wasn't any sort of natural occurring phenomenon. You feel like possibly something was done to create this effect to like obfuscate the theft of these bodies, and just it's now like run out, like a dry ice machine basically. Only runs for so long unless you refill it. And now like that timer has expired and the fog is starting to clear out. You guys tried
Is
to
there any sort of indication as to where such a thing might have been? Like, is there anywhere that the fog is sort of almost lingering as it's clearing away from other parts?
well, now that the fog is clearing up, everybody. Well, here's the thing: do you want to investigate this fog some more, or do you want to follow the skeletons? Because they're not running away from you, but they are moving at like a quicker pace than your normal walking pace.
Skeletons.
Stick with skeletons then, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but Benedict, do you relay what you currently found out about this fog to us?
Yeah. I think Benedict keeps telling you guys there's no magic going on at all, as far as he can tell. While he's like reading through his wizard book, like interpreting everything that he's being sent by his spell.
Could I, at the risk of only a little bit falling behind, I want to be in eyesight. Could I just run a quick investigation check?
Give me an investigation check at disadvantage if you're trying to be quick about it, but not lose sight of the party or the skeletons.
And also, is there any check that I can make? Because it is very suspicious to me that like the feeling is that the spell run out just as they are leaving. So do we feel that this might have been like just dispelled as they finished what they need to do and started leaving, or was this like a timed thing that they really just made it in time?
You guys can give me any checks you would like, but if you're trying to keep pace with the skeletons, it would be a disadvantage. So if you like, Benedict, if you want to do an investigation check, you can do that as well. Saturn allowed him to do that; it would be a disadvantage. Valerian, you can do like an Arcana check, a disadvantage, to try and figure out like the spell itself, or the fog itself, I should say. And Orca, if there's any checks you would like to do, you're just hanging out, playing your.
No.
I mean, Arcana. My Arcana is +2, but I'll try anyway.
Don't roll the disadvantage.
Disadvantage. You know what?
Benedict, you can
I'll
hit
do
that
it.
investigation.
I'll do it efficiently with 2 die now.
Yes.
Okay, so disadvantages. That's the lower roll is 12 on the die plus. We said Arcana +2, so 14.
14. Okay. Benedict, what was your investigation?
That's a nat 20 and then a 16. So 16 is still good actually. 16 plus 6 is 22.
Yeah, that's still pretty great.
Wow.
Valerian, you feel like this wasn't something that was dispelled. You know that when things are dispelled, it's immediate. This was almost like just kind of like drifting away, like smoke from a fire, um, which lines up with Benedict on a 22. You find behind the gravestone that they were digging up, there are fragments of glass and a small like cork topper, almost as if like some sort of glass bottle was shattered at the like the back of the gravestone.
I got a 9 on my investigation.
Yeah, you're not able to really figure out anything beyond. There are a couple skeletons that are now walking off with this body.
So the fog could have been. We're doing this really quickly as we try to still keep up, make sure we don't lose them. But the glass that Benedict finds behind the grave, that's like some kind of a spell that was activated here, like an independent spell.
You're pretty certain that whatever was in this, like there's still like a little dampness inside the bottle, so it's something that's new. It's there. It definitely correlates with the fog in some degree.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
Right.
something
You
something
guys
to
are
something to think
following
about.
the
Yeah.
skeletons.
Yar.
The fog has like fully dissipated. You can see back to town. There's still torches lit up, and you can hear like the faintest sounds of like a little bit of commotion as Max, or sorry, not Max.
Yeah, I think it was
yeah,
Max.
Max the Night Watchman?
Yeah, Max the Night
Champion of
Watchman. Yeah,
Verily?
Champion of Verily. I had my notes mixed up.
Max,
has
champion
like
of Verily.
tried to raise alarms, but mostly he just ran back to the Fallen Crow and yelled a bunch. But now you're at the so now it's like Verily is back here. You guys have made your way through the cemetery, and now there's a couple like tracts of farmland, and you can see even in the dark without any sort of modified vision, at the edge of like the horizon, you see a large mansion in the like silhouetted against the moon, and the skeletons are heading in that direction.
Well,
Keep following them. Okay. The skeletons have no regard for property, so they follow like the shortest path to this mansion. So they stomp through like fields of wheat, and they just kind of climb over fences, and like they walk through pig pens and cow pastures. So like the path they're leaving, very easy to follow, as they're just stomping through this dirt and cow patties and things like that.
Do we feel like there's a certain threshold that once we pass that, we are in the property of this mansion?
Yeah, once you get close enough, you can see that it's overgrown, it's abandoned, has been for several decades. But there's like a clear defined area where the grass starts to grow taller and taller as you get away from the last farm that you were cutting through.
Yeah, so
There's a small crumbling like brick wall, probably about 2 foot high, that surrounds the front of it, and the skeletons start to head up like the main path. The metal gates that were probably at one point pretty nice, one is completely missing, and the other one is like one of the hinges is off, so just kind of like king, king, kind of just like swings quietly in the wind.
So I will be like, before we actually pass through this threshold into this private property, I will be like, I think we need to stop here for a second and assess where we are, because I feel like once we get into the property of this mansion, whoever is inside will probably know that we're here.
Agreed.
Yes.
I would only like to make sure the skeletons use front door or different door.
Okay. Yeah, you guys can stop outside, like on the property line. It's 50 feet from the property line to like the porch, and you do see Saturn that they head towards the front door. One of the skeleton swipes a hand on the door. The door swings open. They walk inside, and then it closes behind them.
Okay. So can I draw on my information of mansion design as a noble lord of where could I find a different entrance to start to poke around?
You can draw on your mansion design lore of being a nobleman. Sure. You can also just look at it. There is a large double-doored front door, and there are like big picture windows in the front. There is a second floor. Mansion might be a bit of a embellishment. It is a very large house, and at one point it might have been very fine. There's like a balcony on the second floor on like the porch roof with windows, and there's like a door on the second floor out to the balcony. You know that there's going to be a back door. There might even be a side door for like deliveries. A house this size probably doesn't have anything like a wine cellar. That might be something that would be like outside of the main mansion, kind of like half underground type of thing.
Doesn't even have a wine cellar.
Doesn't even have a wine cellar. This is another poor person, isn't it?
These poor people.
Clearly.
But yeah, there's a large door in the front. There's a couple of windows. There's no like outside, like from what you can see at the front of the mansion, there's no like garage or anything like that that's attached to the mansion. There's just like the gates that you're currently at, 50 feet of like grass that's mostly overgrown, and then the front porch, which is like crumbling a little bit.
Okay, so as I'm looking at it, two things go through my mind. First thing that go through my mind is whether Benedict's detect magic is still working, and if he can feel any magic. That's the first question.
That only lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh, so it's gone?
So
unless you ritual casts it again. But
I mean, you could virtually cast it again as you were walking. That's fair.
We can cast it as many times as we need. It is ritual, so yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say you've probably had to like it's a ritual, so you can cast it an infinite number of times. But I would say that you probably cast it twice more while you were walking. You guys have been walking for probably about an hour, and we'll say that you probably have 8 minutes left on your ritual. This ritual casting as you get to the front of the building.
Okay,
or like the property line.
So that's the first thing. The second thing is a little traumatic thing. When Valerian looks at the mansion, he has flashes of his childhood at home, and one of the things that goes through Valerian's mind is his father's insistent habit to rate mansions from 1 to 10. And I'd like to roll to see what my father would have ranked this one. Yes.
Yeah.
What should be a 10?
Mansion rating, a wonderful pastime.
Yeah.
So I think
this is something Benedict can get behind.
Yeah, I think I'll just where
I'm gonna lean over to Orca and be like, I don't get it either, Orca. I don't get it either.
So this is the one, right?
No sense. No sense.
Okay.
That's the one. That's D10.
If it has a 9 on it, it's a D10.
Yeah, it has a 9 on it. Cool.
Then yeah.
7.
That's a pretty nice mansion.
That's a pretty nice mansion, according to your dad.
And I relay that to my friends, and you feel that this bit of information is so out of context to anything I ever discussed with you so far, and it's very weird. But you like react however you will. But that's how you feel. That's. I feel
like if the mansion had a wine cellar, it would have been
conversation. Like, yes. Of course. With a wine cellar, this would have easily got.
I don't get it either. Mansion 7? Mansion 7.
It's big. It's bigger than anything. I live in shed.
All right. So how would you guys like to approach said mansion on a 7 of 10 scale?
Break window.
I think if we're already here, we will probably first of all check what Benedict says on detect magic, and then we can assess.
The range of detect magic is 30 feet, so you're still outside of the distance of the mansion, but there's nothing going on around you right now.
Okay, so
Rip.
yeah, so we will probably need to enter anyway. Is there anything like that we should probably think about? I relay this, like, I think that this place feels like someone is waiting for us inside. Do you think that we might want to do anything out here before we go in?
There was nothing of note in the yard in front of the mansion, right?
No, it's mostly just overgrown grass and weeds, and then there's like the small like property wall that's about 2 foot high. A lot of it's crumbling away, and then like the front of the house, the porch just said is like broken.
Okay, so I think one thing we probably want to do once we get closer is probably give each other some inspiration, but not now because we don't know what's coming in the next 10 minutes.
The only thing is bardic inspiration lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so
that's
not now,
why
but I am kind of like letting people like raising the thing.
yeah.
That
I might save some of mine for cutting words as well.
All right. So how would you guys like to approach the mansion?
Well, with an hour and 10 minutes in mind. Straightforward.
yeah, I think
Just run.
Break windows?
I think no, not break windows, but I think once we realize
And
once we
ruin the
realize that
mansion?
there isn't like anything around.
Break
windows?
windows.
About to make it a 6 out of 10. Let's go.
Cool. You know what? Fine.
Well, if they wanted a high rating, they should have
Lower
put
the
one
rating
in.
of the house. Break door? Break windows.
You see Valerian, like once you raise those ideas of like break door, break window, you see like
No.
no.
Could you?
I do know Shatter.
I also
I'm just
do know
saying.
Shatter.
Orca also knows Shatter. We just all cast Shatter on the house.
My thing is
Break
I want to
window?
try to find anyone that we perceive as someone we are going to fight with, and try to surprise them because I have a really cool thing that I want to surprise someone with.
Okay. All right. So you guys are trying to be stealthy. I know Orca rolls a disadvantage.
Yes.
But you still got a +3, which isn't bad.
A +3 is not bad.
Yeah. So
But
you guys are you
also-
guys gonna try to like go to the front door and just see if it's open, or are you gonna try and like sneak around the back? What's going on?
I'm gonna look into a window and see what I see. But
Give me an investigation check.
And also, once we cross the threshold, can I make a perception check to see if anything like kind of acknowledges us, if there's any birds flying or something like that, that we might notice that something happened once we cross the threshold?
Do you want to do
Evil
that
birds.
before Saturn looks in a window? Because I'm assuming he's like looking. in a
Yeah,
window.
before Cittern looks in the window itself.
Okay.
Like once we crash
yeah.
into the grounds of the mansion.
Yeah. Go ahead and keep track of that investigation, Saturn, and so Valerian, go ahead and give me a perception check real quick.
19 on the die, +4, 23.
Okay. Nothing really changes as you cross the threshold. There weren't a lot of animals in this area anyways. You're kind of like the part of the Sword Coast that you're now in is just like a lot of like hills and like sweeping valleys and things like that. You're now far enough away from Verily that you can see just like the faintest glow of the torchlight, but the moon has kind of taken over here. There's no like tree coverings or anything like that. It's a pretty clear night, so you can see the mansion pretty clearly, and just like in all directions around you, with the exception of heading back towards Verily, it's just like, no, I don't want to say wilderness because that's kind of making it creepier. Just like a lot of hills and valleys, and but there's not really a lot of animals that live like maybe like field mice and voles and things like that, but there's nothing sinister about the lack of animals. It's just that you're just in an area that doesn't have a lot of animals.
Okay.
Saturn, what was your investigation?
25.
So there's the big front door, and there's big picture windows on the left and right side. Which one would you like to look in?
Front door, right and left. I shall roll a die.
It's good that
We're going left.
It's good that Saturn is doing this and not one of us, because it's it's like not a human. Like a human would notice a human looking in a window, but not a bird.
I mean, it is a giant bird head still, but
It's gonna be a giant beak as I just like.
so you
Giant-
look into the window on the left, and I will switch maps actually.
Ooh,
Yes, this is where I die.
this is where I die.
your character's last words is, "I want to look through the window."
The tombstone says, "Looked through the window."
Oh no!
So it is dark in here, so you don't see a whole lot, but you're able to see a large stone floor. Let's see if I can get this at the right angle. We'll do this all like this way. So you're like the door. You go to the side. You can see from where you're looking at, just inside the window to the left. You can see like the corner of what could be like a bookcase or some sort of shelf. You see into this large empty like foyer. There's a lot of dust covering the floor. You can see like a frayed, disused rug, like what would be basically like the entranceway rug, because it's just in line with the door to your right. But you can't quite see just due to your limited vision. Like there's no torchlight inside. There's no lamps or anything like that going on. But you don't see anything moving around inside. You can see, like I said, the edge of a shelving thing right off to your left as you're like pressed up against the glass, and then there's like a rug on the ground that's, you can see like the edges are frayed, and there's like a thick matting of dust on it.
So when the skeletons opened the door and we watched them from afar, there was no light inside. They just opened the door and they entered into the mansion in darkness.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with the mirror, nothing's here.
Well, I don't know about nothing. We know that there are at least skeletons inside.
Well, I mean, directly in front.
So
You go in?
should we just go in and see what's happening? Because we are kind of squishy. So I do want to exhaust
Adventure.
What?
Orko goes in.
Adventure.
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 Cool. Okay, let's go in.
Orca may lead the way.
Orca, lead the way.
Orca leads the way.
Okay. You approach the door. Are you doing anything to the door? Or are you just going to try and see if it opens?
I'm just gonna see if it
gonna
opens.
do-
Oh.
I am gonna do what that skeleton did earlier, or like they did some sort of hand movement. I'm gonna try and like mimicry it or something.
Okay. So you're trying to. Does mimicry work for like movement and things like that, or is it just?
Not quite.
Okay.
No.
Give me
It's
a
mostly
performance
sounds.
check.
It sounds, and then I think I can also do writing, but no.
If you want me to try it, I can also try it because I have +5 to performance.
I have +6.
Oh,
Party
cool.
of Bards.
Party of Bards. My favorite sitcom from the late '90s. Party of Bards.
Party of bards.
22.
Wow.
You reach your hand out, and like you only saw it once, but it was just a few moments ago. You put your hand on the same spot, and as you're this close to it, you can now see like moss and like lichen has started to like grow on this door. You can see there's like a clear indication of like where a hand would be, and as you put your hand on that spot, the door just starts to swing in. So it doesn't look like there was like a secret panel or anything.
Oh, it's
just
just-
the door's not latched. That was just how the skeleton pushed it. But the door like swings
Okay.
open.
And then I just bow and like Orca.
Adventure.
Yes, please go right ahead.
Orga goes in.
Okay. As you guys go in, I will reveal more of this map for you, including your character tokens.
Orga loved adventure.
You guys should be able to move those around yourselves. I believe I
Yes.
set that up properly that you can move it around.
Yeah.
I love your token.
Yes. Thank you. I was just testing that out.
So I have 30 feet. Like that's what we're doing now. Like I can move just 30 feet forward.
We don't have to do like specific thing. Like I'm gonna reveal this whole room real quick for you guys, and you can tell me what you would like to do. We're not in like initiative or anything, so you don't have to worry about the 30 feet of movement. I'm trying to figure out where is this section. There it is. Okay. So in this large foyer, you see, Saturn had guessed correctly, there are a couple of bookshelves off to your immediate left in the corner here. There are some large bay windows that would look out into the side yard there. There's the large entrance rug in front of you. There's also a large area rug at the back of the room in front of this fireplace. And there are stairs that would lead to a second floor, but you can see like the ceiling has kind of caved in, and there's large chunks of stone and rubble covering the steps to the second floor. Along this wall here, there is a door to a different room off of this main living area.
Okay. I see the books, and I indicate to Benedict that there are books to our left. If he wants to check, them out.
Goes off and has a look.
Okay, yeah, you can head over there, Benedict, and take a look at the books. Give me an investigation check
I'll help.
with advantage.
Ooh. Here we go. Highest is a 10. Plus 6. 16.
16 is pretty good. Benedict, you go over there, you start looking through these books. Saturn is like, what about this one? And you see that most of the books are covered. They just started to fray and decay just due to age. Spines are peeling off. Like you pick one up and pages just all fall out. The book that
Oh, no, I'm not touching that. He gets his mage hand out and starts it's like a gloved butler hand, and they're like picking them up, showing them to him. He's like, yes, okay.
One
That'll
title
do.
does strike your fancy as your mage hand starts to reach for it. Down the spine in fine red lettering, it says "Life" and then beyond the meaning of ? And as your mage hand goes to pick it up, it can't. Mage hand can only lift up 10 pounds or less.
Benedict,
It's a standard size book.
he sighs and then reluctantly reaches forward to try and pick it up with his own hands. Also have gloves on them, to clarify, but he doesn't want to get those gloves dirty, so he
I
reluctantly.
assumed he put on a pair of gloves over his gloves to touch the book.
Of course. He has extra gloves in all of his pockets, so he's taking out more gloves, putting them on, and then tentatively reaching forward to pick up this dusty old book.
It's not so much that the book weighs more than 10 pounds, but it is attached to something, so the mage hand wasn't able to remove it. But it does appear to be on as you go to pull it, you hear the slight grinding of metal on metal. It's attached to some sort of mechanism where the book itself won't really come out, but it will probably lean forward. Are you going to try and
Pulls it
activate
harder.
it? You activate it, and it springs back from your hand, and beneath your feet off to the side, a small trap door slides open. So right here in the corner,
Adventure.
between the two shelves, this reveals a ladder going down.
Benedict yanks at the book again to see if he can get the actual book out because he wants to read it.
It's pretty firmly attached. You'd have to make some sort of a tool check, which I don't think you have any proficiency with.
I don't.
You can just give me a raw strength check.
I don't use the common tools, but
That'll
right.
Do I
check.
notice the trapdoor opening from where I'm standing?
I would say that everybody probably hears it as it slides open. Like it's just like a heavy stone on stone sound.
I think I see how velocity opens doors now.
That's
What was
that's
your
a
strength check,
that's a
Benedict?
12 on strength to try and yank the book out.
You are able to like bend the mechanism enough that it probably won't like go back on the shelf. But it also now looks like the book itself isn't an actual book, it's just a mechanism.
No,
You've ruined the book.
I've ruined the
Benedict's
book.
character.
This
The
is
door is
tragic.
not trapped anymore.
Never mind the door.
Yeah,
Look at the
so
book.
So yeah, there's this secret passage that just opened, and then there is also this door to another room for you guys to explore if you would like to.
I think we should just go down this trapdoor.
Trapdoor.
Is there any light in the trapdoor, or is it just pitch black?
Trapdoor at?
It is dark down there, yes. But I believe you all have, well, probably not Benedict because he's too fancy, but I believe some of you at least have torches on you.
Where was the trapdoor on the floor at? Like,
It's in the bottom left corner here, like between
oh,
the two
gotcha.
bookshelves.
It's between the two bookshelves. Gotcha.
Yeah. But you guys can, like, it's big enough that you can fit through one at a time without an issue.
Gotcha.
It would seem like it did not come with torches.
I do have a lamp actually.
They're torches.
To light that.
You guys can, I mean, they cost like a couple copper each. You guys can have a couple torches. Doesn't matter.
Perfect.
By the way,
Do we hear any sounds in
I
here?
do have oil. Just noticed in my inventory.
Orca will
Drop the
drink
oil,
that.
light it. Oh, you mean for Orca to drink? I thought you meant to like drop the oil and then light it on fire.
Oh no. Orca would drink that.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I do have oil as well.
Yep.
Somebody also has like, I think Valerian has a potion of poison that he can add to his weapon or something. I think is what.
I have the 3 poison vials.
Oh, okay.
Which, if anyone wants one, just ask.
I have a vial
You would
of
know that I am
perfume,
carrying
which
poison
I'm sure
on
will
me.
be equally useful.
If I pour the poison in the perfume, would it make a gas?
Make some homemade mustard gas.
Mustard gas.
Okay, so usually it's the players
You just
suggesting
walk
war
up to a person
crimes, right?
That's what D&D always evolves. It devolves
There's no
into.
G-
Yeah.
Look, at some point, the Geneva Conventions turns into a checklist, alright?
How are they going to make
Also,
a Geneva
there's no
Convention
Geneva
if we
in
don't
D&D.
commit the war crimes in the first place?
Exactly.
All right, Canada, God. So, Orca, you've been kind of taking point as far as the exploration. Do you want to head down with a torch, or are you going to like try and drop a torch down and then follow?
What would Orca do?
You made something that I thought wasn't an option, and now I have to think about the choices of this.
Okay.
But first of all, I want to know if we hear any sounds in here. Do we hear anything like
Everybody go ahead and give me
bones?
perception checks.
Okay.
we just hear bones?
Okay.
17?
Valerian. Perception. Valerian is
8.
is too fascinated by the trapdoor, and I rolled a total of 6.
Like you got to get close to the mic for that. I heard a 16 from somebody.
Regular 20.
Regular
17
20.
over
That's
here.
better than 16 anyways.
A
17 is
regular
what it was.
20.
Okay. So that makes sense because Saturn and Benedict were the closest to it. They kind of peer down, and it, like they can see down 30 feet, and then it gets dark beyond that. So you're not sure exactly how deep it is just yet.
Mm-hmm.
But you like peer over, you listen, you hear like, it's almost like putting your, like standing over an empty well. Like you can hear echoes of like a tunnel, but you can't quite make out any specific sounds as far as like, oh, these are footprints or boot prints or this is a skeleton foot. But there's just, it's like almost like just like the like the sound of wind sweeping through a cave, just like a.
Gotcha. Okay. And in terms of the torch question, Orga will just hold the torch and then walk down and not throw the torch because fire bad. So
We wouldn't want to
fire
damage the
bad.
mansion.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to manage this pristine 7 out of 10 mansion.
the 7 out of
Um,
10 mansion.
So yeah, you start to descend a ladder. It takes you a few moments because you're holding a torch and one hand going down the ladder. The ladder goes down about 50 feet to a rough stonework floor. It's almost like just like a naturally occurring underground tunnel. It's not like the mansion was like finished, polished stone at some point. This is like almost like an old miner's tunnel where it's a tight passage. You could probably get 2 people like to sneak, like do that awkward like shuffle past each other in the supermarket type of movement, but you wouldn't be able to like walk 2 by 2. But you get down
Gotcha.
to the bottom of it and you stare down a long tunnel. Give me a nature check while you're down here.
All of us?
Just Orca right now, who's the only one down there.
I rolled the same number twice. Nature. That is going to be an 8.
You're not sure what direction the tunnel leads,
Awesome.
but
Orca's
it's
confident.
with the alignment of how the mansion was positioned. Like if this is the front door, the trap door was here, and then the tunnel leads further beyond the mansion, like towards the back of it.
Gotcha. The little minor illusion of the automaton will float up to where everybody is, be like, tunnel, and then float back down to where Orca is. If anybody else wants to follow.
I gesture to Benedict. Benedict,
Fine.
philosophy away.
He puts on
so
more
it's-
gloves as he touches the starts to climb down.
He has like 3 layers of gloves on.
His hands are sweating right now. He's like, I'm not touching that. No, not a chance.
Can't let the sweat touch the books.
All right, so because this is like a singular tunnel, the marching order is going to be Orca and then Benedict. Who's going to be after Benedict?
I'll go next. And Valerian, the rear, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm moving you guys around just so that I have the marching order here.
As I climb down the ladder, I look at the Valerian cloak billowing.
Oh yeah, your cloak of billowing. Did we ever put that on your character?
I don't remember, but it is on. It should be on Valerian, and I just wanted to. I forgot about it till just now.
I also forgot about it.
I
Let
also
me
forgot
see.
about it.
I will add that to your character sheet real quick. There you
His
go.
cloak just always doing its own thing.
As a bonus action, you can make it billow dramatically.
I think it always is, if I'm being honest. I think it's doing it constantly.
So you guys head off down this tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. Benedict, did you want to spin up your detect magic again while you were in the mansion proper?
If it's run out, then yeah, I'll probably start going again.
I would say you could probably overlap it since it does take 10 minutes to cast it each time, and it lasts for 10 minutes.
Just keep it going, yeah.
So probably halfway through, you can start to cast it again, and there's a brief span of 5 minutes where you're not detecting anything.
Yeah.
Well, it's not active, I should say. You guys start following this tunnel. Orca, Benedict, Saturn, and then Valerian in that order. As you start walking, it does get... You notice, you've got torches yourself, but you notice that, you're kind of encompassed by darkness at some point. You've walked at least 100 feet away from the ladder, probably towards the back of the property line for the mansion, and the tunnel keeps going. Everybody give me perception checks. I'm not going to do this at disadvantage because this is just to hear something.
We do have torches. So
Yeah, well, that's still only 30 feet.
that's fair.
That's an 8.
That's
Dirty
5.
20.
It is a 23. No, 22.
Okay.
Ooh.
Benedict and Valerian. Valerian, you're at the back, so that makes sense that you couldn't hear this as well. Benedict is just so disgusted being underground that he's not paying attention.
Head down, casting my magic.
Ew.
Not paying
Yeah,
attention to
Benedict
anything.
is trying to recast the spell time and time again. So, Orca and
He's still
Saturn,
upset about the book.
you start to hear there's more definition to these wind sweeping sounds through the tunnel. You still hear that, but at the far end of your hearing, you hear like a you sound like you hear the sounds of like roiling water and like bubbles popping and what could be almost like a lightning strike happening. These like mechanical wet sounds coming from the edge, probably another 60 feet or so down this tunnel.
Maybe some sort of, I don't know, soup being prepared.
Yes.
Dinner.
Valerian, always the optimist, Valerian.
Always the optimist.
Always the optimist. With the stealth in the graveyard and now this, always the optimist.
That's got to be pretty optimistic, yeah, because you saw skeletons drag a body down this tunnel, and your first thought is soup?
Soup?
Yeah, and then earlier in the graveyard, we just bungled up all our stealth rolls, and then you're like, message, I'm trying to be quiet.
Just saying.
Arguably,
the sound
people
of
are
making
soup.
soup.
They've made a lot of water. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Well,
That's fair enough.
Who came up with that philosophy?
I believe that was Chef Boyardee.
Oh.
I assume that Saturn and Orca share this information. How would you guys like to, like, are you just going to keep your normal your normal pace, or are you going to try and do some stealth?
I mean, my character can try to do stuff, but
I think now's the time for that potion of polychromy.
I am not very stealthy.
I think that's to disguise myself, though.
Yeah, it'll give
I don't-
you advantage on stealth checks, so it cancel out your disadvantage. A normal roll.
That's that's a very good point.
Okay, yeah, I'll use it. Potion of polychromy.
Would anyone like to inspire? I am down on inspirations.
Those are the times I wish we had someone who can cast Pass Without a Trace.
Oh, I know.
Nope, oops, all bard.
Oops,
It's all
all
sorts
bard.
of things we wish we could have had here.
Like a paladin or somebody with heavy armor.
I'll throw an inspiration out.
Someone with a constitution score.
I think as
So
we're
yeah, you
as we're walking, Benedict just like whenever Orca gets a bit loud, Benedict just like it's like librarian sort of shh while he's trying to read through his thing.
just hushing nonstop.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to consume the potion for the next hour, you can spend a bonus action to shift your colors, even to match your surroundings, to just give you just enough to take advantage on stealth.
So it would be like he would turn brown or like a stonish
It's
color.
like a bluish gray stone tunnel that you're currently in.
Awesome.
You turn transparent.
Yeah, you just kind of like those like
I'm
body
invisible.
paintings where they just blend into the wall.
Yeah.
That's what happens as you imbibe this potion.
Awesome.
So yeah, you would have advantage on stealth, which you have disadvantage, so you just roll
It
straight.
just roll flat.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And you got to die of inspiration.
All right. So who has inspiration?
Wait, like what do you mean? Like who has it? Like
Okay.
has it?
So who has inspiration from me?
Oh no.
I've
don't think
still
anybody
got
has it.
some
No.
active.
Okay.
I think
And then
Yeah, I think someone switched. I think Benedict still has one.
Yeah.
okay. And then you guys are giving bardic inspirations to each other?
Yeah.
I am not handing one out because I'm out, but I don't
I-
need one.
I will give a bardic to Valerian, and the automaton is just gonna go to Valerian and try to copy what he was saying, but messes it up entirely, and just says, "Wits keep you." Wits
Wait,
keep
keep
you.
is awesome.
I'm giving
Wits
Orca
keep you.
and
that
inspiration
is
with my
the
shushing.
bardic.
That's your bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
That makes sense because like the quieter you are, the more you can hear. Okay.
Also, I just noticed, just to keep things updated, I just now marked the one inspiration that I gave Saturn when we were giving each other.
Okay.
Also, does that all already expired? Like, how long does
Yeah, it's 10
10 minutes? Okay, cool.
So ours would have expired.
So I have 2 more. I'll keep one for unsettling words, but I can give another one if anyone needs.
I'm good. I rolled a 19 on stealth.
Okay.
Okay.
Then go ahead and give me the rest of those stealth checks.
So
I'm using a different pen.
So I got 8 originally on my stealth check. Do I now just roll a d6 for the bardic inspiration?
If you want to use it on this check, yeah, you don't have to use it on this check.
Oh, okay. So I won't use it now.
Yeah, it's just within the next 10 minutes you can use it. It doesn't have to be the next one.
Yeah.
I was given a bardic, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. How much is bardic? Because I don't even think it will help.
D6.
1d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if I did bardic, it won't help. So I'm just gonna save that. I rolled a 2 for stealth, which makes it a 5 with my +3. So I think to flavor it for what's actually happening is Benedict keeps trying to shush Orca, but Orca doesn't want to listen and ends up playing louder because I don't know. That's just what he's doing, I guess.
So
The
Saturn got a 19.
the music
Bennett,
is
what was your
very
stealth
nice,
check?
but you need to be quiet.
Music good.
I am
Music
trying
good.
to read.
Music loud. Loud music.
Oh no.
What was
What was your stealth, Benedict?
I got modified 20.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So luckily it was a group check and 2 of the group passed, so you guys are fine. You're able to eventually
Awesome.
settle Orca down. Orca is like a kid with a trombone that just chugged a Red Bull, but you're able to calm him down.
Thank you.
Continue on down this tunnel, and you can now see light coming from the end of the tunnel. And as you get closer, it opens up into a very large laboratory that we are going to switch to that map.
A laboratory?
Now that we're here, we'll never know what was behind that door.
We'll never know.
It could have
what
been
was
more
behind
books.
that door.
It could have been.
I'm going to do this
Oh,
It
wow.
could have been
little
soup.
patches.
We'll visit it in post.
We'll visit it
We'll
in post.
visit it in post.
Visit in post.
Soup and
So
books.
your tunnel approaches from the left side here, where your characters currently are. No, that's the wrong one. So you guys are hanging out over here. You see like large instruments, like pieces of like factory.
Oh wow.
Things are spinning and gyrating and pistoning, and conveyor belts are moving around, and the sound of these laboratory devices, it almost gets deafening as you get closer to the end of the tunnel, and you hear the like bubbling of solutions in Bunsen burners. You hear the hissing of steam as pressure is relieved off of something. You see like the crackle of lightning going up that like standard like antenna where it just like arcs up both of them for some reason. Immediately to your left, which is going to be up the map as you're looking at it, and then directly in front of you, you see 2 large glass cloches, like 2 glass, like giant glass tubes that are capped on the top, and there are like a small bay of instruments at the bottom. The one to straight ahead of you seems to contain just a wooden chair. Immediately to your left, you see what looks to be a coat hook with a coat hanging off of it. And you can hear the shuffling of footsteps coming from further in the distance, probably behind this cluster of instrumentation here.
Do we?
There's instruments in here.
Not like musical instruments, like scientific instruments. And that one that you just
Gotcha.
pinged, that one just looks like a wooden chair,
Gotcha.
but it's like
gotcha.
encased in glass.
The other one's
do
a
we-
coat, did you say?
Yes.
Do we get
Is
the
it a nice
sense that
coat?
the footsteps are close?
No, the footsteps are on the other side of this cluster of instrumentation, so probably 50 or 60 feet away.
Okay. I think we should probably do some sort of an investigation check on this room.
Yeah, let's have a look around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have I still got my detect magic pinging as well?
Yes, you're still not getting any magic coming from this laboratory.
Ooh.
Okay.
I only thought it was
Investigation
bad.
dirty 20.
Okay.
Nice. I rolled a 19 on the die.
Okay.
I also rolled a 19 on the die. No way.
Plus 2, so 21.
20, 21,
13 plus 6,
14.
19.
19. Okay. Are you guys just looking at stuff from where you're at in this tunnel, or are you going to try and get closer? I will say that if you try to get closer, you're going to have to do more stealth checks.
I'm gonna want to check out the shuffling noise.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check, and we'll have you do like a little bit of scouting real quick.
Natural.
Oh, you guys look around for Saturn, and they have just vanished into the shadows. Do you want to head out the tunnel and go up, or do you want to head straight between these two? Like, do you want to head this direction, or do you want to head this direction?
And you said the shuffling was over here?
Probably coming from like over in this direction, yeah.
Okay, so I will go. Let's go up and then to the right.
Okay. You fade into the shadows. I'll say you get to about here, and then we'll reveal some more here.
What's that?
So as you're doing your exploration, you peek around the corner of this large device here that's like you kind of put your back against it a little bit, but it's uncomfortably warm. You hear like the hissing, and there's a conveyor belt that's like looping stuff around. And what was your investigation?
It was a 14.
Okay. You see the body that was recovered from the skeletons is going through almost like a degloving series of things. Like it goes through once, and like the outer layer of clothing is removed. Goes through again, and like the outer layer of skin is removed. Muscle, tissue. It's going through that several times. It takes several times for each layer. It's like slowly, like millimeter by millimeter, like basically sanding it down.
People are soon.
As you,
I told
all
you.
right, you can have an inspiration die for that one. That was good. As you turn the corner of this machine, you see about 35 feet away from you a young man, shaved head with a long beard, decently dressed. Clothes aren't fancy, but he's also not ragged. He has a large book in his hand and is scribbling furious notes into it on a desk. The desk has a bunch of medical instruments, and from that distance, you can see like a couple scalpels and pliers and things like that. As you're looking at this man, you see there's a large creature on this table that, with a 14 investigation, you're close enough to see this, that it seems like it was patchworked together. You can see like large, heavy stitching around like the shoulder. The abdomen has been cut open and re-stitched several times. There's heavy scarring on the face and the chest, and then there's a small sheet covering like the waist down, but there's horrendous scars of things being cobbled together. And you can see that, you know, like the one chest muscle is a different color than the other chest muscle. The arm, the hand on the left side is like a smaller, different hand than the hand on the right side of the body.
Frankenstein, the D&D edition.
This man is like making notes, like checking something on the body and making more notes. But with a natural 20 stealth, has no idea that you're there.
Okay.
Who else would like to explore to do some investigation, or do you want to look at stuff from where you're at?
Do we have Saturn relay what he's seeing to us as we are doing stuff?
I'll message it back.
Okay.
Cool. So do we get a sense that this person that Saturn is watching now is the person that sent the skeletons to take the bodies?
You haven't seen the skeletons since you've been in here.
Yeah, but we see the patchwork body. Like we understand that the person that was brought here was here in this room right now, stripped from his parts, stripped to his parts.
That's true. Yeah, you could probably assume that the skeletons were sent by this person.
Okay. Yeah, I think before we kind of approach, I'll just see if there's anything we can look around where we are to kind of like help us understand more.
Okay. What was your So are you going to go in and explore, or are you going to just like look from where you're at?
I'm going to look from where I'm at because I'm not good with stealth.
Okay. What was your investigation?
My investigation was where is it? 21.
21. Okay. You see the chair in the like large test tube in front of you. As you stare at it for a brief moment, it like almost like it moves just a fraction, just kind of like walks itself back an inch or two. And you see in this device here that there is another it almost looks like a piece of furniture that is being like built by these like arms, and as each piece gets added to it, it's like it exhales, excuse me, the chest of drawers exhales, and like the drawers themselves kind of just like come out a little bit. You're assuming that like these things are somehow living.
Okay.
I'm not sure
And
whether
I
living
relate that
furniture increases or decreases the house's rating.
I will relay that with message to my friends.
Okay. Benedict and Orca, are you investigating from where you're at, or are you also going to move further in?
I think Benedict's going to come forward a bit.
Okay.
Probably
Yeah.
Give me a stealth check if you're moving further inside.
Yeah. That's a 2 on the dice. I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
That's a 4 on the dice. All right.
Oh, doubled, baby.
Okay. +4 from stealth. That's 8 on stealth. It's not
Are
good.
you using
I'm-
Bardic or?
I don't think I've got a bardic, so
Oh, I thought Orca gave you a Bardic.
I gave Valerian a bardic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I could give. I could give another
can we
bardic,
say
though.
can we say that I gave Benedict because I said that I have one to spare.
Sure. If you want to
Okay.
do that.
thank
So,
you very much.
I gave you one.
Okay, come on. 6. So that's 14.
14. Okay.
14 stealth.
Saturn, you see the man that you're staring at. Like, you hear something clatter behind you from where your friends are,
Uh-oh.
and the man like looks up, but then like just like he's listening to the sounds of his laboratory and goes back to his notes. You are able to move in 30 feet from where you're at, and then do your investigation.
Back here. Or maybe go around here, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me reveal that. Orca, you're coming in as well.
Because Orca isn't very smart. He knows he's loud, but he's a curious
Don't forget,
boy.
You still have the potion still left.
Yeah, no,
Potion lasts for
I'm
an hour.
fully aware. I'm fully aware. Yeah. I had a 19. A dirty 20 investigation from before, but I need to re-roll stealth.
Yeah.
I had a 19
which
investigation.
I got
by the way.
Okay.
On my stealth, I got a 9.
Oof. We'll resolve Benedict's investigation before we resolve your stealth. Benedict,
Awesome.
so you went.
You didn't spend the bardic inspiration earlier.
I didn't spend
Still
the
have-
bardic inspiration. I can.
Yeah, you've
I
still
can
got
roll
mine there.
bardic.
Yeah, at least
Go
you'll
for
get over a 10.
That's true.
That's true.
Benedict, as you're like between these two machines, looking between them, you see there is a third device further up to the side here. It looks like these devices are assembling people from various parts, and you see that one of the skeletons you saw earlier is on like the entrance of this conveyor belt. It goes through into like a central chamber where it's hooked up to various devices, and like fluids are pumped through the bone, and as it comes out towards the end here, you see that skin has started to regrow on it.
And still no magic.
Still no magic, that is correct.
Right.
What was your stealth, Orca?
So I rolled a 1 on my d6. So it would be
So that becomes a 10 then?
a 10, yeah.
We'll roll a perception check. Lucky for you is a disadvantage, and that is a natural 1. So again, he looks up.
Wow! I really didn't think that would work.
I don't recall having any instruments in my laboratory before. But I like music, so okay. And he goes back to his notes.
We have voice reveal.
I watch him. I look over at Benedict. I'm like, birds of a feather.
Birds of a feather.
Benedict opens his mouth to say
Valerian.
something, but he has no counter for this.
Yep, just like me. At this point, they do. The man here does like they do a little more stitching on this puzzled man on the table, and they turn to head back towards this over here. You see that this Benedict and Orca, you would see that this test tube here is currently empty, and he calls over the two skeletons. They pick up this skeleton that is slowly being regrown and deposit it into this test tube here, and it's just like a kind of just like laying down currently as they just kind of toss it inside. There's like a large glass door that they close around it.
So this is all, assuming that they relay this to us. This is all organic. Like this isn't.
Correct, yes.
This isn't magic. This is
This is
organic.
science.
This is science. Okay.
Getting this close, Benedict, give me a perception check on this man here.
That is a nat 1.
Bardic?
I'm out, I think.
Can
Oh,
He's gonna
dang.
give him my inspiration.
can Orca give you the help action?
Can I?
I'll say yeah. You guys can both take a look at it. So go ahead and roll again, Benedict.
Oh my god, that is another nat 1. Double nat
So
1.
No!
That's
You see,
my perception brings it up to a 4.
The whole D&D experience. Nat 20s and nat 1s.
you see,
And double
you see
that
he
one.
approaches, but you're not able to gain any more information about who this. You're pretty sure this man. You know it's a man. You just saw they just talked, but you're pretty sure
looks
it's also a skeleton. And then you're like, well, aren't we all actually skeletons? Because inside all of us is a skeleton. So, I mean, we're all skeletons, really, in like the most over the top terms.
Said all of us is a skeleton that wants to be free.
Yes.
Maybe we're all
Benedict just sees
skeletons in
this
soup.
poor man. Skeleton soup.
We're water with skeletons in them. That's it.
With water with skeletons in them.
All right. What would you guys like to do? This person doesn't know that you're here as of yet. They're working on their experiments. Valerian, you're still over here by the door.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's an area right below me. Let me see if I can. This area.
Yeah.
So is this like I see it from the side of where I'm at? Does it look like there's anything worth seeing over there, or is it just like some
From the tunnel, you see this is almost like a lounge area. Like there's a large chair. There's like several books and instruments and experiments over here as well. But nothing from there really piques your interest as far like if you're looking for like a weapon or anything like that. There's nothing like that here.
Okay. Do I know that two of my friends are looking at the person in charge of this place? Did you relay that, Orca and Benedict?
We don't have a message, I don't think, so...
We don't have message. We have sending stones, but I don't know how those work.
Once a day you can use it to cast like the sending spell, basically.
I think we have both of the sending stones,
gee.
though, so... Yeah.
Oh,
Is it only to the person that has the other one that it goes to?
Yeah, they're basically like one-time walkie-talkies. Sorry, I should put the skeletons here because they're here.
I feel like
If I send
Can
someone
I-
a message, can they answer back?
Yes.
I feel like
Yeah.
would we have decided, me and Valerian, beforehand to just have a buddy message system?
Yeah,
And we could keep the messaging up between us whenever we're in a quiet scenario.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
We will try to sync up through message, and I would like to, now that we kind of like know that this person is by the table and this giant body is alone, I think we want to try to take a good look at that alone.
Okay. Are you gonna try and go over there? Or are you
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
sense a
gonna
turn
try
okay.
to go there.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh no! It's a 2 on the die.
Oh no.
Bardic.
+1, so it's 3. And I do have a bardic. I think.
If you want to use it.
Yeah, you
here,
gave
but-
me. Orca gave me a bardic that I didn't use.
Yeah.
I
If
mean,
you want to use it, it's up to you if you want to use it though.
actually,
That'll only get you to 9 at
yeah.
most.
So yeah,
Yeah,
I'll save
that's
it.
what I'm saying.
I'll save it
Okay.
and take the fall.
Yeah.
You make it about 10 feet out of the tunnel, and you slip and clatter on some rocks.
Oh
And
shit!
as you do that, the man looks in that direction, sees Benedict and Orca.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Sorry, what are you doing in my laboratory?
Fellow scholar,
Machines.
we are simply here. We've heard of your exploits and fascinated to see what you've been doing here, really. This is quite interesting stuff.
Give me a deception check.
That is...
I'm just
22.
going to remind everyone that it is a good opportunity to use the silver tongue that we all have. Not silver tongue, silvery barbs. If we do need to make
I
the
did
roll
not-
lower.
I have
aware,
cutting
but
words,
I cannot do
but I
it.
don't have silvery barbs. That's a 22 on deception.
I will let you know that his insight was a natural 20.
Oh,
So if you would like to do
rip.
something about that, now would probably be a good time
Silvery
to do
barbs.
Let's see. Oh, Valerian's casting it? All right.
Yeah.
Can I cast it? Do I see him?
That's what I'm looking now to see if... Yeah, it has to be a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. I also think he's outside of that distance as well. Yeah, he's... So,
No.
Valerian,
it's like I've played
No,
this
but-
game before.
But wait, didn't I go in and then fall and clatter?
That's a good point. You moved in about 10 feet
That is
and slipped
true.
and fell.
Okay.
Okay?
That
Yes.
is true.
55 feet.
Yes.
baby.
Give me a quick perception check to make sure you can
Oh
see
no.
him first. The DC's only 10.
Okay.
You have a bardic.
7 on the die. Perception is +4, so 11.
Hey.
11.
Okay.
Oh.
So yeah, you come in, you fall, but you're able to get a good look at this guy from where you're at. Benedict says, "Oh yes, I'm here to talk to you about your experiments." So I will let Valerian do a silvery barbs. So I will re-roll his 20 and take the lower.
And then give someone an advantage.
Yeah, Valerian, you can give somebody advantage on their next check. That is going to be less than your deception. So they, not by a lot though, they hesitantly believe you. They kind of snap their book closed, put it in a pouch on their hip, and they start to approach you.
I will give the advantage to Benedict because he will need it for his next persuasion check.
Okay. He is coming up to you and he extends a hand to introduce himself.
As like a show of respect, I take off one of my layers of gloves and shake his hand.
Oh,
One
So what are
layer.
you down to now? 3 gloves on your right hand?
Just 3, yeah.
2. Oh.
I'll just message Valerian. He hasn't even shaken my hand. Very good.
Mine
greetings.
neither.
Greetings, Dr. Artel. Pleasure to meet you.
Benedict Vandermill at your service.
Well, yes. Perhaps you can assist me with some of my upcoming experiments. I've been working on ways to restore life to those that have lost theirs without the presence of magic, as it were.
So I see. Fascinating stuff, honestly.
I'm trying to bring the power back into the hands of man so that we don't have to rely on these archaic deities to bless us with their magical abilities on their whim. I am trying to make my I am progressing my experiments to the point of being able to reanimate skeletons to have basic thought and consciousness, and I am currently working on restoring a full flesh and blood man. If you'd like to follow me to the table here, we can take a look at him if you would like.
I will
Certainly,
send a
certainly.
message to Benedict as they start working and tell him, listen, we're here. Maybe you should introduce us as your bodyguards or something.
Yes. I gesture to Orca and say, well, one of my creations, of course, fellow practitioner of the sciences, and my bodyguards have come in behind me.
Point of order. Am I still hidden?
You're still, you're like, he does not know that you're there. He can very clearly see Orca and probably Valerian just because he's out in the open. So those two are covered by the bodyguard bullshittery.
I'll message Benedict and just like, still hidden. Do not mention me.
Cool.
Okay. So Dr. Arlo introduces himself to Benedict, Valerian, and Orca. And then you guys come up to the table to look at his latest experiment.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Mm-hmm.
I'll drag all you guys up here. Okay. He says, right, so I have been working diligently to reanimate the dead through science instead of magic. I myself am not able to break that boundary into magic. I have studied as much as I could, but I always had more affluence with the natural sciences. I have been studying as a doctor and a healer for most of my life, and now I am going to progress my experiments to the realm of death in regards to bringing people back so that they can live their life if it was cut off from them. I myself experienced a very tragic childhood, and I was not able to spend the time with my parents. So this is my way of bringing them back so that we can have a life together as a proper family.
You have my
I don't wish to
condolences.
see... I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. I don't wish for that pain to be placed upon anybody else, especially young children or parents that might lose their child due to some accident. So I am working here on these to bring them back and have some sort of consciousness.
As they're talking, can I look at the table where this creature is and deceptively try to make an accident to try to kind of like fuck around with this creation?
Oren dropping an F-bomb. Oh no, we got demonetized. Yeah.
Oh no.
Freak around, okay?
All right,
Freak
guys,
around.
starting over. Can't be having that.
Fix it in post.
Fix it in post. Yeah, go ahead and give me... if you're trying to do it secretively...
Yeah, kind
give
of
me
like touching something by mistake and like make it look like I'm not really like I did something by accident.
Sure. Yes.
Can I can I, in a way of offering the help action, I want to give this Orca, again, is not super smart. And this man just shared a really sad story, and Orca wants to go in to give him a hug.
Okay.
Which hopefully I can provide the help action to Valerian.
Like distract him.
I will say that it is a distraction enough when a giant device of instruments goes to hug you. Yes, Valerian, you can have the help action, so you can roll a sleight of hand with advantage.
Sleight of
And the
hand,
automaton
that's what I'm rolling?
Yeah, because you're still trying to do this secretively.
Okay. Sleight of hand. My sleight of hand is
And
plus...
the automaton is...
Sleight of hand is +1.
Oh, dang. You got this. And you also have a bardic still, I think. No, did you?
You just have a bardic, yeah.
You still have a bardic.
I do have a bardic, yes. Okay.
The automaton is like, story sad.
Fell on the floor.
Me give hug.
Saturn, what would you like to be doing while they're examining this body?
Noticing how they're all over there.
So the one on the table is 19. Let's see what the other one is. 10. So 19 plus 1 is dirty 20.
Yeah, you're able to. You see, like, there's a couple of threads, like, right up the abdomen that if you feel like if you pull those out, it'll probably, like, you're able to, like you just, like, press on the side of the stomach, and it, like, they're fresh staples, so that it's not fully, like, connected yet, but you just, like, apply pressure, and they loosen just enough that you feel like when this thing goes to, like, sit up, it'll, like, rip, and just, like, whatever's inside will come out.
Okay.
You feel like you've successfully sabotaged this thing without it looking obvious.
Cool.
Saturn, what are you doing right now?
Seeing how they're all over here, I'm gonna make my way over here and just like check out what's going on in this dark space.
Okay. Give me a stealth check with advantage because there's a giant robot hugging the guy.
Alright, it was a 2, but now it's a 19 instead.
Nice.
So 19 plus 3 is 22.
Okay. You're a ghost, you dive between these devices and these machines, and you end up over here. You can see that the skin on this one in the test tube is like rapidly regrowing. You could estimate that probably within a day, there'll be like muscle will fully have been formed over it. There's the two skeletons standing over here, but they're just like standing at attention. They don't have any weapons or armor on them. They don't notice you, but they're also like not being like any really protective of Dr. Arnold or anything like that. They're just like basically like standby mode is the best way to describe it. They're just like standing there waiting for an order.
One question I will ask through message is something that just occurred to me. If this isn't magic, what is keeping these things alive? Something that we might want to try to figure out. Because I don't think if we kill him, I mean, I don't know what's keeping them alive.
Okay. This device down here, Saturn, seems to be some sort of like a finishing, almost like a washing station to get like all of like the chemical residue off of these creatures. Once they go through like the assembly process, they come down here at the end, and you see there's like a chemical bath almost to like rinse everything off them and make them not smell like a laboratory.
Okay.
It is currently empty. There's nothing in there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well.
Dr. Arnold looks at you, Benedict, and says, so how would you like to assist with my experiments? Do you have some sort of knowledge of the medical sciences? Maybe we could collaborate on some notes, and maybe we can take our... So here's the big hiccup. I have been able to reanimate the flesh. I've been able to reanimate the bone.
As I see.
My problem is I'm still having an issue making that final connection of full consciousness. They are able to listen to simple commands, but for them to have their own thought, I think I need a fresher body The ones that I've been experimenting on have been dead for quite some decades. The body on this table here has the mind of my father. I am trying to work. He's been dead for about 20 years. He's the freshest body I've had. I'm trying to get that final spark to reignite that consciousness and pull back from the afterlife whatever soul might actually exist within us. Do you have any insight on how we can possibly make that happen?
Well, there are many who might say that the illusion of life is just as meaningful as true life itself. How can you know what goes on in another's mind? Perhaps if you could simply replicate the seeming of life, it would be functionally identical.
So you're saying if I put
You need
him...
not a soul, simply the mimicry of their personality.
I see. So dress him in his clothes, put him in his house, maybe have him eat his favorite meal, and you think the soul would reassemble within his subconsciousness, and he would be that fullness of life, is something you're thinking of.
Something to that effect. And if such a thing would not occur, if he seems similar enough.
I see. So you're saying that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Just about.
Interesting. I really like that. Benedict, you're quite the learned man. I'm glad that we met. I'm glad you stumbled into my mansion and took the secret tunnel a half a mile underneath into my laboratory. I appreciate you coming this far.
Oh, it was no work, really.
He starts going over his notes with Benedict. A lot of it goes over your head, as you're an expert in philosophy. When it comes to medical sciences, you've probably picked up a little bit here and there from various textbooks. Actually, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Can I do a quick insight on that last statement of his, pointing out the fact that we took the secret tunnel?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight on that one.
And also, I have +4 in medicine. Can I help Benedict?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's already a 16. The help is a 2. Okay, that's 16 plus 3, 19 on medicine.
Okay.
Right.
I think Benedict's. I think he's also got out certain pages of his own textbooks on ethics of like reanimation and just generally anything surrounding death and consciousness. And he's offering his own insight into what it actually means to be alive.
Okay.
To try it's not enormously relevant necessarily to the actual like methodology, but he's trying to appear that he knows what he's talking about here.
Gotcha. Okay.
So he's playing to his own strengths.
So yeah, you and Valerian are able to like confer notes with what you have versus what Dr. Arnold has, and you're following along how he was able to basically he bathed like the dead flesh in vitamins and nutrients, and was able to use basically just like almost like a juice press, like he pressed them into it to reinvigorate them, and he's like been running them through like little bursts of like captured lightning to like reinvigorate the flesh to get it like so that the flesh is at least alive. And like you can see this creature on the table, like you can see his chest rising and falling, like you can see like the heartbeat. Saturn, you had what was your insight?
22.
He's definitely onto you guys about being in here. You were very deceptive when you first arrived, but there's really only one way in here. You came in through, like he said, an abandoned mansion to a secret trapdoor down a long tunnel. He is listening to your advice about it, as he does need input on these experiments. But Saturn, you can tell that something's about to go down, and it's probably not going to be good for you guys.
I'm gonna ready my crossbow.
Okay.
To shoot when it does, and I'm gonna message Benedict. I don't think this is going the way we would like it to. If you could prepare yourself, and I'll try to message the others after that. As many messages as I can, but
Okay.
be as kind as you want to be there.
Okay. I'll say that you can probably just pop off like a quick message to all three of them. Dr. Arnold's on to us. Get ready.
Can I ready an action?
Yeah.
Okay.
What would you like to? Before I say yes, what would you like to ready? And then we'll.
A spell.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to ready Cloud of Daggers on the body that is on the table.
Okay.
So if it reanimates and comes after us, if at the beginning of its turn, he will take 4d4 slashing damage.
Oof. You start to get ready for that. You've got like your hand on the material components, and like you're ready to
I
go.
think Benedict's just still trying to keep the conversation going, trying to keep credence up.
Dr. Arnold,
He's not readying anything. He just
talks to you about, he's ready to move on to the next step, and he throws a switch on the wall next to the table, and you see that like electricity starts to like form around the table, and it's like pulsing into this creature. You see that like the chest starts to rise and fall faster, and it does start to sit up, and with Valerian's subtle messing with earlier, as it sits up, like the chest just kind of rips open, and a couple of the organs kind of fall out. But it like does sit up. It doesn't seem to feel the pain.
Oh dear.
And like the lightning arcs across.
Was that intentional?
And Dr. Arnold goes, no, I thought I had the staples fixed correctly. And he turns the switch off, but the creature's already like got up and like is sitting up and it's starting to like move its legs like off the table to stand up. It doesn't seem to be threatening you at this moment, Valerian. When would you like your spell to go off? Like it's animated. It is starting to stand up. It had, like I said, it's not aggressively taking any motion towards you guys.
I think I'll wait until Dr. Arthur turns on us.
Okay. As you're getting ready to do that, he turns towards Benedict, and just anger in his face, like, "You did this! What did you do to my creation?"
I did nothing of the sort. How dare you accuse me of such things?
And you see Dr. Arnold starts to reach towards a pouch on his right side, and he pulls a vial out and starts to throw it at you.
I'm going to release my bolt as soon as I see
You can go ahead
anything.
and make that attack with advantage, because he doesn't know you're there.
Let's see, what's my attack with my crossbow? Should have used a spell, but sometimes I forget I'm casting. But there we go, crossbow.
Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I have detect thoughts. all this time I didn't use it.
Oh my god.
And that's another clip.
Okay.
First time D&D.
I've spent the last 10 minutes fumbling through pretending to know medicine, and you had that the whole time.
Yep.
Oh, man. 15 to hit is not going to hit. So you took a shot, the crossbow bolt goes wide. I will say that he throws this at Benedict with disadvantage, though, because he is now, like, a bolt flew right past his face. So he's just going to toss this at Benedict with disadvantage. That is a natural 1.
Oh, wow.
So he throws it, like, it looks like he's probably left-handed, but he pulled that up with his right hand. It goes past you and crashes into this device behind all of you, and you see like a thick sludge kind of spreads out and covers a giant corner of this. It's almost like a thick tar. Valerian, you can have that spell trigger on the construct if you would like. So does it have a save or anything?
No, it's just a cube. You fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose within range. A creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn there.
Okay, go ahead and roll that damage, and I will apply that in just a moment, because we are
4d4.
going to... I've been waiting 4 hours to say this. We are going to roll initiative.
Ah!
Oh.
Okay.
Finally.
I'll do that
Initiative.
twice, and then another twice because I don't have enough d4s. 2 and 2. Okay, so that's 4 and 4 and 3. So 8, 11.
11 damage. Okay.
Ooh.
Benedict rolled a 10 on the initiative.
My initiative, I have +6 to initiative. I rolled 12, so 18.
Dirty 20.
Okay. What was yours, Saturn?
14.
14. I need to add a turn for Saturn. Yeah, Saturn, you tried to take a shot on Dr. Artle. You were unsuccessful, but it was enough to distract him. He threw this vial at Benedict. Unfortunately for him, he missed, and you saw this sludge. Even in like the few seconds after, it grew rapidly. Some sort of thick paste that has now covered, I'd say, a good like 10 foot by 10 foot area of this device. So much so that it's starting to slow down some of the components. As this was happening, Valerian, you unleashed this spell on this creature that is now standing up next to the table. So he's right here. And it is a giant hulking. As it stands up, Valerian and Benedict, you guys are about average height. This thing is a good 9.5, possibly even 10 feet tall.
Oh, wow.
He said it was his father, but at least his father's mind. You see the pieces of flesh that are sewn together. Several pieces on the arm, several pieces on the leg. So it's like, all right, if a thigh bone is this big, but then you take this chunk and add it to this thigh bone to make one thigh type of thing. Orca, it is your act. Dr.
Awesome.
Artle is incredibly furious that there was damage to his creation. Excuse me. And has already started to reach back into a bag to pull out something else. But you are first act.
We need to take him down quickly.
He screams at you guys, "You ruined my creations! I thought you were here to help! How dare you walk into my laboratory!"
Have you considered that maybe you made a mistake?
The mistake was not attacking you when you first came in.
Rip. Orca sees big scary guy. I want to. Okay, it's like. I think I have to get closer. Yeah, I gotta get closer to this guy.
Okay. I mean, you can do that, no problem.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. He's gonna go by everyone. And he is going to he's gonna try to hit the big guy, the big creature dude that looks terrifying,
Okay.
with the longsword. I want to flavor it as a clarinet instead of a longsword.
That's
Okay.
Very pointy clarinet.
A
That's
very
fine.
pointy clarinet. A clarinet with a blade attached to it somehow.
Is this your +1 weapon? If so, that's amazing.
It could be. I was gonna use the long because I think the +1 weapon, because the longsword is a +3, so I don't know if it's a +3 to
The
hit.
+3 would be your regular stats, and then the +1 would just make it a +4 instead of a +3.
Oh, instead of a +3. Okay.
Yeah, like the +1 adds to what you're doing.
So I'll do it with the +1 weapon then.
Yeah, well, we can say that the +1 weapon that Orca has, due to your Warforged like absorption, like because like you don't wear armor, you absorb it. We can say that the same thing kind of happened with your weapons, so it's a +1
So
clarinet.
it'd be like a +4. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so yeah, a +4 to attack, and then your damage also increases by a +1 as well.
By a +1.
So
That
1d8
implies we
+2
found
instead
like
of +1.
a really pointy clarinet somewhere that Orca then put onto his body.
So
Is it-
11.
Like there was just a really pointy clarinet out in the wild. or like
he just took
being
it
given
out
as
of like
reward?
his back pocket. Yeah, yeah. He's a man made of instruments.
Maybe it's like a clarinet, but instead of the reed in the top, it's like a knife.
Yes, exactly, exactly like
like
that.
those cane swords, but it's a knife.
Yeah.
It's actually a +1 dagger, but they put it into a clarinet.
I like that.
And every time he strikes with it, it just plays.
All right, what is your 2 hits?
So I rolled an 11 plus 4 is 15.
Yep.
I can do math.
Yeah.
15.
Numbers. 15. will
Numbers,
hit.
math. I can do math.
You're attacking the puzzled man, correct?
Yes, the tall one, the scary looking one.
15 is gonna hit.
15 is gonna hit, and then it's a D8 plus 2, right?
Yes.
Or no?
Because you're using
Yeah.
your +1. Yep.
Because I'm using my +1. Okay, so that's a 3 plus 2 is 5.
Okay. Yeah. That like this thing has animated, and you know that like the blood, like the heart is pumping, so you like cut it across the thigh, and you do see like blood start to pool out. So it did damage. That was, you said 5 damage.
It was 5 damage. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That was only 15 feet of your movement. If you would like to move any more, but if you would get an attack of opportunity if you back away from it.
No, I'm gonna stay in melee range. I want to stay in melee range.
Okay.
Of this guy. I don't think I have anything for. Well, I'm wondering if I could do. Because I have kinetic jaunt. Can I do? I'll do a bonus action for kinetic jaunt, I think.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to read the spell of that out loud or not, but
Yeah, go for it.
you magically empower your movement with dance-like steps, giving yourself the following benefits of the duration. Your walking speed increases by 10 feet. You don't provoke opportunity attacks, and you can move through the space of another creature, and it doesn't count as difficult terrain. If you end your turn in another creature's space, you are shunted to the last unoccupied space you occupied and take 1d8 force damage.
Neat. Okay. Yeah, so you're now a little bit faster, and you don't get attacks of opportunity against you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but it is a concentration spell. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We will have to do that concentration check coming up real soon.
Awesome.
That takes us to, so that was movement, action, bonus action, Valerian.
Okay.
This is your first official turn in D&D. Welcome to the game.
Welcome to the game.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here.
It's an energy.
Yes.
Nice. It's too early for me to be drinking.
Can I try to cast a spell on Dr. Arthur? Arthur, that's his name?
Ardil, A-R-D-I-L.
Ardil, okay. So I want to cast a spell on Dr. Ardil and try to intimidate him while doing so.
Ooh, okay. What spell are you casting?
Shatter.
Ooh.
I don't know how that ties into intimidation, but okay.
No, I'm just going to tell him something before I cast a spell.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're just like flavoring your spell to just be not just shatter his body, but also his mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to raise my hand at him and say, "Your demise will be a good story for my boss back at Neverwinter Castle." And then I cast Shatter.
Okay.
3d8.
Ooh.
They have a save on that, I believe.
Yeah, so it's Con 13.
Oof. Let's see.
I think I'll just do it with D&D Beyond now because I don't have enough dice for this.
Yeah.
Okay,
so he makes...
That's a 7. 7 damage.
On 3d8?
Yes, it was 1, 1, and 5.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
And for even more bad news for you, he did pass his concentration or his constitution save.
No.
Oh, no.
That is a fun thing, though.
Yes.
I think Shatter also damages anything not being worn or carried. So would that whole device that powered the creature take damage?
Oh,
Or
That's
no.
true. Shatter is like an area of effect.
or
Oh,
Let
he
me, let me
has
write down his.
all of those things that he wanted to throw at us. So maybe some of them got broken inside his coat or something.
Unfortunately, those are worn or carried. It
Yeah.
does specify worn things not worn or
Yeah.
carried.
Oh, okay,
Also take
okay.
damage. But it does also state non-magical objects, and it is a 10-foot radius. So,
You did establish
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
entirely
non-magical.
I
non-magical
know, I did. That's why I read that word out. The problem is that Benedict is also within 10 feet of Dr. Arnold.
Can I try? It is.
Could be centered
Yeah.
behind him or something.
It could be centered behind him.
You can center it behind him, but it's going to do less to the equipment if you're going to center it like, if you want to center it like here, it's going to do less to the stuff around him.
Can I do it like right above him and then have like potentially also the creature being or between him and the creature?
You want to do it like right here?
About like there.
Yeah.
That should be fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's so like here, get him and the creature and not you guys. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So he also makes a Constitution saving throw for the creature. Wow, even with his plus, he failed. So the creature will take the full 7 damage.
And we established he's not sewn right because I I made some damage there too.
Oh no, he was already like when the lightning coursed through the body, you saw the like it arcing across the staples, and they're just like the left side is just heavily burnt already. So you sabotaging it before the fight started did reduce the HP quite a bit. So well done there.
Yay.
If you don't already have an inspiration die for that.
Yay! I don't. I'll take one.
7 damage is not a lot of damage. So you see like some of like the scalpels and smaller instruments kind of like go flying everywhere. And there's like a one glass jar that shatters, but the table and the device itself doesn't take a lot of damage. I mean, 7's not a lot for like steel and metal. Movement, you would get an attack of opportunity against you, but you can move if you would like, or if you have any bonus actions, you can do those as well.
So I don't think I have any bonus actions. I only have reactions. And I do have 1 bardic inspiration left. So I think I'll just stay where I am.
Okay. Yeah, you've got healing word as a bonus action, but I don't think. It's
Yeah,
worth
I
it
don't.
at
I
this
don't
point.
need it now, at least.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that you knew what your options were. Sorry.
Thank you.
That is going to take us to the skeletons then. Saturn, you did fire a crossbow. They're not that observant. So give me a quick stealth check just to make sure that they didn't notice you. Like Dr. Arnold knows that somebody shot him in that direction, so that you're not hiding from him. You're trying to make sure that these skeletons didn't notice you.
That is a 22.
Oh yeah. They don't know what's going on with you, so they are just going to double move to back up Arnold. Or can they get there in 15?
I was really afraid I was about to just eat 2 attacks.
Oh,
By the way,
one of them is able
you,
to get.
Did you want me to
I'm feeling
to roll for
dangerously in
intimidation
range.
No.
for what I did before?
You can go for it.
I mean, let's see. Maybe it's a nat 20.
Maybe he'll have disadvantage on his next attack. Who knows?
Okay, so it's a 10 on the die, and my intimidation is +4, so 14.
He is more angry than scared at this point. You guys came in and you lied to him. He told you his tragic backstory, his experiments. He's trying to make the world, in his eyes, he's trying to make the world better. And now you're in here messing things up. You're attacking his father, basically. So he's just kind of not in the headspace to listen to reason right now. One of these skeletons is going to move and take an attack on Benedict. The other one is going to double move and get behind Valerian, but not be able to attack this turn. Skeleton will take like I said, they don't have any weapons or armor. He's just kind of like clawing at you like an unarmed strike. That is a 17 on the die. Plus, I don't think plus anything. Plus 2, I think, yeah. So 19 to hit, which I'm assuming hits a squishy bard.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of us see him?
I would say all three of you know that like it's a skeleton. It comes running up if you want to try and do like cutting words, if that's why you're asking.
I don't have cutting words, but does anyone else has?
Yeah, that's just me, and I don't think I can lower it enough to make it miss.
It was a 19 total.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
my AC is 13. That's not missing.
You take 2 slashing damage as he like rakes a bony finger claw against your like neck and chest, and your expensive vest is torn a little bit.
How dare you!
How dare you! And the other one just did a double move, so that takes us to Saturn.
Turn.
Okay.
By the way, I'm out of second level spell slots.
Uh-oh.
Rip.
I have not used any spell slots yet.
I believe that puts me in range of everyone. 20,
Quick, everybody do this. Really confuse him.
35. No, everyone's in range. We're good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna upcast Bane at second level.
Okay.
Ooh.
Tell us what Bane does, please.
So, up to 3 creatures of your choice that you can see within range must make charisma saving throws. Whenever a target that fails the saving throw makes an attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack roll or saving throw.
Okay.
Upcasted at second level, I can target 4 creatures instead of
Okay, so you're hitting all 4 of them right now. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I was just going to ask which
So-
ones, but that's literally all of them. I will start with, and this is a charisma save. Okay.
Yep, beating a 14.
I will start with Dr. Artle. That is only a 6.
that's
Skeleton.
I'm assuming the skeletons aren't that
Okay.
charismatic.
That's a natural 1 on the one skeleton. The other skeleton was a 5. I'm done with these dice. I'm going to roll.
No,
One more.
I'm going to roll for the puzzled man. That is a 7. So they're all baned now.
Okay.
I will put little markers on them. This one. This one looks good. Little Ghostbuster symbol.
Who are you gonna call?
If you
gonna
guys
call?
haven't seen the new movie, it is utterly fantastic, and I highly recommend it.
Nice.
I need to see it. Paul Rudd's in it, right?
Oh yeah.
I love Paul Rudd.
Okay. So you move a little bit closer, Saturn. You do your Bane. Is there any sort of like? So it's a verbal component as well. What's your casting sound like?
Let's see. There is a drop of blood, so no, I'm not gonna do it. I am just gonna like bite my tongue a little and just cause a little drop of blood, and just as I just pass it off, it's like, I'd like you all to miss now. He just starts coughing up blood.
Okay.
And the blood just sprays into the air and lands on them.
Oh, wow.
Ew.
Welcome to Bane.
Gross.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
It's getting bloody in here.
Are you going to move any closer, or are you going to stay back where you're at?
Nah, I'm good. I'm at 16 hit points. I still haven't recovered the 2 from earlier. I'm good.
Any bonus actions?
No. I'm gonna save my last bardic inspiration. I don't think I have. Can't cast a second spell. I don't. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
good.
That takes us to Benedict. You quickly have been swarmed by these creatures. There's
Yeah,
now a skeleton
I'm noticing
in front and
that
behind.
I'm in melee range of everyone.
Literally every combatant on the field right now.
Yeah, I'm going to disengage.
Okay.
Definitely. Can I get? I can run back this way, maybe.
This test tube here will give you partial cover, just so you know. Because it's like a large... like, there's a body inside of it, so it's big enough that you could, like, kind of duck behind.
There's no
Yeah,
danger
I think I'm going
of
to disengage
that,
and
bursting
duck behind this one.
with a new skeleton or something, right?
Sure.
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 Excuse you?
Well, that's not worrying at all. I don't think I've got any bonus actions other than inspiration, so that might be it from me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's take healing word.
It's going to run away. And that will be my turn.
Okay. That will take us to...
It's gonna actually as I run away, I'm going to call back to Ardal. Like, this is incredibly uncivil.
Running away, tails flapping behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, like
That takes us to Dr.
patting down
Ardal.
my slightly torn coat.
I love that.
He pulls a vial out of his pouch, and he's going to move... Yeah, he's going to, like, skirt around the back of this device, and as he passes behind this creature, he smashes some sort of fluid, some container on the back of it, and just keeps moving past, and says, "Fine, if I cannot do my experiments here, I will do my experiments elsewhere," and starts to, like, skirt around the back of the laboratory here. That takes us to the creature, who is going to make a slam attack against both of you. One
Ow.
on each. Orca, that is a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Valerian, that is only a 9 to hit.
No, miss.
Ow,
My
ow,
Are
ow.
you rolling the minus d4?
That is true. There, he's baned. So what was that? It was a 20,
21.
21
Uh,
minus 4,
17.
17. That's still going to hit Orca. Okay.
It's still gonna hit, yeah.
cut. Is there cutting words?
You guys want to do cutting words?
That's up to Benedict.
I could throw a cutting words. How?
Okay.
Wait, what do they roll, and what's the AC?
17 to a 16, so you need a 2.
You need a 2 or higher for it to be a miss.
I'll probably hit that. Okay. Let me check how cutting words works.
As a reaction, you can expend your bardic inspiration.
I can't do that if it's immune to being charmed. Can this thing be charmed?
Ooh, I forgot about that bit of cutting
It is
words.
immune to being charmed. I also
So
forgot
did
about that
I.
bit. I wasn't playing for an Oops All Bards party, but it worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Like,
Well-
I do a lot of psychic damage, and then I'm like, oh, 3 undead. Nothing I'm doing here.
Oddly enough, the skeletons, stat block as written, they're not immune to being charmed. So you can do it on them, but not on the
Interesting.
the puzzled man. So he is going to hit.
The puzzled man.
I get it now. It didn't hit until you said it.
That is going to be 7 bludgeoning damage on Orca. I will let you know that I did roll almost max damage, so like that's why it
7?
was so much damage. 7 damage, yes.
You were good.
And then you need to make a concentration check on
Yes, you were
your
right.
spell.
Oh,
I can never
we
jump.
forgot. He started his turn still within my cloud of daggers.
Yes, that was 11 damage. Okay. Yeah, the daggers stab into its flesh, and you see that like some of the stitching like comes loose as it like cuts through the stitching. Some of the staples pop out.
How wide of an area does the daggers hit? And where was it centered?
It's I think a cube.
It's a 5-foot
just do
cube,
like a
so
5-foot
just
cube,
like
right?
5 feet
Okay,
cube.
it's a 5-foot
Yes.
cube.
just on the creature. Yeah.
Just on him.
Then that's going to be a DC 10 Constitution saving
You
throw
had-
to maintain that concentration.
You had con to it, right? Even then, I still don't get I still don't get a 10. I rolled a 4, which is like a 7 with my +3 to con, so no more kinetic jaunt.
Okay. That is disappointing because you didn't even technically use it because you
I
did a bonus
know.
action at the end. Man, that sucks.
No, I know.
Sorry.
It's fine.
But it is now your turn. Yeah, the creature's not gonna move. It's trying to take you guys out. It doesn't have any bonus actions or close, so it's just
Or close.
Or close.
just pummeling on you with fists right now.
I want to attack Ardil
Okay.
with my daggers, which I want to flavor as maracas.
Okay.
Just hitting the dude with maracas. Let me see if I hit though.
Your daggers remind me. I gotta make this real quick segue. Your dagger
good.
as a maraca reminds me of. There's an old board game that I can never remember the name of, but I think about it all the time. To determine the turn order each time, there was a dagger that went into like the back of the board. It was full of colored marbles that you would shake it up and then flip it, and they would like fall into the hilt of the dagger. And then based on the color, that's how you would go. That's what just like you have it like you actually like shake the dagger as a maraca, and then you like throw it. But it's full of like maraca beads or whatever's actually inside of maraca.
It's full of maraca beads, yeah.
But that was the dagger I thought of.
I love that thow.
Okay. So are you throwing a dagger?
I'm throwing a dagger. I don't think I hit. Because I rolled a 6. I have a +4 to hit, which is 10.
Mm-hmm. 10 is going to miss. You also should have rolled a disadvantage if you were throwing a dagger.
Oh.
But 10's going to miss, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah. No, it was going to miss. If it was disadvantage, I just rolled a 5. So it would have been a 9.
Yeah, because you're attacking at range while somebody was in your threatened space, those are a disadvantage.
Gotcha. I did not know that. I know that now, though.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
So
maracas just fall on the floor.
Any bonus action?
Bonus action. No.
Okay.
No, I think that's. I don't know what 2-weapon fighting does, but I don't think that applies to me.
That's proficiency when fighting with 2 different weapons in both hands.
Awesome.
So
Yeah.
unless you're doing that, it doesn't really
Awesome. That's it then. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Valerian.
Wait, with 2-weapon fighting, if you throw something light, you can also throw another light thing after, I'm pretty sure, as bonus action. I'm pretty sure either of them can be thrown if they have property.
If they have the throwing property.
Yeah.
which
So if you have 2
is
daggers, you could
established
throw 2 daggers, I'm pretty sure.
That's true, yeah. You're attacking... When you take the attack action, attack with a light melee weapon...
But it would be that same disadvantaged one. So
Yeah, no, I
might
definitely
not
know
be worth
that.
it.
Yeah. So yeah, you could like throw 2 daggers, or you could try and attack the creature with your longsword and then throw the dagger as a bonus action.
Could I could do the longsword on the creature then?
Hang on, before I say that, I don't know.
Or do you want me to...
Longsword isn't light.
Yeah, the
so-
longsword's not light, you're right. My
Okay,
bad.
so I can just throw
Yeah,
another
you can stab it
dagger?
with another dagger.
Okay, I'll roll with disadvantage again. Who knows? Maybe it'll be like an 18 and a 19. You never know.
Well, wouldn't the longsword have the versatile property, so you just have to hit the layer damage and get to use the dagger anyways?
Longsword is martial and versatile.
Versatile just means it can be held one or two-handed. That doesn't affect...
It keeps the offhand free for the dagger, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the dagger.
Yeah, but it's
throw
not
still
light.
happens.
It has to be light for you to use.
No,
2-weapon
you're not
fighting.
throwing the sword. You're just 2
No,
weapons.
but either way, if you're using 2 weapons, both of them have to be light.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unless you have feet.
like she can still throw
Which I
2
don't think
daggers. I'll let that
has.
happen, but yeah, there's
Yeah.
still going to be a disadvantage.
Yeah, I rolled a disadvantage. I got an 18 and a 7. So 7 plus 4 is 11, which does not hit, I don't think.
Does not hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is
and
my
you're gonna,
turn.
And you're gonna stay there in this threatened space.
I'm staying in the threat. I'm staying where I'm at, I think.
Okay. Valerian.
Okay, can I move in a way, because my instincts kick in when I see that that Dr. Ardell is trying to run away. Can I move away from this skeleton, but still remain in the threatened area of the puzzled man to try to get a rapier strike at Dr. Ardell?
You would get an attack of opportunity from this skeleton.
Yes.
But you can basically just move in the space around the puzzled man to get to Ardell, yes.
Yes, I'm willing to take the opportunity attack to get to Dr. Ardell.
Okay, I will roll the Bane as well. I got a 3 on the Bane, so I rolled -3. It is going to miss.
Yes.
Oh wait, you only have an AC of 11, so that might still... No, it doesn't. -3. I didn't roll great. -3 was a lot.
Dang.
Dang you, Bane! All right, so you're running up on Ardell for a rapier attack.
Yes. So, first of all, let's do the thing. D8. No, that's not a D8. This is a D8.
Go get him.
8. So I rolled an 8. And also, what do I add to that, if anything?
Oh, you need to roll to attack first. Roll to hit.
Oh, right.
And then roll your damage.
My head is going forward.
Yeah.
I feel that.
Okay, I rolled an 8 again, but on the D20 to attack. What do I add to that, if anything?
Your weapon modifier. Like your...
Yeah, if you're looking at the actions
Proficiency
tab
plus the
on
stat you're using with it.
D&D Beyond, it should say, there's a column that says hit/DC.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you add to your attack.
Depending on what weapon you're using.
You know what? Let me just try to do that. No, that's not what I want to do.
I believe your rapier is a +2.
Yeah, it's hit plus DC is +2.
Okay.
So is the +2 what I'm adding?
To your D20 roll, yes. So that would be a total of 10 to hit.
10 to hit.
10 is going to miss.
Yeah, miss. Okay. Bummer.
We're just rolling terribly
at least
on this guy.
At least he is in my threatened area, so if he tries to go away, I'll get an opportunity attack. Cool.
That is potentially true, yes.
Hopefully.
Any bonus actions?
I do have... are any of the people I can see need my healing word?
I think Orca just took.
Orca just lost 7 damage,
but I still have
lost...
20.
Damn.
You
What's it like to have more
should
than
have
20
less
HP?
than that, because you took damage from the stone in the cemetery as well.
Oh,
Didn't we mend
how
that?
much damage? I don't think. How much damage did I take from the stone? Like,
I thought we mended that.
we did. I think we did.
I think.
But I don't know how much.
I think we mended it to make Orca stop saying "ow," but I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, no, it didn't actually heal Orca. No. Yeah, the way that I was
we didn't.
thinking of doing because you guys had mentioned using the mending cantrip to heal Orca because they're warforged. If you want to use mending to heal Orca, you need to make an Arcana check that the DC is based off of the damage done to Orca.
Yeah, and that's not what we did back there.
Yeah, no, so you should be at 18.
18, gotcha.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cast, as a
That's okay.
bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on Orca.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I did it in D&D Beyond.
I
It's
see it.
6.
Yeah, 6.
Nice.
Thank you. The automaton says it too. Thank you.
All right, that will take us to the skeletons. This one is going to take an attack on Orca with Bane. That will miss. 5, 10, 15, 20. This one is going to follow after Benedict and take an attack
no.
with Bane. That is
Oh,
also, I think, going to miss. You have an AC of 13? Yes.
13, yeah.
Okay. The puzzle man is going to take 2 slam attacks on... No, it's still going to do 1 and 1.
Wait, isn't Puzzled Man later?
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm used to having all of the bad guys go at once. But that is it for the skeletons. Saturn.
All right.
Who's at the beginning of the initiative? Who's the beginning of the round?
Orca's the
Orca.
top of the round.
Okay.
Orca and
Yeah,
then-
so right now it's Saturn, Benedict's on deck, and then Ardle and the puzzled man.
The puzzled man.
Because he's put together. Hey, it's funny.
The puzzled man.
I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers at first level at
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
You whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear, racking it with a terrible pain. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail save, it takes 3d6 psychic damage and must immediately use its reaction, if available, to move as far as its speed allows away from you.
Okay.
The creature doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground, such as fire or pit. On a successful game save, the target takes half as much damage and doesn't have to move away. A deafened creature automatically succeeds on the save.
And Bane also works on saving throws, if I remember correctly, right?
It
Okay.
does.
So let me roll its wisdom, you said?
DC 14. Yep.
He is pretty wise.
This Bane is proving its effectiveness so far.
I didn't even have to roll the Bane because I rolled so badly, so he fails.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll that damage. I will move him away from you 30 feet. So Oren,
Yeah,
go ahead and
I
roll your
have-
attack of opportunity.
Attack opportunity.
25, 30.
That is a 12 on the die plus 2. We said
For your rapier, yes.
yes. So 14.
14 is going to miss.
Bummer.
Dang.
That was 12 psychic damage.
12 psychic damage.
I rolled a 6, a 5, and a 1.
Dang. Okay. Yeah. You whisper something that only Ardle can hear. What do you whisper to put this guy in his place?
You'll never get your dad back.
Oh,
Oh, Rick.
Oh.
Great for the throat.
That was
Damn.
good.
Oh my god.
Ow. That hurt me and that wasn't even at me. Yikes.
Oh,
Wow.
that would be worth
Ouch.
inspiration, but you already have it, so it's fine. But you see Valerian, because you're right there. You see he starts to cry as he runs away from you, and as he's running away, you're just like, haha. Like you're like for a split second, like, oh, he's crying. I feel kind of bad, but you still go to stab him, but you're still like a little distracted by the tears, and you do end up missing. But yeah, he takes that full damage and runs away from you.
I see him crying, and I'm like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh man, that was good. And then you're gonna move.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Nice. Okay. Bonus action.
I don't think I have one worth spending. Let's see, is there a potion or something? Not really.
And this doesn't take any sort of effect on its next turn, right? It's just this damage, and then it runs away.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the damage and it
Okay.
runs. So.
All done?
Good luck, Benedict. I'm sure you can take it.
Good luck,
And it is now
Benedict.
Benedict's turn. 1-on-1 with a skeleton. Mono e bono.
Mono. Ooh.
No, don't. That was bad.
All right. What have we got here?
You have a hand axe? Why do you have a hand axe?
It's a philosophy reference.
Oh yeah, the contacts.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, okay.
Axe murderer.
axe murderer, thought
Gotcha.
experiment. And also, on occasion, he can't be bothered to philosophy people, and he just pulls an axe out and puts on some more gloves, and then gets his hands dirty.
Listen, sometimes you gotta get your hands dirty.
Right.
That's right.
Sometimes you've got to get your third pair of gloves
Always wearing
dirty.
gloves.
That's why it has so many gloves.
Right. I think I'm just gonna. Let's shatter get.
Orca, you're up after 2 enemies.
I'm up right now, or
The Benedict's turn, my turn, and your turn.
I think I'm going to go ahead and cast Dissonant Whispers on the skeleton.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You're over on that side of the battle. That's right. Okay. So go ahead and do your Dissonant Whispers.
It's
It's a-
DC 13 Wisdom save.
Oh, skeletons notoriously wise.
Mm.
Don't
If
forget.
it doesn't
I
work,
got
I'm
it,
gonna
don't
try
worry.
and cutting words it.
I rolled pretty good.
Oh no.
I gotta do some math on this because it already has a -1 for its modifier, -2 more for the Bane. That takes it down to an 11. Which I'm sure beats
Lovely.
your spell save. So he fails.
Alright. That is 3d6. 7 points of psychic damage. Is that? Did we say psychic was 5 skeletons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not immune to being
Okay,
charmed
cool.
or anything, so yeah, they don't have any immunities
Yeah.
to psychic damage.
I sort of just lean in and I'm like, are you certain you should be taking orders from this man? He doesn't seem enormously stable.
It it doesn't have eyes, but like you can see that it's like it kind of just goes, huh? And then it doesn't quite run away, but it like turns and just like ambles off without thinking about it.
Yeah.
So it does move 60 feet away from you.
Yeah. I'm just like, are you certain this is what you wouldn't be giving your life or death for this strange man? This seemed like a wise course of action to you?
What was the damage on that?
7 points of psychic.
Okay. Yeah, you see like
And now
part
that he
of
is-
the back of the skull kind of blows out a little bit, but it does continue to walk away from you.
Cool. And now that he has walked off, I'm going to try and follow
Saturn.
Saturn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Good move 30 feet that direction.
Around, like here, I think. Yeah.
Okay. That takes us
There we go.
to
That's me.
Dr. Artle. Valerian and Orca, give me a perception check since you're within distance of Artle. Yeah, Saturn and Benedict, you don't have clear line of sight on him right now.
Perception +4, 15.
Okay.
we have been rolling like one number away from each other almost this entire time, and it's freaking me out. Because I rolled a 16, and my perception is a 17.
Okay.
So I rolled 11, but my perception is +4.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay, because I was like, this is wild, because this happened like 3 or 4 times.
You see Dr. Artle pulls another vial out of his pouch, pops the cork topper out of it, and drinks it down. With those perceptions, you see what was in the vial. It's like a thick red gelatinous liquid with like a gold spinner like dancing up and down the tube as he drinks it down. And then he's going to move.
I wonder if I could do identify on that.
Sounds dangerously like healing to me.
And then as he gets to the mouth of the tunnel, Saturn, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Aren't you still hidden, Saturn?
No, I've done enough
Oh, okay.
stuff to point out where I am at this point. That is dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
No, sorry,
Okay,
19.
19. That is enough to save against this other vial that he throws at you. It shatters on the floor in front of you, and you're able to duck back as it shatters and explodes. I rolled like crap. I rolled like crap again. So you take 5 force damage as he throws a vial in your direction right here. It blows up. You hit like the very tail end of it. The large test tube that was next to it shatters, and the chair kind of jumps out and enters the battle. And there's some damage to this equipment as well.
It's
Oh.
a mimic.
It's a mimic.
We will roll its initiative. Oh, we got a natural 20.
No.
Oh shoot. Oh dang.
Do my silvery bars that?
Is initiative roll?
Maybe.
Do you want to?
It's tempting, but I think I'm just gonna eat it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna eat it.
It's gonna eat me, actually. Let's be honest.
All right. And you see Saturn from there. He seems to be... Dr. Arnold seems to be making his way into the tunnel as everything... He's trying to basically occupy you guys while he makes his escape. That takes us back to the puzzled man.
He
He
begins.
is going to...
He begins his turn and still takes the damage.
Go ahead and roll that again, yeah.
Let me do this from here.
Man, how's that not concentration?
12.
That sucks. 12? Yeah, your daggers keep just, like, slicing up and down all over it. It, like, tries to swat them away, but that just, like, impales its own hand on a dagger as it's trying to get them away. And that is concentration. Okay.
It is concentration, but I haven't been.
But you haven't taken any damage yet.
I haven't been hit to re-roll that concentration.
Well, he's going to take a swing on you, so let's see if that happens. Plus Bane, or minus Bane, I guess. That's going to miss. And then an attack on Orca.
Get that Bane.
That is going to take it down to a 9 on the die. Plus, what's his modifier? That is a 14 on Orca. That will miss as well.
It
Okay.
misses. I got a 16.
All right, then. That will take us to the top of the order, which is now the Mimic, because he rolled so well. He's going to put himself between... Actually, just going to kind of recklessly attack Saturn. And this one is not baned, so he's just going to roll straight. That is Jack Dice.
Honor.
Got honor the cock. That is going to be a dirty 20 as it lashes out a tongue to smack you around.
Silvery barbs.
Okay, is that a D?
I'd rather not. Maybe.
That's a D6.
Silvery barbs. I think it's just a roll.
Oh, that's right. It re-rolls. It's not. I was thinking of cutting words. Okay, and it takes the lower of the two, or just takes the next roll.
Use the lower
Okay.
roll.
Ooh, that will change that into a 13.
But you know it, it's still.
Oof. Okay.
Cutting words.
Oh no.
Nope. Okay.
Ooh.
So
Need at least a 2. I have a 12.
so
AC.
that's the D6.
All right.
Because it uses your bardic inspiration die.
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to roll a 2.
Right, so
Oh, I guess you can roll it. It is your spell.
6.
All right. It lashes out with this pseudopod to smash against Saturn. You're like, no, and he's like, but still, and then but it is like, no. He said no. Listen, like, no means no. Mimic, come on. And he
means
ends
no.
up missing.
I'll give. Let's see. Hold on. Let me look at this spell. Because it's like
Teaching this mimic about consent.
Yeah, for real.
Okay. Can I technically see Orca or not?
There's a lot of machinery in the way, so I would say no. You would probably have to give it to
Okay.
Benedict.
I can choose myself, but I think... You know what? No, I am going to choose
Oh, okay.
myself. I'm feeling good about this. Maybe. This might turn out badly, actually. We'll find
Okay.
out.
That was its turn. It moved an attack. It's a turn. It only gets one attack. So that takes us to Orca.
I think Orca wants to look at Valerian, just to see if he looks like he's preparing to follow Artle, or if he should go and follow Artle. I think he's looking for any clues on Valerian's face to see if he plans to stay or follow.
In terms of like what I plan to do, I know that I won't reach him by foot in my next turn, but I do want to still keep him in my sights 60 feet, because I have something that can disrupt his next saving throw.
Gotcha.
So I'll stay.
I'm just worried that he'll escape.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't reach him, but I can at least make it harder for him to oppose what we throw at him.
Awesome.
And while I'm still here, the puzzled man will still, as long as I keep my concentration, he'll still try to attack me and take the damage from the daggers.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and try to attack the puzzled man then again, I guess. For right now. Wait, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm rolling just with the +1 weapon, the clarinet. With my clarinet, I'm attacking him. That was completely cocked. So
Got honor the cock.
Got honor the cock. So that's a 14 plus 4, which is an 18 to hit.
That hits.
The +1 weapon. And it's another D8. D8 here. And that is a 1. So it's a 2 damage, I think. 1d8 plus 1. Or no, it would be +2, so it would be 3.
Yeah.
It'd be 3 damage.
Okay. And you're gonna stay there?
Yeah. I'll stay.
Okay.
I'll try to take care of Puzzled Man. But yeah, more clarinet sounds as Orca is attacking this dude. Just sounds of clarinet and...
Is that Enya?
Clarinet with a knife strapped to it.
Yeah. But yeah, that is his turn.
All right. That will be Valerian.
Can I send a message to the group as part of the turn?
I think that would take an action.
Talking is a free action?
Sending a message is a spell, which would be an action.
Oh.
Okay. So I will not send a message. I will just use unsettling words at Dr. Ardle, which is still in 60 feet away from 60 feet from me. So I just use the bardic inspiration, and he will have to deduct the number that I'll roll now from his next saving throw.
Okay.
3.
Okay.
So that, and also now just at the end of my turn, I'll be like, "Hey, he's running away!"
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Was unsettling words was that an action? That's a bonus action. So you can still try and stab the puzzle man if you want with your rapier.
Oh, right.
You haven't taken an action yet.
It's a bonus action, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So
or you can take a run at Ardle and risk the opportunity attack.
But will I don't think I'll reach him. Right?
How much movement do you have?
30 feet.
You'll get really close.
You get within his threatened space.
You're in
Yeah.
his
Oh,
attack.
so
Yeah, you're in his
So you could
space.
You can run at him as because that's a straight line.
Yeah.
You can run at him with your
Okay, so
movement and then attack him, but
yeah.
you'll get an attack of opportunity from this guy.
I'm fine with attack of opportunity. He's still baned, so
Yeah, he has not rolled. I think he hit once out of like 6 attacks.
and Orca is still there to keep him in place with my daggers.
God, I rolled so well on the Bane. That takes it to. Does a 10 hit you?
No, 11 is my AC.
Ah, so close. All right. So you start to run away. He takes an angry slam at you, but you're able to duck out of the way of his hand and chase down his sun creator.
Sun creator.
Technically, sun creator, but also
His father's son?
What came first, the mad scientist or the
father.
Frankenstein?
Okay, so I move here.
the father or the son.
I move here, and I'll take a swing at Dr. Ardle with my rapier.
Okay.
So let's see. D20 to hit. That's a 6 on the die.
Plus
no.
2
Plus
is
2.
8.
So 8.
Okay. Yeah, that is going to miss.
We just can't attack this guy.
Yeah, but at least
He doesn't even have that high of an AC. Don't worry.
but at least I still get.
I know. It's just that we keep rolling low.
Hey, I rolled a 15 and I missed. That's a pretty decent AC.
At
No,
least,
I know. It's just we're the ones rolling low.
At least I still get an opportunity attack now because I'm in his area.
That is true. That takes us to one skeleton is going to take a swing on, or a swing. It's going to reach out with its claws against Orca. Gonna miss. This one is going to also move in on Orca.
Uh-oh.
Its mind got messed up by Benedict, so now it's scared of Benedict. Ooh, that might hit. That is going to be with Bane a 15. Misses you. Never mind.
Yeah. I'm just imagining Orca's shield being just like symbols. So like every single time.
I rolled a 15. With its attack bonus, it is a 17, which does hit.
Oh dang! One of them was a
And
symbol.
you got the bane.
That was
off
with
too?
the Bane, yeah.
One of them was a symbol. It made one
Oh,
symbol.
like
symbol
okay,
crash.
like a music symbol. I was like, what does the symbol look like? No, they're just round. Okay.
Yeah.
A
a
symbol?
symbol?
Ooh,
What kind of
is-
symbol?
That is max
Very loud
scratching
shield.
damage of 4.
For
That takes us to Saturn.
Sit down.
So you have a large. It's a chair, and I know I'm using the mini of a mimic, but it's a chair that just like is attacking you. Like it reached out its legs to swing on you.
How far away am I? So 5, no. 25, 30. Ooh.
This here is like a large test tube you'd have to move around, by the way.
Yeah, I meant, could I skate it over there?
Uh,
Or nah? Okay, so I would have to go around. I couldn't squeeze between the mimic.
oh, I mean, either way, it's 30 feet to get to within his space.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
We need to finish off
Okay.
Dr. Ardle. The mimic can wait.
I have an idea to deal with
No.
him.
Okay.
the mimic's behind everything.
The mimic is the bad guy.
Look,
It was the
mimic
chair
is
all
the
along.
bad It was the chair all along.
Oh, yeah, because he was the chairman of the board of the capitalism.
Ooh, the
Duh.
captain.
Chairman
It was
of
capitalism.
the board.
the enemy was always capitalism. I was right to make a tree hugger of the tax.
Yes.
Okay. Do I risk the attack of opportunity? Yeah, you know. What else am I gonna do? I've taken quite a bit of damage. Let's go for it. Attack of opportunity me.
That is only an 11.
Ooh, you actually missed. Could I use a poison vial as a bonus action
Um,
to smother my dagger and stab a guy? You can say no. I respect that.
I do like drinking a health potion as a bonus action, but using it like to apply it to a weapon, that's a little more of a precise motion. So I will say no. That would be an action.
Okay, so in that vein, I will take a potion as a bonus action.
Okay.
I forgot to add a potion to my thing. What's the dice for it?
For a regular healing potion, 2d4, I believe.
That's 4. Oh, 2 4s.
Yeah, 2d4 plus 2.
Oh, I rolled 2 4s, so I'm back at the full.
Okay.
Nice.
And then, okay. I'm a stab him with a dagger.
Okay.
That's a +3 to hit, but I have advantage from my silver barbs. That is a 17.
17 total. That'll hit. Yes.
Sweet.
Finally, we hit the guy.
We hit the guy.
He's taking some damage.
That's going to be 1d8 plus 1 equals 5 from that. And then I'm going to use Psychic Blades,
Ooh.
which is a special thing from the College of Whispers. Okay. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, my dagger, you can expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to deal an extra 2d6 psychic damage to the target.
Good job.
This is what I...
So you already did 5 damage from your dagger, and an additional 2d6. Yes. Okay.
That's +4, +2, so +6.
11 total?
11 total. Stab.
Ooh.
Okay. Nice.
You're leaving your dad behind.
Do we get a sense that this guy, that Dr. Ardle, is more than human? I mean, like, do we get a sense that he is probably not as squishy as a regular human being?
You haven't, like we talked about, you haven't hit him a whole lot, but that was a pretty big hit. It looks like he's not looking that well, but it looks like he's expending all of his resources to just get out as much as he can. He hasn't, like, turned his full attention towards you guys to fight. He's more concerned with trying to distract you guys and get out of Dodge as best as he can.
Okay.
As far as health-wise, he does have, like, I don't want to call it armor because he's not wearing armor, but, like, he's got lots of layers on, and he is just, like, a very fit person. But yeah, he's more concerned with getting out than attacking you guys.
Okay.
And that was all of your stuff, I believe. Saturn?
How's he looking? Can I get
it? He is damaged for sure. I would say he's not quite bloodied, but he's close to it.
Very thick for a man in a basement.
And that will be Benedict's turn.
Right.
I believe in you, Benedict.
Right.
There's no inspiration behind that, but I believe in you.
Let me just measure something real quick. Okay. That's doable. I'm gonna move a little bit out here so I can just about see just about see Dr. Arnold.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
I'm going to pull out my massive philosophy tome from before. Start and flick all the way back to chapter 1, where Cittern got incredibly bored. And I'm going to start reading, and I'm going to cast Sleep at a 2nd level.
Okay.
That is, I believe, 7d8 worth of hit points.
7d8?
Yeah, 7d8 worth of hit points.
Read the spell for the audience, please.
The spell sends creatures into a magical slumber. Roll 5d8, but at high levels, it's at level 2, it's 2d8 as well, so it's 78 total. The total is how many hit points of creatures the spell can affect. Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range are affected in ascending order of their current hit points, ignoring unconscious creatures. I'm going to position my range behind Doctor far enough that I think I can reach that it doesn't hit any of my allies.
Okay.
Because it's got 90 foot of range, so I can definitely get a 20 foot radius behind that. Starting with the creature at lowest current hit points. Each creature affected by the spell falls unconscious until the spell ends, or the sleeper takes damage, or someone uses an action to wake them up.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I've got 78 here. Here we go.
This is a big one.
Oh, that's a lot of ones.
No.
5.
Oh.
Okay. 1, 2,
1, 2, 3, 4.
10.
5, 6, 7.
Right, 10, 15, 17, 23 hit points. Does he have 23 hit points or less?
He does not have 23 hit points or less.
Oh no.
No.
I am sorry.
All right. It was worth a shot.
That was good, and I mean that could have been a game changer.
But does he
Almost
sleep
got him.
or does he not?
No.
Bummer.
So if he had 23 hit points or less, then it would have got him. But he
Then he would have fallen asleep. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Beat him up a bit more, then I'll try that again.
Hit him some more. So you moved. You cast sleep and any bonus action.
Yeah. No bonus action. That's it for me.
Okay. That takes us to Artel. He sees Valerian and Saturn coming down on him. He feels this magical effect take place. He's not sure where it came from, but he feels something try to affect his mind, and he's at his wit's end. Valerian and Saturn, you see him. He grabs the whole pouch and slams it on the ground between you guys.
No.
He is also going to make this. I need you both to make dexterity saving throws. And I have his bane on here as well.
Okay, my dex is saving throw. Yeah, dex +2. Okay. It's a 15 on the die, so 17.
Okay.
I'm going to spend my inspiration because I rolled a 6. Ah, yes, a natural 1. So it's a 9.
Oh no!
Okay, so Saturn, you're going to be thrown 15 feet back. So you end up over here.
Beautiful. Glad I drank that potion.
Valerian, you're able to hold your ground as there's a massive explosion lights up between all three of you. Valerian, you see that he takes the majority of this Dr. Arl takes the majority of this damage as well, but is continuing to sprint down the tunnel away from you. I will roll the damage.
Do I get an opportunity attack?
Yeah, sure. No, you already used. No. He did his. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's a 5 on the die.
That is going to miss. Saturn, you take 17 force damage.
Okay.
Valerian, you
my
take
gosh.
8 of that. And Valerian, you see Dr. Artel runs down the tunnel much, much faster than he had before. And parts of the rock around this tunnel start to break off and close in on the tunnel around you. It hasn't completely blocked it, but the explosion weakened enough of it that it's starting to fall down.
Okay.
That is going to be his turn.
Do I get a sense that he's running faster, but do I still get a sense that I will be able to reach him on my next turn?
No, he dashed away from you much faster than you've seen a normal human run.
Okay, so he successfully runs away.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to shift
Dang.
focus to our puzzled man here.
And it is his turn. He's going to take 2 slam attacks on Orca.
He takes my damage first.
Before we get to that, you need to roll a concentration
Oh, right.
check for that.
Yes.
And Saturn is Bane concentration.
Yes, it is.
What
So 18,
what
that's
is the DC? Because I rolled a 17 on the die.
Oh, that should be fine because that was more than the damage you took.
Okay.
what's the save? 17 damage.
It's 10 or half the damage you took. It would be DC is 10.
Right, so I got
Yeah.
10. I believe in myself. Yes, that is an 18 on the die.
So you both maintain your
Yay.
concentration. Valerian, go ahead and roll the dagger damage.
Just a second. Cloud of daggers. 11.
Inspiration.
11 more. Jeez. At this point, the puzzled man is looking very, very bloodied. He will move a little bit closer to the explosion, but he's going to still take some attacks on Orca.
I think this cloud of daggers, only the cloud of daggers gave that creature 40 or more damage points.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna. If we survive, it'll be because of that. That's for sure.
But
For
it has now
sure.
moved out of the
Cloud of Daggers and Bane are carrying this fight.
For real, yeah. Because Bane, again, I rolled a 4 on that Bane on both dice. So it's not. It takes some it swings on Orca, but now that father-son is not within view, he seems distracted and just like wailing around recklessly. So both attacks on Orca are going to miss. That takes us to the Mimic. Is going to lash out at Benedict.
Yes, not me. Please, not me.
That is going to be an 18 to hit.
Benedict, no.
That is 2 bludgeoning damage as it clubs you with one of the legs of the chair. That takes us to Orca.
I want to. Yeah.
All right.
I want to cast Shatter. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
It's like a 10-foot radius, so it should get the 3 of these guys.
Are you censoring it on yourself?
You'll have to make the save too.
That's fine.
Oh wow!
I
Wow.
respect that. I
Yeah.
respect
Heck
that.
yeah. Okay.
That's fine.
I got a greater health
My-
potion in my back pocket right
My
there.
character is not very smart. Just to repeat that, he does not know that will also hurt him. A creature takes 3d8 thunder damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. A creature made of inorganic metal, such as stone, crystal, inorganic material, such as stone, crystal, or metal, has disadvantage on this saving throw.
Oh no.
A non-magical object that isn't being mortared or carried also takes the damage if it's in the spell's area.
So you're centering this on yourself. So you have to roll with disadvantage on your saving throw.
I think so.
Because you're made of metal. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this probably could kill me. But
Well, you're probably
I
going to
mean,
kill
you've
some
got
of
to
these things
admire
as well. So
the dedication there.
yeah,
Drink a potion first.
I'll. Drinking potion might take away my action though.
That's a bonus
I
action.
still
It takes
have 2 spell
it's a bonus
slots
Oh, is it?
for healing word.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so I'll be good. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
I rolled the saving throws for the skeletons.
Yeah.
They both rolled natural ones, not
Okay.
including Bane. But
Yeah.
so they both failed. I'm rolling for the puzzled man now.
I'm rolling my con at disadvantage.
They all fail.
wow.
My con save, I rolled a nat 20 and a 17.
Hey!
So
Yes.
even at disadvantage, it already beats the save, which was a 13. 18,
Yeah.
19, 20. Yeah, it beats it at like a dirty 20. So that's 3d8 thunder
And then you
damage.
take half of that.
Yeah, I take half, but I gotta roll to see what it is first. Okay, 2, a 5, and a 1. So 6, 7, 8. 8 damage. And then
Yeah.
I would take 4.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm still up, guys.
So you cast this spell. You just like bang like marching cymbals together.
Yes,
this sound
I create
resonates
the
out from
loudest
around you.
noise. The absolute loudest noise. I'm stomping with my tambourines, clashing cymbals. Really loud noises happening here.
The skeleton that Benedict had already blew its mind literally shatters into dust. The one skeleton that was nearby you, like half of its rib cage blows out and it kind of lifts to the side as it tries to come at you. Still alive. And you see like a large chunk of the muscle on like the chest and torso, like it's almost like an implosion rather than an explosion, as like the flappy organs kind of just like crunch up inside of the torso of the puzzled man. He's looking very worse off.
Ew.
Oh yeah, it's super gross.
Yikes.
Movement or bonus action?
I'm staying where I'm at. Can I give a bar?
Take
Do I
healing
need
potion.
to? Oh, could I do a healing potion as the bonus action?
Yeah.
How much is the healing potion exactly?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus
You also
2.
have a greater healing potion.
Yeah, I have a greater healing potion.
Which
Yeah,
will be
how much is the
4d4.
greater healing?
4d4 plus 4.
44 plus 4.
How many hit points do you have left?
I'm at 16 out of 27. So I can't do math. Whatever that number is.
You could probably just take the regular 2d4 could potentially be 10 max.
So it'd be 2d4 plus 4, right?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
For the regular healing potion, yeah.
Awesome. I'm going to roll that. So that's 3 plus 2 is 5.
Okay.
So I healed 5. I'm going to stay where I'm at. But that is my turn.
Okay. Valerian, you fought off this explosion. You're like kind of like rubbing the glare out of your eye, and you peek down this tunnel to see Ardal is already probably 70 feet away from you.
70 feet away.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Probably closer to 90 feet away from you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You think the potion that he drank was something that increased his movement speed?
Yeah. Probably haste.
Dang.
It would have to be haste, yeah. Well, something like it at least.
Okay, so just for flavor, I'm gonna shout down the tunnel. Don't you want to help your father?
As you shout that down the tunnel, more rocks start to crumble down in the tunnel.
And then I realized that I need to wrap things up here, so I'm going to move back to the puzzled man and try to take a swing.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. So I want to attack. I'm gonna attack with my rapier. That's a 3 plus 2, 5. Sorry, guys.
5 is going to miss.
Orga's cheering you on anyway, even though you didn't miss. Like
Oh,
Orca's automaton is like, you can do it. You
bonus
got this.
action, healing word to Orca.
Nice.
Oh, thank you.
Benedict is just down here tangling with this animate chair.
6 points.
Citern
Get
over
off
here,
me,
Thank
please.
you.
having just taken 17 points of health, leaving me with 1 HP.
I'm back to full. Thank you.
All right.
Citern coughing up lungs.
Turn coughing up
Coughing up a
lung.
lung.
I'm at 1 out of 18 H points.
Yeah. He took 17 from that explosion. It just happened to be he's got 18 total.
Oh
I'm
no!
really glad I took that potion.
Yeah,
before.
that would have been real bad. That is going
You
to
have
take
you
us
have
to...
potions of healing.
Yep, 2 more. But
This is going to be a skeleton attack on Orca. Oh, even with Bane, that might hit. That drops it to a 13, and their modifier is... Nope, 15. Still misses
Dang.
Orca. Okay. The Bane wiped out their modifier. They only have a +2 modifier for their claw attack, so...
Missed. More symbol noises.
Saturn, you're holding your own organs in your body right now.
Oh no!
That wasn't fun. Oh, look at the chair. It's like, chair! I need something to sit on! And I'm casting Dissonant Whispers on the
Okay.
chair.
Bro needs to heal themselves.
Wisdom saving throw, 14.
Wisdom saving throw. That is exactly a 14.
I'm a silvery barbs that. You're taking this hit.
I can throw
So-
cutting words as well if you want.
Oh, sounding words might do more.
Cutting,
I mean,
cutting words
got a 14, so
guarantees
you only
to
need
get
to
it
lose-
down. So
Yeah, you only need to lose a 1.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'll do that then.
I'll hold up on some.
All right, then that
Yeah.
because it only it's a minimum 1, so it is now a
It's
13.
yeah, I rolled the 1, but yeah, that should get it down.
Yeah, it hit the
Great.
spell save, so
2, 6, that's 8, plus 5, 13.
13 damage.
Yeah.
Okay,
2, 5, and a 6.
that's a lot.
And then you have to move as far away from me as you can.
All right, that is going to give Benedict an attack of opportunity.
Lovely.
Looks like that chair
I'm
needs
going
to
to-
take a seat.
I'm going as it runs off. I just draw my hand axe, and swipe at it.
Just to keep things honest, didn't Benedict... Yeah,
Cutting
didn't
words.
Benedict just use his reaction?
Oh, you're right. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. No, thanks for that. That's yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, so you don't get the attack of opportunity because you did the cutting
Yeah.
words. Okay.
I was busy insulting.
should've
Too busy
simply
insulting the chair to swing an axe at it.
Okay, that was a good catch, Oren.
No one will ever want to sit on you with this attitude.
I would like a chair.
No, you
I would
wouldn't.
like a
Not this
chair.
one.
Can I have a chair, please?
I'm gonna drink another potion.
Yeah, good idea.
That's the end of it. Actually, I will move 30 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Right there.
Okay. Benedict, it is now your turn.
Lovely.
Got 8 hit points from the potion.
So yeah, the chair just
how-
scampered off away from you.
How far do I know did Arzul run down the corridor?
90
How far
feet.
might he have got?
Uh,
90 feet.
with your human vision, he's run off into the darkness. Valerian probably said that he ran outside of Valerian's view as well, because you guys can only see 30
Right.
feet in the darkness. But
Right.
I did say that he was at least 30 feet away.
All right then. In that case, I'm going to. Would you say okay? So the chair is just a chair that's been animated somehow,
Yes.
right? Or is it a mimic?
It's just a chair. It doesn't have any
Just a chair.
teeth. Its pseudopod attack is just the leg smacking you.
Is it wooden or like metal or something?
It looks to be made out of wood.
Then no bonus from Shatter then.
If any of us had fireball.
If
Wow.
only. I might just go ahead and can I hit? If I do a shatter about like here-ish, could I hit the skeleton and the puzzled man, and also some of this apparatus, without hitting Orca?
Yeah. That's if like you cast it like here. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can hit them. Yeah, Orca would be
All
15
right.
feet. Yeah, so you want to set her like here.
Yeah.
Is where it would be centered.
Okay, that's going to be shatter then.
Okay.
Constitution save DC 13 for them both.
Skeleton
DC
fails.
13.
Puzzled man.
Lovely.
That might also fail. What's his Constitution modifier? His Constitution modifier is he gets exactly a 13 with the -1 to Bane, so he gets 13.
All right. Oh, those are nice numbers. That's 14 points of damage full, so 14 to the skeleton, and then
Skeleton
7 to the
completely explodes, and the
Lovely.
puzzled man is looking incredibly messed up. You shatter off like a large chunk of muscle and bone, and like his right arm is now like barely connected to itself.
I think Benedict also, like, as he's casting this, his voice penetrates into their mind as he says, "You know, you've all been pieced together from all sorts of other things. What do you think you are now? Are you the culmination of several creatures with memories newly formed? Are you some amalgamation of other memories? What truly are you, from a philosophical standpoint?"
I'm
Is
imagining
this
it
some
like
ship of Theseus?
Can you-
like every
Argument
word.
going on?
Exactly, ship of Theseus. Can you truly say you are the same creature you were yesterday, perhaps, with all the experiments that have been done on you, growing
Nice.
back new flesh?
Like
Anyway, enjoy sleeping with that
every
tonight.
word is like cutting pieces away from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We will skip Ardle's turn. That takes us
Rip.
back to the puzzled man. Still has Bane applied to him. Oh,
How long does Bane last?
Up to 1 minute, I think.
yeah, 1 minute.
Which
It's like
hasn't been
10 rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Uh,
because we're less than 6 players, it's even more than 10 rounds, right?
No, technically the full round is supposed to only take 6
Yeah.
seconds, regardless
Oh,
of
okay,
how
okay.
many people you have.
Gotcha.
It's
yeah,
because
so
everyone's
everybody
acting at once.
Everything's supposed to be happening at once. Puzzle Man is going to fail.
Because then you get the hilarity of the technical peasant railgun, if you've ever heard of that.
The
Where
peasant railgun.
You line up a couple hundred random peasants, and then they just they each hold an action to pass a spear forward, and technically within 6 seconds that spear travels across 100
Yeah.
hands,
Wow.
and so that spear should be traveling thousands of miles an hour, and at the end he just throws it, and it's now a spear going thousands of
It's
miles.
like the speed of light spear.
Cool.
The spear of light.
The peasant railgun. You're welcome.
That's cool.
So funny.
One attack against Valerian is going to miss. One attack against Orca is going to hit.
Rip.
Unless somebody wants to do anything.
Why rip? I gave you a healing word. You're at full
Oh,
health.
no, because that they hit. I say rip a lot.
That is going to be 10 bludgeoning damage.
Plus, I think this is the
Awesome.
second time the puzzle man has.
I think it's also only the second time. 2 attacks every time. I think this is the second time that they've hit. Freaking Bane, man.
Freaking Bane.
Great spell.
That takes us to the Mimic.
Yeah.
That is going to come.
I like cool down the hall. Yeah, Ardle, I think his motor function needs some work.
The Mimic comes back against Benedict since he was talking smack about it being a chair. That is going to be a 14 to hit.
Hits.
All right. Let's see here. What's the damage? 2 bludgeoning damage as it just kind of comes up and just like hits you with like the back of the chair. Let me see here. You guys are all still alive. Valerian, you have... What's everybody's HP right now, since we're basically at the top of the round? Although just
I have
17.
13 HP.
I'm
Nine.
at 12.
Okay.
17.
We can play this out round by round if you would like to, but Artel accomplished what he wanted to in escaping. You have Bane on the puzzled man. The chair is not great at attacking. It's a chair. So I'll leave this up to you guys. You're all four of you are still up. Yes, you have taken some damage, used some spells, but you have healing potions still and various abilities. We can play this out round by round, or we can just call it here, and we can go into some exposition about what happens after the fight.
Do we get a sense that the puzzled man is close to being, at least the puzzle man being close to being defeated by a battle?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you guys, if you want to call it here, we can just role play it that you win. You're probably going to just based on action economy.
I want to down the puzzled man.
I've hit twice out of maybe 12 attacks with the puzzled man. So
You heard Orca.
Yeah,
Orca
I
loves
think
Okay.
I think we want to kill the guy.
okay,
At least the puzzled
and then
man.
it's your turn, Orca.
Awesome. Let me see. So I'm doing this with the +1 weapon again. My handy clarinet blade.
Don't forget your sword bard attacks.
My sword bard attacks. Oh yeah, my sword bard attacks. I have not used those yet. No.
Oh, your flourishes,
But you
yeah.
have to expend bardic inspiration. I mean, I could have expended bardic inspiration, but I did not do that.
I mean, I'm just saying, here's the time. Let's try.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you still have bardic
To
inspirations.
deal- So
which
I
think
guess I
still
can.
Two, yeah.
I still have 2 bardic inspirations.
Yeah,
Wow, I have none.
I've used all mine on insulting people with cutting words.
I do not regret giving Max a bardic inspiration, but I am also out.
I think that was a
I
reasonable
forgot
course
that
of action.
happened so many hours ago.
Yeah,
So I wanted.
we wanted to
You-
go to
you go.
bed. Can you imagine?
Yeah, you guys were gonna go to bed.
Well, maybe Max will catch Ardle.
Hey, someone use the sending stone.
Someone used the sending stone.
We should have given him the sending stone.
Max, the true hero of the game.
Max, the actual
The champion
hero
of
the
Verily.
game.
The
The
champion,
champion of
Verily.
Verily.
Like, he
Champion
said
of
it
Verily.
right there.
The champion of
Alright,
Verily.
what's your attack, Orca?
So I got a. I want to do the slashing flourish. You can spend 1 use of your bardic inspiration to deal extra damage equal to the number you roll on the die. Equal to the number you roll on the die to the target you hit. Oh, is that to add to the hit die or to the damage? Because
To the damage.
to the damage.
Yeah, so
Okay.
go ahead and roll to attack.
So I already rolled. It was a 15.
Okay,
Plus
so roll
The 4
your...
would hit.
Yeah, well, the 15 hits already. So
Yeah,
go ahead and roll
15.
your D8
Well, my D8,
for your sword, clarinet, swordinet.
my swordinet. So that's a 5.
So you'll double that because of your slashing flourish, so 10, plus your modifier is 2, so 12 damage.
Awesome.
That is a hearty chunk. Yeah. You like cleave out a large swath of like its thigh meat, just like slices right off, and then now
Yeah.
like leans one way since there's not enough supporting musculature there.
Yeah.
And you're gonna stay there in place.
Yeah.
Bonus action.
No, I don't think I'll use my bonus action at the moment.
Okay. That will take us to Valerian.
Cool. So I am just going to try to take a swing with my rapier.
And this guy.
Let's see. It's a 10 on the die plus 2. So it's 12. That's not going to hit.
12 will hit.
Oh, will? Oh,
Oh yeah, he's naked and he doesn't have high dex.
okay.
This guy does not have a great armor class.
Okay.
Rip.
So it's 1d8. Let's see.
Mhm.
It's a 7.
That's not bad. Actually, I'd say that's not bad. That's really good for a 1d8. That's almost max damage. That takes it to... yeah, you are just, like, tearing this thing to pieces. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. You're just, like, slowly... Like, this thing is just made of meat. It's doing its job. It defended its creator. And it's getting there, but it is still standing.
So I think for a bonus action... wait, can I use that? Yes, I will use Healing Word as a bonus action on myself because I'm at 13.
Okay.
So
And
that's
that will
a
take
5.
us to Saturn.
Saturn. All right.
Saturn.
Hey.
It's a turn.
Saturn. I will come back around. See the mimic. Or the chair. I wish to sit now.
I still need a break.
And cast another dissonant whispers at it.
I wish
Wisdom
to
saving
sit
throw?
now.
14 wisdom. Yeah.
That is going to be a failure.
Yes. 3d6 and move as far away from me as you can. 5.
And now, Benedict, you can get an attack of opportunity since you haven't used a reaction.
That's 11 psychic.
I don't know if you need that attack of opportunity.
Take it anyways.
Yes, it does still. You still want to take that attack. It runs away from you.
Cool. Right now, I'm gonna get my axe out.
Forget what I said before. Now I get the axe out.
Chop it.
Now we get the axe.
Chop
That
it
is
to
a...
pieces.
That is a 10 to hit.
10 is going to miss.
Ah,
It scuttles past you.
That's the end of my
Okay.
turn.
It is now your turn, though, Benedict.
lovely. In that case,
Chase it down, chop
actually,
it up.
can I have one moment? I've realised that I was very reliant on natural lighting, and it's now very dark this side of the screen.
I see that, yeah.
If the editor tries to green screen this, it's going to be difficult with that. And just generally, it's not easy to see.
I don't think you need to worry about a green
might work.
screen.
Yeah, I know.
As long as you can see your dice, you're good.
I put the green there, and I was going to try and use the Riverside background with that, but then they seem to have just deleted that entire feature for some reason. So, still though, background.
Dang.
Right. My turn. How's that chair looking? Because
It looks like there's giant cracks in the wood. One of the legs is kind of like splintered off a little bit. It is probably gonna fall over and die on its own, possibly. If chairs could bleed out, this chair would be bleeding out.
I'm just gonna run up to it and hit it with the axe again.
Go for it.
Okay, that is a nat 1. I do not hit the chair.
Oof,
Wow.
You do not.
Oh, Rick.
I missed the chair impressively.
Impressively.
You go to swing on it like it's a normal sized person, but it's a chair, so it's lower than it. And you just like sweep right over its head.
Dang.
Do any of us still have any spells, offensive spells?
I have 1 first level spell and 1 second level spell.
I've still got 3 first levels left. And I've got Vicious Mockery, so...
Okay.
Okay.
I used both of my second level spells.
Me too.
And yeah, I have no like attack spells.
Never like that.
That will take us to
All
the
sorts.
puzzled man.
No spells.
Is going to take a swing on Orca. Because of Bane, it will miss. And then a swing on Valerian. Oh, is that a... Nope, that's not a natural 20. That's pretty good, though.
Oh,
That is going to
no.
be... That is a 17 to hit.
17 to hit, but a natural 20?
No,
Oh,
it was not.
okay.
There, so the die I'm using has 2 like fancy symbols on it. So I thought it was a natural 20.
So I will take my reaction to Silvery Barb's that.
Okay. So I originally rolled a 15. And then I rolled a 16. So it's going to stick with the 15.
Damn.
So it's still going to hit you.
You still get to choose someone to have advantage, though.
You also have a healing potion.
You might want to save that for yourself because you're going to take 11 bludgeoning damage.
Ouch.
As he just like slams into you.
All right, we can sit to the finish now.
Hey, you wanted to play this out. He's now going berserk and is doing more damage as his life is running out.
Okay, so I'm at 7 hit points. But I still have one first level spell slot for Healing Word.
Okay. And you did do Silvery Barb, so who do you want to give advantage to?
Could be you or Orca, because I don't think you can see
Yes.
us.
And Orca is after me, right?
Yeah.
Orca's
Yeah, Orca goes next. Well, it's the Mimic's turn now, and then it'll be Orca's turn, and then you.
Oh, okay. So I'll give it to Orca.
Okay. The chair is going
Thank
to
you.
attack Benedict. It's a natural frickin' 1, so no, it is not.
This is Benedict versus...
That's how it feels.
Today.
That takes us to Orca, who has Silvery Barb's advantage.
Awesome. I'm gonna attack again with the not the longsword, the +1 weapon thing.
Okay. And you have advantage with Silvery Barbs.
Yeah. Those both were not great rolls. It's a +4, 10, 11, 12. So it's exactly a 12 to hit.
12 hits.
And then
You gonna spend one of your flourishes?
can you
Oh, yeah.
expend it every turn?
As long as you have the
You can
Bardic
do it once per
Inspiration dice
round.
to spend.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
because I have one more bardic.
I'm pretty sure it doesn't spend unless you actually get the hit, so...
Yeah, but they did hit, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
I didn't
it's
realize-
like Smite. Like once you know that you have a hit, then you can use it.
Yeah, I didn't realize Orca spent it last time.
Oh yeah.
I guess I missed that.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
do that.
No, I know.
I think I'm gonna this time use a defensive flourish, which still gives the extra damage equal to the number you roll, but you also add the number to your AC until the start of your next turn.
Okay.
So that would be
Why would you do that? Oh, because slashing also adds damage to just any creature within 5 feet. Oh, I see. So slashing is like a sweep attack type of thing. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's 1d8.
Yeah, 1d8 plus 2.
1d8. So that's a 3 plus 2.
5.
It would be
And
So you
then
do
the
8
bar.
damage,
okay. And then
and then your AC increases by 3.
yeah.
So you have a 19 AC until the start of your next turn. Dang.
Yeah.
I don't know if this guy can hit you without a crit. No, he can still hit you.
Oh, no.
It's not unlikely, but
I don't know. With how this combat's going, it's pretty unlikely.
oh yeah. I mean, with that Bane.
Should I just try to swing at the puzzle man and see if I hit?
That can be the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. It's a 10 plus 2 is 12, so I hit. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, 12 will hit.
Okay. So I hit, and I will do 1d8. Eight.
Hey.
Okay, so that takes it to that much damage. It had 3 hit points left.
Oh
So,
my
Valerian,
gosh.
you and Orca have been chipping away this thing. Benedict's thrown a couple spells at it. Saturn's thrown a couple spells at it. But you're able to get in there with your rapier and get the last hit. Tell me how that goes.
So, I think once we
Welcome back.
once we kind of like chop enough of him until we kind of see the heart in the chest, I will run with my rapier and into his heart.
Nice.
Yes.
You stab up into its, because again, it's like 9.5 feet tall. So you stab up into the chest.
Can
and just
Orca
this
help
thick,
Yeah.
spring him up with like an instrument?
the blood starts to pool down around like the basket hilt of your rapier over your forearm and starts to drip off your elbow as you can see the life just kind of run out of this thing, and it looks at you. And this is the first time this whole combat that it's really kind of had any sort of spark of consciousness in it. But you lock eyes with it, and there's just like a brief twinkle of something in its eye, and it fades, and then it starts to slump off your dagger or off your rapier. It is dead.
Yes.
Woo!
Just
There we go.
Yay.
killed
helping
it.
Valerian with bongos. He jumps off bongos and stabs.
And I'm
him
still
too.
tangling with this damn chair!
That chair.
Yeah. So, as you guys were finishing, we'll call the combat there. The puzzled man is gone. The chair, Benedict, has a little tete-a-tete throwing philosophy at it. The chair tries to hit it. Eventually, he is able to plant the axe right in the seat of the chair and split it in half.
Finally.
Cue victory fanfare. And we will go to a epilogue of what happens now. A lot of the tunnel has collapsed behind Ardal as he threw that explosion and ran off. It takes you guys you take a few moments to kind of like collect yourself, drink some potions, cast some healing spells. Even if you want to take like a short rest down here, you can do that to regain some health and any sort of abilities that you're able to recover. As you make your way, like you start picking out stuff from the tunnel. It's not fully collapsed, so it's not like a days-long process to get out of there. But it is several hours before you're able to clear enough space to get all of you through safely. You
I think Benedict
your way
just does
back
not
through the
help at
tunnel.
all with that as well.
you
He's
sent
sitting,
your mage hand, but it can only lift 10 pounds, so
Yeah.
it picks up like the smallest rocks.
Yeah.
You're sitting on like the piles of the chair you destroyed, reading your book.
Someone cast
You guys
mending on
make
the
your way
chair.
through the tunnel. You climb back up this ladder through the trapdoor to the ruins of Verily Manor. And as you make your way out the front door, you see that the sun is starting to rise. You've been down there for quite some time. You trudge your way back to the town of Verily. You pass by these farms that it's now starting to become dawn. You see them coming out, starting to work the land and things like that. They look at you a little awkwardly since you're all. I think at some point you were all bloody. Your clothes are torn. You're tired and exhausted, covered in soot. Benedict somehow still looks
Mending.
very clean.
Yeah, I have mending.
All right, so your clothes are not torn. You make your way back through the cemetery, and as you get back to the town of Verily itself, Liam is already up and is like doing some cleanup outside of the tavern. Sees the four of you approaching, calls you over, and explains to you that last night a man appeared in the tavern, dropped off a pile of gold, and apologized for doing something, but then he left without any other word. Oh wait, hold on, I have a voice for Liam. Right, so this man appeared at like the wee hours of the morning, and gave me a bunch of gold, said sorry for the mess, and then just ran away. I'm not quite sure what that was all about, but I'm assuming you guys had something to do with it. So thank you very much. It looks like you could all be using a bit of rest, so the rooms are still yours, and I do still have the 100 gold pieces for taking care of this mess. I'm assuming the person that I spoke to last night was the one behind all this. And as we kind of shift away from that scene, you guys stumble into the tavern. You take your rest. A hard-fought victory. You know that your next steps would be to try and track down Artel before he can continue any more of these experiments. You take your rest in Verily. You load up Thundersparkle the next day. And you start to head back to Waterdeep to check in with Namfoodle, the Adventurers Guild. As you're making your way to Waterdeep, you pass by the Hobgoblin and the Goblins. They have now turned their bandit business into like a nice... It's only been a day, but they've already turned it into like a roadside pit stop type thing. There's like a space where like a horse can hang out and have some hay. They've set up like a couple of tents. You completely changed their worldview, and so now they're more of like a rest area as opposed to people getting robbed. You make your way back to Waterdeep, and you kind of go your separate ways for a brief time. You're not constantly on call by the Adventurers Guild, but a few weeks or maybe even possibly a couple months pass, and you all get a letter in the mail to your various addresses, and it says in a very fine, like a long, elongated, loopy print, it says, "Apologies for the turbulence that I caused in my experimentation. While I have not seen any error in my ways, I will be continuing my experiments in a much more remote location. If you should try to find me again, you'll find me a much more viable opponent, as I've already increased the aptitude of my experiments. Please see enclosed that I never want to see you again, and that Benedict especially, while as intelligent as you were with your philosophy, my philosophy is that those that are taken from us too soon should have the chance to live." And you see just at the end just a large A signed at the bottom of each of your letters.
Oh, my philosophy is you shouldn't interrupt civil discussion with such violence.
That's true.
And you guys have solved the tale of the puzzled man. Well done. Good job.
Yeah!
The end.
Let that guy get away!
Question mark. I mean, you got to leave it open for a sequel. Everybody's doing sequels these days. That's where the money is.
Oh, that is true. That is so true. That is so true.
Oops, all bards yet again.
Oops, all bars yet again.
Oops, all bards, but maybe take a dip into like a fighter.